Ok, bueno. Chao, chao. Que lo pase bien. All right. Yo, how you guys doing? Let's separate this. Bring it to the side. Let's try to get some Naruto versus Luffy stuff going. What's up, Ib? How you doing? All right. Did that. Okay. That's interesting. Discord. Check that out later. Everyone, I'm live. Okay. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Sandbag video when? Probably sometime soon. What do you think is better? Is the better anime manga, Naruto, or One Piece? Hey, what's good, Bob? For that question, it's kind of a hard one. Because the word better kind of like the word better kind of just implies like overall, I would say. And there are kind of different reasons why Naruto can be considered better than One Piece and One Piece better than Naruto. For Naruto, I would say in some points maybe pacing. I would definitely say pacing for like some points, especially at the early parts, only because like it's definitely I feel like it definitely does hook you in a little bit more. One Piece, I feel like it does take at least the end of East Blue for specifically with Nami to like really say like, wow, this is really crazy. You know what I mean? Like this is absolutely. This might be something different. It's One Piece and it didn't close. I think Naruto didn't even reach half of its potential. To be honest, that's a completely fair take. I think, and I think that's actually a fair take, especially if you go by like the instance that the post time skip of Naruto is absolutely the early portion of the post time skip of Naruto, in my opinion at least, is actually probably the worst portion of the whole series, because the entirety of like the pre time skip. The ending of Naruto was trash though, but yeah, the pacing in One Piece for One Piece is cheap. Well, you specify anime manga, so like assuming portions of the anime, like hey, what's up, Esther? I would say like portions of the anime, especially for like One Piece, do suck. But like there are portions of like the Naruto anime, especially from like a friend who, and this comes entirely from like rhetoric, but like a friend of mine who was like trying to watch Naruto, really trying to like get into it and stuff like that, even told me, and I do agree with him that like he could not get through a decent point of the start of like the post time skip. I don't think he even got to like the Sand Village again, to like save Garo or whatever, just because where like they try to get to like save Garo, or at least like just before the point where they go like talk to Kankuro, simply because what's his face, simply because like I don't know, Kishimoto just did not do a good job at making you the viewer want to care about this. Like there, it just takes so fucking long, man. I do think that like the ending for Naruto was really bad though, specifically just with like the whole issue with like Kaguya and everything. We've talked about this many times before on the channel, so I don't really need to go that in depth into it. But I do think it is kind of crazy. I do think it is kind of crazy that like, you know, this an author can make decisions that ultimately only negatively impact the series from there on out. Like, cause like, okay, let's be honest. There are people out there who do like the Otsutsuki, who do like the concept of the aliens. There are people out there who probably really even enjoy Boruto. I mean, Six really loves Boruto, right? So, and I can't really say that Boruto in and of itself is bad, even though I think that like the anime is something I don't think I'll ever even remotely give it a chance. Yeah, I said 3 p.m. for the. Yes, I did see your comment on the stream. I read about half of it when I got a phone call from my mom. I needed to go do something earlier, so I didn't read the second half of it, but I did read that like you really enjoyed, you just really enjoyed like being able to like really work through your scaling last stream. I did kind of like skim through like the bottom half of it where like you wanted to like more specifically explain some of like the latter end of the scaling that wasn't really possible yesterday. But yeah, I'll give it a quick answer. As for like, I mean, listen, overall, I do think that One Piece is the more solid story overall. I mean, let's be honest, it does take care of its sidecast a lot better. I think there are situations that come with Naruto where like, listen, as much as I can like try to defend the series in many of its aspects, as much as I can try to do that, ultimately, I think it just boils down to do you like characters that are not specifically named Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, or one of the Kages, right? Thing should have started with the perspective of all the Jinchuriki. It helped expand the world and makes us more emotionally attached to the tailed beast and the host. I do think that would have been important. Um, I do think that it was kind of crazy to like introduce this concept of like the one tails and the nine tails early into the series, and then for essentially every single other tailed beast to boil down to he got captured, she got captured. Like we only really see Yugi Toni for like one to two chapters or slash episodes, and one of them is literally her running away from the Akatsuki, transforming into the Two Tails, and then basically nearly crucified. Why is this taking so long to load? What the fuck? So, I'm not gonna sit here and also say, it's like the best thing since sliced bread, right? I think people will look you dead in your face, dead in your shit, and tell you with a straight face that Bleach has the best sidecast out of the big three. It does not. It does not. The main thing was that yesterday I didn't really organize my points well. I should have explained that Haku thing better and give less weight to the Loxus stuff. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's not something that, like, you're just going to figure out right away, and it's not something that, like, is immediately simple to, like, put together through and through. You know what I mean? I think it'll be fine, right? At the end of the day, it's not like we have, like, a time limit or anything on, like, how much we can power scale or when we can do it. You know what I mean? So I think it's fine. Guess what ability Evil's Devil Fruit will be? Well, it clearly shows to be an inverse of what Nika is, but, like, Big Mom's Soul Fruit, it seems to like allow him to essentially bring demons into the real world, which I think is kind of interesting. I swear both Naruto and Bleach anime have abysmal pacing in the anime, scene stretching and all that. Yeah. Well, with Bleach at least you have the argument that like the music and the background stuff is quite okay. Yesterday I asked about the Mifune Lightspeed stuff, but I noticed that happened before Naruto dodging Ace, so it can't be Lightspeed. Nothing before the moment can be Lightspeed. The moment that you were referencing must have been different than the moment I'm referencing, because the moment I referenced was the one from the War Arc, specifically late end War Arc, where they've already got the chakra cloaks, and Mifune calls the attack Beam of Light, which people always seem to ignore. You know what I mean? Naruto should have done better to do the world building, from my opinion. We don't learn that much about the hidden villages or the nations they're a part of and the reasons for war. Yeah, I mean, you kind of only know a little bit about, like, let's say, like, the land hidden in the mist, but the village hidden in the mist with, like, them having, like, the blood mist, because they basically kill all their kids trying to, like, find out, like, who the best shinobis are, which I do think is kind of fucked. I can see Angval has drawn you in. Well, I do want to give it a little bit more time. I do want to give it at least 10 chapters before I fully, like, invest in it. So I want to at least be able to read, like, a chapter to, like, maybe 2 to 3 chapters per stream. So it'll be fine, man. I'm not entirely grasped by it yet, but I do want to give it a bit more chance. I think Black Clover has a lot of outliers and inconsistencies, like most of the universal feats, like Glamour World being endless doesn't really make it infinite. No. I hear what you're saying, Tamari. If you are down for it, the debate's not going to be from my end. I really have a lot of opinions on Black Clover power scaling, just to be clear. Six, and I think Lapis might show up later to have this stream. They're gonna show up around like 3 p.m. Maybe Lapis a little bit later, but yeah. Moveset can mirror Naruto's moveset as sort of like an homage reference, since Naruto and One Piece were rival mangas for a time. I don't think so. I don't think Oda's gonna go out of his way to do that, especially with how different Imu's already giving off a especially with how Imu's already giving off like this weird, almost demonic parody of what Luffy's the Devil Fruit already does, especially since like Luffy makes everything rubbery and bouncy while Imu's essentially bringing everything to life in and of itself, so like all the buildings move. That's because Imu made such an early appearance. Blackbeard will definitely be the final villains. Yeah, that's fair. When Sasuke dodges Mifune's Light Slash in the Five Kage Summit, or so I haven't read it in a while. Either way, it's a name fallacy at best. Yeah, no. I figured that that's the moment that you were referencing. I don't think he actually references the attack as, like, Blade of Light. I think he just comes in at Sasuke, if I remember right. My day's good. My day's good, Sailor. Hope you're doing good, man. Not gonna lie, a single Bible and cross solos Emu. Type shit. Was the Waterfall Village. It was another small village, like, in the rain, and it somehow had a tailed beast. The Waterfall Village, right. That was the one with, Fu? Was the Waterfall Village the one with Su? Because we know that, like, the stone had, Han and Roshi. The stone had Han and Roshi. Ukitaka was the Six Tails. I don't remember what village he was from. Fu was probably from the Waterfall Village, if I remember right. The Three Tails, Kagura, they were from the Mist Village, and the Two Tails was from the Cloud Village, and the Eight Tails was from the Cloud Village, yeah. Yeah, it was just a regular slash, at least in the manga. It had Fu and somehow produced Kakuzu. Dude, remember when, like, people were actually arguing that Kakuzu could beat Pain? Holy shit, man. What kind of crazy-ass logic is that? Yeah, Kakuzu, the guy who threw a kunai at the first Hokage and then ran away and said they fought, was out here talking about, oh yeah, he could beat Pain in a fight. Come on now. Has anyone considered that Imu didn't take damage from teleporting or leaving the Holy Land, but that his transformation hurts since he screamed when transforming? Maybe he started after teleporting. Maybe. I mean, maybe it wasn't so much the teleportation and more so much the transformation and so much more that he was, like, just literally outside of, like, the Mary Joie. That's an interesting idea I never considered. Fu was from the Waterfall Village? Thank you, Carlos. Thank you. But yeah. I do think that, like, overall, you know, here's the thing. I do have a lot of nostalgia for Naruto. I do have a lot of nostalgia for it. And the portions of Naruto that are, like, really good are really fucking good. That's the thing, right? Like, when Naruto gets good, I think it genuinely has some of the best potential in anime and manga out there, just because it really does help you hype up the characters. You, the viewer, hype up the characters. And also, you know, the soundtrack, especially if you're watching the anime, really does help a lot. But here's the thing, man. I don't know. It's like, and I say this with the knowledge that, you know, Kishimoto wasn't someone who, how do I say this? Kishimoto wasn't someone who I feel thought everything through. You can kind of see this from a lot of his interviews, where, like, you know, he mentions how, like, Sasuke was a late addition into the series, a late addition. They wanted to give Naruto a rival, so I think he used, like, a design from, like, an old manga that he tried to work on. Wano Sanji walks into Naruto War. How far is he getting? He gets extremely far in. And Sanji can unironically kick the Ten Tails into the air and just likely knock it around if he wants to. Like, you remember that shit that Rock Lee did to Gaara back in the Chunin exams with, like, the Fifth Gate? I genuinely believe Sanji can do the same exact thing to the Ten Tails. Like, he can just knock it around if he wants. I don't think that any of the Six Paths characters can keep up with him. And if I'm being honest, I do think he just hits way fucking harder than Guy. I think that if it was like for Jamba versus Madara in comparison to, like, Knight Guy, I think he would have actually killed Madara from that kick. Regular slash is very deadly in the beach and in Bleach. We must not underestimate such power of simply swinging your arm. Yeah, true. Regardless, though, we all know that the sound effect director, Emu's transformation is gonna go hard. I don't know about that, dude, because the last time that we've been giving like sound direction, especially for One Piece throughout like Egghead, like even people were saying like, "Yo, can we please like move past this old ass 20-year-old Toei sound effects? Maybe the music might be hit differently, but I don't know, man. It's crazy. Yo, just watched your video on Lost Souls Naruto, and I noticed you scaled Law to 7,000 times based on pixels from Foxy. I don't think that's valid at all, Loki. I didn't scale Law to 7,000 times FTL based on pixels. I never did that at all. I can go over it if you want, but I basically used in-canon implied multipliers. What's good, Border Jumper? Nice to see you here. Are you new? I haven't seen your name before. They changed the sound, dude? Finally. Oh, okay. The lead animator himself crashed out because the sound team is buns? Okay, good. I hope that they did, because, yeah, it gets to a point where it's kind of ass. Let's check out some Seven Deadly Sins. Well, actually, Four Nights of the Apocalypse. We'll check out a chapter of that. We'll read, like, 2 chapters of this, and then we'll get to doing some One Piece research, okay, guys? Go over it? Okay, you want me to go over it? First time catching you live? I got some time right now? Lovely. Well, welcome to the community. I hope you enjoyed the stream for the amount of time you're going to spend here. Okay, so I'll just pull up the video real quick, but I will go over it on my own just to, like, really give you guys an idea, right? Those old DBZ sound effects. Remember when we saw, like, Gear 5 and he was, like, charging up Gear 5 again and all of a sudden Luffy just had, like, the Super Saiyan sound? That shit was so... Yo, I looked at it, I was like, that was probably the only issue I had with that entire fuck-ass episode, bro. I don't want to delete this one, but I might just do it, because it really only went for members, and it was like a fucked up version of it. Have you watched the 1156? It's noticeable already, if you ask me. I haven't checked it out. I really haven't. Thoughts on Attack on Titan? That's a series that I'm not gonna lie, when it first came out around the time I was like in like high school, I fucking hated Attack on Titan, dude. I really fucking hated Attack on Titan, man. It's not something that I even remotely cared for. I think around 2023, I sat down and watched the rest of Attack on Titan. I decided, fuck it. I've with the job that I had at the time, I essentially just had all the time in the world to like really sit down and watch it. I only missed like the last 3 episodes. I can't say I care for a majority of the cast. I just do not care. I never cared that Sasha died. I did finally understood what people meant by like defending that kid, the one that kills Sasha, Gabby. I finally understood like why people were defending Gabby, and I was like, you know what? This kid has basically been brainwashed. I can't really like entirely blame her. I can't entirely blame her, but yeah, I got a soft instance of no issues with the SSJ, but holy shit, it Bugs Bunny type shit, no monkey alien fight junkie. Being ads, hi. Okay, so the stupid chat GPT ads are so frustrated between this stream. Oh, I'm sorry about that, man. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I think Attack on Titan's fine. The first 3 seasons remind me a lot of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. What's up, Justice? It reminds me a lot of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, if I have to be honest. Only saw a season of AOT. You think it's good? I think it's alright. I think I get why people hype it up a lot. Or at least hyped it up a lot. I think that it's a fine enough series, you know. It's not something I would probably go back to and watch through again. I would probably sit here. Did that one Blue Lock page have Satan? I'll show you in a second. I'll explain this first, but yeah, it's fine. Okay, so for the 9,000, so the number was a little bit off. It's actually 9,000 times FTL, and the reason why we get this statement is actually quite interesting. I don't think anything in Black Clover is even uni. Its main feats, aka the Glamour World, is kind of inconsistent because it took a finite amount of mana to destroy it, and it can't be infinite since it's finite, yeah. Ian, where do you scale Luffy's AP to? If I had to give you, like, a ballpark, I'd probably say Moon to Planetary, just off of, like, vibes. It's kind of weird, because it's, like, you kind of would have to compare Luffy to, like, maybe, like, Whitebeard, who has the power to destroy the world, but he would likely scale to his own Devil Fruit, considering that Whitebeard's strength, his Devil Fruit is one that basically just requires the user's raw strength, in order for it to, like, fully function. I don't know, man. I would probably compare Luffy in some cases to actually like old Whitebeard. I would actually say Luffy's stronger than old Whitebeard, but yeah, you know. Have you scaled Baryon mode Naruto, which is upscaled by some nuclear fission bullshit? I haven't scaled Baryon mode Naruto, but I do think that the form is trash. With all due respect, I do think that the form is just trash. Like, the form lasts for like 10 hits max. It does not last that long, and it was against a very specific opponent that had about 20 hours worth of life left. I haven't seen Kaido versus Krillin. I don't really like Sage's content. I'm fully aware that Krillin's going to win that video more than likely. Simply because, I mean, Dragon Ball scale is much higher in general, but the issue that I have, for the most part, is just that Sage, on average, really does lowball One Piece characters a lot, doesn't give them any benefit of doubt, so I'm like, alright. So I don't know, I don't really know if I want to, like, support just the content in and of itself. On G.U. and Stein, Nixers are the only power scales I listen to, pure fucking logic. I appreciate that, Rennie. I appreciate that. But be honest, no one in Naruto can even be considered relativistic until Naruto dodges Ace, so any feat previous to that moment is simply ignored due to the narrative. Yeah. It's scaled to uni anyways, man. Yeah. You can scale Krillin pretty damn high because of through upscaling. You can do it pretty easily. And I hear you, Tamari. If you're here at 3 p.m. EST, you're more than welcome to come in and to voice chat and basically talk with Six and basically talk with Six, you know, try to debate him on it. I'm just gonna be like in the background of the stream mostly, at least from like that hour onward. So let's just move on to this, right? So the reason why we get to Rennie, you're still here. You're the one who asked the question, right? Just to be clear. That's Luffy's AP. Missed opportunity. Who was it? Oh, Ayan. Oh, okay. Ayan. Ayan Kang. Okay, I got you right now then. The different beasts. No hate to Sage, but the man read Kaido's 3-day stamina feat and said it was fancy words that doesn't matter. Yeah. Was boxing with SSJ Blue Goku. Yeah. Scaled to island level and low light speed level. Yeah, yeah, that's why I don't think he's actually read or watched One Piece, or I just think he's basically being disingenuous, which is fine. I don't personally care what he scales it to, though. Has some weird arguments. I don't know. I'd want to debate him. I mean, you're more than welcome to. You don't have to, though. Listen, here's the thing. I promise you that it won't get toxic, and I promise you that you will both have time to, like, go to, like, have a back and forth on it. I can even set it up so that chat votes on whether or not they are convinced by any of the arguments. I can set that up. So we can just... So it's not really a matter of, like, winning or losing a debate. It's more so just presenting your points, challenging each other's perspectives. It doesn't necessarily have to be like I convince you, you convince me, but maybe you guys can convince chat, you know? Well, you convince him, he convinces you, right? Like, I'm not someone who I would say would personally be convinced by any arguments anyway, besides, like, me rereading the series myself. So, you know, it all just depends on whether or not anybody here wants to agree or disagree with any of the stuff that you guys mention. I can also pull it up on stream. I can also pull up any panels on stream if you guys need them to. I wish Kishimoto told us all the QB multipliers. I do too. You didn't verse equalize in the solo verses because you stated the Naruto characters don't have haki, but you won't count chakra as haki considering they're both kind of similar. I'm not going to count them as similar. I actually have an entire video on why I refuse to verse equalize for my content, Ayan. You can totally check it out if you want, but the gist is chakra and haki, just because they have some similarities, does not mean in the slightest bit that that they are objectively the same thing. You know what I mean? They have only a few similarities, and that's if you, like, very much nitpick them. Meanwhile, they essentially have different functions, different mechanics, different weaknesses, etc., etc., etc. I don't think that it's inherently fair either, because when you verse equalize, you're essentially giving one verse a complete advantage just for the sake of having certain abilities work that wouldn't work otherwise. There are certain verses out there who have more than one power system or have singular power systems, but those power systems have limitations that only allow certain abilities to work on people with the same power system. For example, JJK only really allows domain expansions to work on people or target things that already have cursed energy, right? So I don't think it would necessarily, and as much as I love JJK, I don't think, and I would never make the argument that in most cases, besides Sukuna himself, any domain expansion would work against any character outside of the story. Now you could say, well, isn't that kind of unfair for JJK though, or isn't it unfair for Naruto to say that, like, you know, chakra is similar enough to haki? But here's the thing, right? For example, like Genjutsu, right? But it's like, here's the thing, right? If a character in JJK, for example, fights against someone who has a heavenly restriction, then that means that their domain expansion shouldn't work on that person with a heavenly restriction, right? It shouldn't work on it. So that's already a limitation that the characters within their own context of their stories, that's something that within the context of the stories, the characters already have to, like, fight through, right? That's already something that, like, if you have a domain expansion and you're fighting a heavenly user, a heavenly restriction user, then you're basically kind of fucked, right? Because it's like, oh well, my best technique won't work. I'm gonna have to not find a way around it. If I use my domain, then I have RCT cooldown. You know what I mean? It's one of those cases where, like, it's even an issue inside of the verse. In One Piece, for example, right? You have characters like people who don't use haki, or people that only use their devil fruits, that have trouble fighting against Logia users because they're literally just punching literal elements, right? Like, I'm just punching a guy who's literally made out of lightning, and I'm just electrocuting myself every time because I don't have haki, right? I can't solidify them. So even within the context of One Piece, there are characters who, like, will struggle against Logia users, right? So then to make the argument that, for example, like, someone with chakra could hurt a Logia user is essentially invalidating that built-in mechanic, that built-in defensive mechanic that that not having cursed energy, that not having, like, cursed energy will help you avoid domain expansions, or that not having haki kind of fucks you over when you're fighting a Logia user. You know what I mean? I don't think that's fair. I think that the characters are designed to be written in such a way where these limitations are something that can be exploited, and I think it's weird to take away that limitation just so that a character can, quote unquote, use the full and use the entirety of their arsenal. Don't sorcerers get a stat boost from domains? Sorcerers also get a stat boost from domains, or at least it's implied, but it's never shown how great the stat boost is overall. I don't think there's a way to fully quantify it, so I never really go into it. Basically, Super Saiyan God was shaking a whole macrocosm in something which is minimum universal plus, and then Super Saiyan God became equal to base Goku, so Super Saiyan Blue is like 100 times God. It'd actually be way far higher than 100 times God, because Super Saiyan 2, after Goku absorbs God into base, would actually be already 100 times. The argument for Super Saiyan God is at the very least over 400 times, because Super Saiyan 3 is a 400 times amp. And then the argument for Super Saiyan Blue is essentially 50 times over Super Saiyan God, because it's the Super Saiyan version of Super Saiyan God. I fucking really hate that it's all just Super Saiyan and then add in whatever designated for the form you're talking about. I really hate that Toriyama just named them like that. Do you think Prime Kaido scales above everyone on God Valley except Imu? I don't. I don't know if I would say that. I'm not. There's no proper bridge between the God Valley incident and the modern day of One Piece. There's no bridge, unless there's a character that's just as strong in God Valley as they are now. And most characters, especially the stronger ones in God Valley, the ones that would have, become the ones that would have naturally have become older people, they've actually lost a lot of their power. So there's kind of no proper way to do it. Do you think One Piece characters that use guns at this stage in One Piece can shoot their bullets to travel FTL speeds, or is it just an inconsistency issue? I think they could just shoot them at FTL speeds. I don't really try to put too much thought into it. Van Auger, one-shotting Crackers Biscuits is crazy. Yeah. And people were telling me I'm nuts for saying that Van Auger hits as hard as Gear 4 Luffy. But hey, listen. Recently tried to downplay Uni Bleach by making a comparison on how destroying a modern house in Bleach and a termite-infested shack in his unstable uni isn't the same thing. Good comparison. I guess. I don't know if I would say that's a good comparison. Speaking of which, on the non-mainstream topic, Law versus Naruto did quite well. I'm hoping that it's doing well in terms of views. I haven't actually checked views since I saw it hit like 5,000. I kind of do hope that it eventually does. I kind of do hope... I hope that it at least reaches 10k. It's been a week, so 7k in a week isn't bad for me, honestly. It's kind of iffy since I don't know how you go from not being able to dodge lightning in Skypiea to dodging light. It's kind of weird. It's not being able to dodge lightning. They literally dodge lightning. Weaker characters dodge lightning. Yeah, you can hop on voice chat at 3 because I'm gonna do some reading first, and then we'll do that. Yeah, no, Usopp. I feel like that world be inconsistent. It's not really that inconsistent though. Like Usopp and Nami literally dodge lightning, and they're slower and weaker than Luffy. It's not inconsistent at all. I know, man. I'm just trying to say that Krillin is easily Uni Plus or something. Yeah, no, I got you. I'm not telling you that like the values are wrong. I'm just saying you can actually get him to go much higher. He did dodge lightning though in Skypiea. I'm surprised he dodged at least in the anime. When he says Luffy's too fast to dodge the guy who is lightning, by the way. By the way, that's relativistic plus. Okay, so you guys are not just talking about that. We're not their prime. Okay, so back to this point right here. So going into like the whole conversation about like multipliers. So it's actually quite simple as to how I reach my conclusion. It's a case of essentially trying to quantify the characters through multipliers, since the multipliers amp speed as well, so you can get an easy value. Essentially, you cannot argue that Luffy isn't light speed, at least by pre-time skip. It's impossible to argue it. I don't care who you are. I don't care what the logic is. You are, in my opinion, being absolutely disingenuous if you believe that Luffy isn't light speed by the end of the pre-time skip. Let's just double check if you're lagging, because, nope, it's not just you. Okay, it's not you. That is because I keep removing the Ethernet cable from my PC so I can play some finals on my PlayStation 5. Let me just reconnect the... Let me reconnect the router so you guys can have it. I am free though. I'm sorry about that, Swornim. I'm sorry about that, man. Is going to get rid of base equals gods and is going to follow the manga more, and the manga follows Toriyama's notes more closely. All that matters is that Musashi from Baki is 400 times lightning speed. Sure. I know, right? I thought you said 3 and it's 130 here. I'm sorry, man. Okay. Stream health should get better in a little bit. But anyway, so back to this. So essentially, you can't argue that Luffy's anything slower than light speed by like pre-time skip. And Luffy has a 10 times amp through second gear in the One Piece Yellow data book that essentially implies that it's just a 10 times amp to like strength and speed. So that means that Luffy using second gear in pre-time skip should be at least 10 times faster than the speed of light. Gear 4 has a several times statement that pushes his body beyond its limits, so several times at the bare minimum is 3, so 3 times 10 equals 30, right? That's how we get those values. So as you can see right here, it says pre-time skip Luffy is 10 times faster than light, assuming that he is post-time skip Luffy should at least be 10 times faster than the speed of light, considering that he called beams of light slow, he dodges them casually, and he should have outscaled his second gear version from pre-time skip. So with second gear, it should be a 100 times light speed, movement speed, combat speed, and then, with gear 4, it should be 300 because 10 times 30 is, 300. So now the thing that people just don't often consider is that One Piece characters do consistently power cliffs themselves. They're consistently becoming more and more powerful. You can clearly tell this with Luffy, especially throughout certain arcs where he just absolutely power cliffs his previous self, like in Wano, where he should be objectively stronger by the rooftop fight than he was against Kaido, since he literally tanks hits from a transformed Kaido that he wasn't able to tank before while using fourth gear. A regular Thunder Bagua knocked one-shot him. Meanwhile, he was able to not only able to more effectively dodge a Thunder Bagua while in base, but then also he also essentially takes more hits from like a hybrid Kaido that, again, if any of them were Thunder Baguas, he should have been knocked out entirely by them, but he wasn't. Until he hit him with a Ragnarok. That did basically knock out Luffy for a little bit. Which means Luffy should have easily surpassed his Gear 4 self from before, which means Luffy should now be about at least 300 times faster than the speed of light when using his base form, and just stacking the 30 times amp from just stacking the 30 times amp from Gear 4 just results him at 9,000 times. I don't use any pixel measurement stuff. It's pretty simple scaling, all things considered. The power needed to destroy the Bleach universe is not uni-level per se, because it's so fragile, just like how destroying a woodchuck is not the same as destroying a brick house. I agree. I can, okay, that I do agree with, right? Not destroying a brick house requires a lot more of an effort. Or destroying an entire concrete building requires more effort than destroying a building that's held together by like duct tape, which essentially is the Bleach first. What is the title, bro? One of my mods today is going to be arguing, or at least debating people on stream. If you want to debate, he's basically debating anybody who wants to debate him on stream, whether or not Black Clover is universal, multiversal, 5D, 9D, all that stuff. If anybody wants to do that, if you had to scale Fairy Tail based on what I showed you, would you give them Lightspeed based on the Sting stuff? I think I would need a bit more information. I think I would just need a bit more context from the entire series to give you a proper reaction, you know? Do you consider reaction speed as Lightspeed feats? Just asking. If you can react to a beam of light, if you can dodge it, yeah, I think you can dodge. I think your reaction speed would be at least Lightspeed. So we're talking about Black Clover now. Bolt 6 is going to be talking about Black Clover. I'm going to just be sitting in the background and just pulling stuff up for people that need to. Duct tape and dreams, basically. Only person in Bleach truly being is the Soul King, considering that he implied to be able to do, but just lacking the drive or intent to do so. Alright, let's read some Blue Lock, a little bit of Centuria, a little bit of us 4 Knights of the Apocalypse, and then we'll move from there. Karasu's main weapon is Shido. Time to blast out this goal load. Oh, come on. He will also debate characters like Asta versus Rimuru, Game Sonic, and Goku. Got you. Shido-chan is finally here. I played with him in the Neo Egotist League, so I know how he and Karasu make a killer duo. We've got to score before Hugo gets here. By my analysis, no matter when or where, Shido is strong and fearsome enough to be exactly who he is. To put it positively, he's a genius at expressing himself, but to put it negatively, he's kind of indiscriminately releases energy to the extent that he ends up influencing those around him. That's why pairing with Shido means being changed or opposing him. That's the only communication possible. He's a demon to test your ego against. I see, so now that I think back, I never managed to have a chemical reaction with Shido. Is it because I adapt to opponents too much? It must be because I devour them to score a goal. But unlike me, Karasu keeps an effective distance from whoever he's working with. Yeah, sup. Approaching and moving away as needed. Merp, sup. To either accept or reject their methods. He's an independent player with a strong sense of balance. His special mindset that can resist Shido's influence is exactly what our team needs right now. Making sense of Shido's powerful drives and imagination to work with him is something only I can pull off since I'm more cool-headed than the others. Although it ain't like I love that part of me. Damn, he's cutting behind us. Having Shido as my pawn, beat Isagi. Will bring out my regime change. Now to smash it, piece of cake. I know you're bad news. I was your master after all. No way, he caught up? If it isn't the speed demon Lokincho. But it's still just a 50-50 dead heat. Whoever touches it first is the winner. No way! Baro took the ball! He ate the bird! Look, he's eating the fucking crow! So hype. It's your cellular explosion, freak. You're replacing Isagi? Huh? As Blue Lock's new king! Baro! Hunted Shido! Shoei Baro with a super goal! Goal! I love this fucking so much. Stealing a pass to Ryusei Shido, he fires off a blistering shot to tie the game. Shohei Baro has thrown down the counterattack gauntlet. He gave up on me as useless and switched to trying to devour Shido since he's the hottest part of the field. Since the hardest part of the field is around Karasu. As the two jokers devour each other, that was sick, but I'm still pissed, Hyena-kun. If you don't like it, then bite back, Cell Exploder. And the one who tamed them both is the new ruler Karasu. Good, keep it up. It's my turn in the spotlight. Is the team stronger than when I was number one? Am I losing my place here? Blue Lock is falling into Karasu's hands. This shit is so good. Okay, guys, don't debate right now. Just wait until about 3 p.m. Just wait about 3. If anything, we could push it up to like 2 p.m. Just let me finish reading some extra chapters. Holy shit, this chapter's long. Loki, Hugo, over here. If you lose here, do you really think you can win the World Cup? Nah, nope, I sure don't. Loki just can't score a suitable goal. Shut up. Hugo's passes just suck. I'm changing our formation. We're making bolder attacks. Show off your gifts. Yes, coach. No need to tell me. Roger. Vivian Hugo knows that being born in the same era and in the same country and meeting Julian Loki was part of his destiny. Nice! Bro, you're just Jappy. Can we agree? Okay. You guys are arguing here. You guys are just debating right now. You guys can just wait a little bit. Sure, it's lonely and walking around the others. This is likely what Camelot's supposed to look like. Bring Gawain, a fox. Scattered Rosie, we're still siding with the fake King Arthur. I'm really not going to go easy. Dare call the King Arthur a fake. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Hail Flame, if you're good enough to show up there for a prophet. She's basically the reason I started watching this shit, by the way. Like I saw this fitted look and I'm like, yeah, I think I fuck with what's her face? Gawain. Are the Knights of the Holy Grail? Our mission is to make the deformed right again. How about I write this deformity here first? What? Oh shit. Said I'm flying. I do fuck with this fit. I do fuck with the fit. We make the deformed right again. Alright. Now this. Eon is a 6'2" black man. I appreciate you thinking I'm 6'2". I appreciate that. Okay, ow. I told you never should have taken a slave child. I'll just get rid of him once I got no use for him. Poor thing. It'd be a kindness. He was sold by his own mother. You hit rock bottom. Now, no amount of struggling is gonna dig him out of that hole. What's the point if he hasn't got a chance at a decent life? Ending it for him is a kindness. Simple as that. I look for work too. I've taken advantage of your kindness for too long. I want to earn my keep and save for Diana's future. Alright, there's a village nearby. Let's find you a job there. We haven't got no need for a kid who can't do a grown man's work. Anybody who can't pull their weight is a burden on the whole village. I'll earn my keep. I'll do anything. Don't look like you could do a full grown man's worth of work. How are we supposed to trust you? If an outsider like you can work like you say, you will have to prove it. How? You see that cave right there? There's an entrance to the mines where we got our iron. Take a gander on the left side. The thing's sealed shut after a cave-in. What I want you to do is move all those rocks by the end of the day. You do that and we'll see about getting you some work. Luckily, it's only about 10 meters deep. The rocks get bigger the deeper you go. That's ridiculous. Even an adult couldn't do that. You're being too harsh on the kid. If he doesn't want to do it, then he doesn't have to. I'll do it. That's one. Honestly, this is pretty easy. Maybe I can do this. He's more than halfway. My arms and legs won't listen to me. Ugh. Keeps getting up. Julian. What? What am I doing? Why am I crawling? Why do I have to such backbreaking work? Just use us. It'll be easy then. You're always saving me when the going gets tough. I haven't been able to do anything on my own like back then. I'm just a kid, you all say. If I never move forward from being a kid, you'll always be worried about me. Julian, take care of my baby. You entrusted me with this, so I'll do it on my own. It only means something because I'm the one doing it. Hey, that's enough, isn't it? Let him off the hook. The poor boy's just a child. You lot started this. Be quiet and watch. Be quiet and watch. I moved the rocks. Sorry. Turns out you're a full-grown man and then some. That's your reward for the work you've done. From now on, you're one of us. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, that's so sweet. All right. Mira, you can rest while you watch us. Angval. She's crawling. Oh, that's amazing, Diana. You've even better at it than Julian. That's just mean. Even you're laughing at me. Sorry, it's just, it was so mean-spirited, especially after you work so hard. I can't believe the two of them. This is so nice. The waters shall never harm you, right? That lying octopus. Wow, I wonder what this black smoke stuff is. I'm pretty sure it's not anything that'll do us any harm. Answer octopus ink. Ah, there we go. Cool. This is Mary, the sweat nurse for Diana. She takes care of her while I work. This is Mary's husband, Joseph. He's, wow, Mary and Joseph, I'm crying. He's my workmate. He's a good man who treats me as his equal. We're tasked with chopping firewood for the village. It's nice working in the forest. The air is fresh and the scenery is beautiful, and the animals and plants are all thriving and full of life. I enjoy working and I feel fulfilled. Exciting, isn't it? Oh, you know, the kid's the same age as Diana, right? They're gonna be best friends in the future for sure. I can't wait to see how they'll grow up. Me neither. Julian, I brought your lunch. Let's eat together. Thanks. It's all right. Have you noticed anything unusual about the forest recently? You're looking into the forest again? Nothing up. It's as peaceful as ever. Well, I say peaceful, but I guess we can't know for sure. The continent is 8 parts wood and forest, but we stick to the outskirts of the firewood and hunting. No one knows what goes in there further, in their depths. Pop once warned me about it. The depths of the forest are a vast unknown. It's a sacred domain for the gods and being beyond our comprehension. No man who steps foot there can ever return. It'd be quicker to ask my pops directly, but an age has muddled his mind and he's always hiding in the forest. Seems I've tried to visit him several times. He wanted nothing to do with me. See if I can arrange for you to meet him. That's great. Why are you investigating the woods, Angval? The king himself requested it be done. It's my duty and honor to see it through. The king I serve under, he's ruled this country for over 100 years. 100 years, how's he lived that long? I don't know. He's been protecting this country throughout his reign by using some mysterious godlike power. The citizens hail him as the supreme lord. Godlike power. One of his close aides is a prophet who supports him from the shadows. She has foreseen his majesty's death. Darkness will engulf the world in flames. Harbinger of your downfall, yours guiding star shall fade and lead to your demise. Night shall fall upon the land. He must seek. We must seek and destroy this calamity. Should you fail, you will be the one to be destroyed. I shall appear within forest. They're going through the trouble of searching the forest when they don't even know if the prophecy is true. They do know the prophetess's predictions have never been wrong. The king has tremendous trust in her. When I was very young, the king saved me and my family. I am forever indebted to him. That's why I became a soldier to serve the king and my country. And you have investigated the forest all by yourself? Of course not. I'm not the only one tasked with this mission. You're using the numbers to advantage. All the country's scholars and soldiers are investigating various parts of the forest regarding this prophecy. If you never notice anything strange, let me know. Pops, Angval is here to ask about the woods. What's that? The woods? Yeah, they heard strange tales about them since long ago. Such as, can you tell me them? Sir, are you alright? I'm fine. Fairies, monsters, evil spirits, witches, and those sort of tales. People make them up to understand what they don't know. True or not, I can't say. All I know is that there's no reason to get involved with beings. If we leave them alone, we can coexist in peace. You shouldn't go poking around the forest all reckless like. Joseph, is that a JoJo reference? Type shit. It is a reference. If you had lost devil fruit in your own hockey, how long would you last in One Piece, and where do you stop? I'd probably work to like master both the devil fruit and my strongest. I'll probably work my best to like literally. I would probably work my best to like literally work through my devil fruit. I wouldn't try to awaken it right away. I would actually try to work through leveling up my hockey like Luffy. I'd probably try to fight as many people as possible. How to take STT, Super Tengen Toppa, Gurren Lagann, Solo's Dragon Ball, including the non-canon Xenoverse? Sure. I don't think that's very much so a hot take. I think a lot of people would actually agree with that. Now that seeing my spoons anywhere, we're going hunting tomorrow. I'll let you know if we see anything. Thanks, Joseph. We'll look at the smile. Sure like the night breeze, right, Diana? Again, there's nothing. Let's head inside. It's getting chilly. Nothing's there, right? And now if I can make head to tails of what you're saying, cut the Cut to the chase. I'm telling you, Joseph is gone. He was taken in by something in the forest. What do you mean taken in by something like a bear? Hell, like if I know. Like hell if I know. He went to check in the traps, the rabbits like that, and that's when it happens. What do I do, Angval? And without Joseph, calm down. It's okay. First, let's organize a search party. Then we can go through the outer edges of the forest surrounding the area. I'll go look in to the depths. I'm going to. No one knows the forest better than me. Someone's gonna disappear. Someone's going to disappear into the woods, right? It's your son Joseph. See, I see. If it's him, then we have nothing to fear. Ever since he was a tyke, I taught him how to survive in the forest. He's alive, I'll tell you, right? Say, ain't that my bow? Your bow is strapped to your back, sir. If I use my powers, I can help. I'm going with you, but absolutely not. Why not? We don't have time to go over this. TT, take Julie and Diana back home and wait there. Okay. Are they gonna be okay? Angvel's gonna come home, right? I don't want to see another child lose their parents. TT, take care of Diana. I'm going with them. Julie, and everything's gonna be okay. A power made for fighting the unknown. Okay. We'll leave it there for now. If you guys want to do you guys just want to start the debate right now? 6, do you want to start the debate right now? We can just do that. Since when do you read Black Clover manga? Since my mod said they were going to start scaling this thing, that's why we're doing this. I don't personally read Black Clover. Should we start the stream? Should we start the debate portion now? Wait till 3. Yuno versus Zoro. I have not read Black Clover to the point I know any of the scaling. It's crazy how Chihiro cooks Skypiea Zoro. Probably. Probably. Garp or Conquest. I don't know how Conquest scales. I do not watch Invincible for power scaling purposes. Six, are you down to... I'm reading Centuria. Conquest scales to like planetary and 3 billion times the speed of light. Got you. Got you. I can, if I use Doriki, I can technically scale Garp off of Luffy. I could probably get him higher than this. Conquest is moon to small planetary and durability wise. Got you. I don't know if I'll be on stream at 4. No, Tamari, we can just start the stream right now, if anything. We can just start the portion of the stream with 6 right now. So if you want to debate 6 live, you're more than welcome to. Since we don't have time, how long till it's 3 for you? It'll be about an hour, a little over an hour and 12 minutes, but we can just start it up right now. Oh, you're in class right now? Well, you can come back later if you want. If I'll be on stream at 4. Yeah, if anything... kill Zoro? Probably. Invisibles, they're supposed to be planetary characters that are not even close to city block level survive attacks from them. It seems you guys just want to see the stream, the debate portion of the stream. Are you down to do it right now, 6, then? If so, then let me just grab my headphones. Let me disconnect this. Kaido versus Zygarde goes fire. I think Kaido blitzes Zygarde because Pokemon scaling is not as high as people seem to think that it is. Okay. I don't think I have enough feats from Green Bull. Fair enough. Pokemon is kind of mid. Yeah, I think so. I think people really overestimate what Pokemon can do because people just make stuff up for it that they never actually do. I don't know. Saying that, like, Arceus has the potency to, like, wipe out the entire planet is crazy. Aang versus Onoki. I would say Onoki dismantles Aang. Arceus solo's your favorite verse? I don't think Arceus solo's One Piece, to be honest. Pokemon over Digimon? I disagree with that 100,000%. How you doing, man? How you doing? How you doing, Lazarus? All right, I'm just gonna start up Discord then. If you guys just want to have the debate right now, we can totally do that. I can oblige for you guys. I think I will. What do you think about of Garp versus Eon? I think that Garp would probably get curb stomped by Eon. I think that Eon has just way too many feats. Eon's boundless outerversal, multi-omniversal plus scaling is just way too far high. Like, even if you give Garp every bit of benefit of doubt and you say that, like, Garp and One Piece characters can probably scale to, like, omniversal or whatever, I don't think that it's powerful enough for Eon. Like, Eon just solos all of fiction by just turning off his TV or screen, by just closing the book. I can start at 2, but I want to get Lapis in here with me at 4, so... yeah, if anything, if we're still... We can always just wait back up for Lapis and then come back to it later, too. Pokemon over Digimon? If we're talking power-wise, no. If we're talking popularity-wise, yeah. Dorothy, the characters from Avatar The Last Airbender aren't really that strong. Arceus got carried by statements. Arceus doesn't even get carried by statements. It's being carried by what people perceive he's capable of doing. How far does Eon get into Fairy Tail? Eon solos the entire verse. It ends up having a harem with every adult female character that looks extremely attractive. He gets stepped on by all of them. Actually, no. Eon gets soloed by every female character that can step on him. That is also above the age of 18. Actually, no. Age of 20. Actually, no. Age of 25. Let's say that. Aren't you married? No, I have a girlfriend. She doesn't mind the jokes. I can promise you she doesn't mind the jokes. I mean, I just want to make sure he gets in there at some points for a good period of time. It's fine if we start soon. Yeah, no. I get what you mean. If anything, we can always have the conversation again with when Lapis shows up. I'm sure that we'll have more people show up on stream as the day goes. Don't you have a human heart? Do I have a human heart? Maybe. Eon gets leash diffed by the first girl he meets. I do not get leash diffed by the first girl I meet. Eon stops at Brandish. Eon 100% does not stop at Brandish. Eon curb stomps all the girls. Eon makes all the girls fall in love with him for how powerful he is. Eon versus Muhammad Ali. I'd probably get my teeth rocked in. I'm not gonna lie. Muhammad Ali would probably fuck me up. Sukuna versus Dofi. I'll put it like this: if Sukuna can land a world-cutting slash, he wins. But if Dofi is anything faster than the speed of light, which I've argued many times before, he probably just blitzes it. Eon solos fiction, me upscale. Type shit. You guys don't get this, but like we as real living people unironically solo all of fiction. That I got no idea, honestly. So you'll be in voice chat at 4? Alright, I guess we're not doing this at 4 then. Fuck it. Can't just use strings to reattach himself? Not if he gets cut entirely in half. Not if he gets cut entirely in half. I don't think Dofi, if he gets his heart slashed into pieces, does it. No, at 210. Oh. No, at 210? Alright, got you. So we'll wait around a little bit more. Is there anything you guys want to talk about for like the next like 20 minutes? Eon versus Bulma. Oh, I curb stomp Bulma and I curb stomp Vegeta too. They're not stopping me. You don't want all the girls to fall in love. Half of them are into torture. I'll have them torture the girls that I don't want anything to do with at the moment. Is speed the only thing in power scaling? It's not. Speed isn't the only thing in power scaling, but in many cases it is the thing that basically stops. Eon is 10C and can run at 2 meters per second. Fuck you. Just need to grab a few more scans. You're fine. If anything, you can post them on the, if anything, 6, you'll have to post them on, the Discord debates chat, just as a heads up. Speed is the most deciding factor. It usually is a very big deciding factor. Eon versus Steinixos. I don't know. I think Steinixos brings up, did you finish that chapter? I did. I finished the chapter up until the point where, he says he's gonna go inside the forest. Street Fighter 6 trailer. Ingrid, wasn't she like supposed to be canonically like the most powerful character in all of Street Fighter? She's a weirdo. We all know you end up like Urza in chapter 12 of Fairy Tail at the 100-year quest. If you can't react to your opponent, then it's GG's. Basically. I think Steinixos might have it. Eon slaps Steinixos in a debate. I don't think so. I don't know if I have ever really debated him. We only really had like a conversation about Bleach. I don't think so. I don't really like doing debates though, personally. You said Fairy Tail. 100-year quest. Luffy versus Plastic Man. Can Plastic Man stretch as much as Luffy? I'm not sure. Can Plastic Man stretch as much as Luffy? Because Luffy can stretch, like, really fucking far, man. Alright. Come on! Are we being serious here, bruv? Yo! Yeah, this was totally a necessary fucking shot that Hiro Mashima needed to do. Oh, fantastic. Why are they all just wearing bikinis, bro? What is the fucking deal? Fairy tales peak until the fan services make it bad. Yeah, I don't know, man. The fan service makes me laugh more than anything. There's a new chapter. Hey, it's chapter 420 of Rent a Girlfriend. It's chapter 420. Let's see. Let's blaze it, guys. Let's fucking blaze Rent a Girlfriend. That's a cute outfit. Actually, there's a girl I want to tell how I feel. I'm undoubtedly feeling something for him. The library feels like a perfect place for Sumi-chan. Oh, yeah. This is a very cute outfit. Stream isn't lagging? Let's just double check that real quick. Are we still having issues with the stream lag? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Sanji versus Gordon Ramsay cook-off. I think I'd probably give it to a fictional chef over Gordon Ramsay. That's not to say that I don't think Gordon Ramsay's a good chef by any means. Are you trying to get better at scaling? Is there a right way? Rent a trash can. Rent a self-insert. Gordon Slam's not gonna lie. I don't know anything about Rent a Girlfriend. I just know that, like, this dude is apparently one of these guys. I don't know if this is, like, the main protagonist. One of these guys is apparently, like, a cuck. He constantly just makes the worst decisions possible. In my heart, you're the only one for me, runaway bride, even if you're the one in far the seas. What a smart man. No, she went doki doki. She went ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. She went doki doki. I don't know what the fuck is happening, Sumi-chan. You have a nosebleed. What did he say? I'm always gonna love you, La La Land. The next is, without you, today's emotions are but a scurf of yesterday's. What, Sumi-chan? You have a nosebleed? Hey, Sumi-chan! By the way, this is basically my girlfriend. She gets, like, very doki doki about, like, me hitting her with lines. It's so funny. Rent a self-insert is crazy. I don't know what happens in that manga, dude. I have no idea what the fuck goes on in that manga. I just, every week or so, I just see it right here. I recognize it's someone, so I just click through the pages. I don't even really know, like, what's going on in the story. Okay, what were you guys asking me, though? Okay, so, Netaruki. There's no... I don't want to say that there's, like, a right and wrong way to power scale, because I don't want to make it seem like power scaling has to be, like, some form of objective correctness or not. The thing that you want to take into consideration when it comes into power scaling is just making sure that when you develop a claim, whatever the claim might be, it doesn't matter what your claim is, depending on what it is. All it matters is that you have a comprehensive, well-rounded argument for whatever it is that you're using, right? I personally think that the most well-rounded arguments are the ones that essentially require you, the scaler, to make an argument that is both as comprehensive as possible, but also shut up. You want an argument that it's both as comprehensive as possible, but you also want it to flow into itself, right? You don't want, at least in my opinion, a power scaling argument, a claim, whatever it is that you're trying to push. You do not want it to be something that is based entirely on your interpretation of what is happening within the context of the series. You want to have at least some level of objectivity when it comes to an argument. And that's not to say that there's like true objectiveness when it comes to power scaling, but in some senses, there is at least enough information. There should be at least enough information to where you can sit here and say, even if you view it as an interpretation, it is an interpretation that can be completely fair within the context of the story. I do not have a boyfriend. It is one of those things that I do feel like you want to go, at least in my opinion, as close to, you want to at least argue from as close to the writer's extent as possible in order to have the most consistent basis for your scaling, right? I would say that if you want to be better at scaling, just read a series. Just sit down, read a series, and maybe even catalog exactly what it is, some of the feats, some of the statements, and exactly what you think is happening within the series, and what you think the author is trying to entail. Just keep in mind that the right scaling is the one that agrees with me. Everything else is bias and agenda. Shit. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, Nedaruki, I would say it's alright. We know you want a girlfriend. You just see her and think she's real. That's fucking crazy. I'll have my girlfriend maybe show up on stream one day and she can talk to you guys. I know for a fact you motherfuckers are gonna say, when did Eon get a voice changer? I'm just basing this off of Luffy having stretching limits. Got you. At the end of the day, for those of you, fan service is integral to Fairy Tail. You just can't have one without the other. Ah, yeah, sure. I'm sure that Fairy Tail requires the fan service. It's integral to the plot. You can't sit here and tell me that Fairy Tail would be the same. So I'll hop on after I finish it. Yeah, take your time, Six. Eat your food. Don't rush it. Well, whenever you're ready to hop on, we'll do it. Wait. Then why do you quite the issue with calcs if there's no wrong way? Here's the thing. I don't tell people that they're wrong for using calcs. She'll be AI, let's be honest. It's not gonna be AI. You fucking asshole. My dad versus your dad, the ultimate versus debate. That's what all power scaling is though, bruh. Like, that's what it all is. Okay, so I think what you meant is why do I have the issue? Why do you have quite the issue with calcs if there's no wrong way? Well, that's more so of a metric, right? Your body pillow can't speak, Unk, is crazy. When I say that there's no wrong way of power scaling, I do mean it. And the difference here is that calcs are a metric, just how my metric, my low-end scaling, is also a metric. Everybody has different metrics by which they power scale. I don't have an issue with calcs from a perspective of, like, me thinking that they're wrong. I have an issue with them from the perspective that I don't believe that in the same way that my scaling still uses interpretation to an extent, I don't believe that calcs are an objective way of scaling either. I don't believe that calcs, especially unless they are quantified by the author or confirmed by the author, are a metric by which you as a scaler can say it is accurate, it is more accurate or more definitive than any other metric out there. My issue with calcs doesn't come from the fact that, you know, they are different than what I used to scale. It comes from the fact that people believe that they are the only way of scaling, and I actually push back against that. If you want to scale with calcs, I don't think there is an inherent issue with that. But if you're going to sit there and tell somebody that they're objectively wrong because they don't use calc, that's when I do have an issue with it. You don't need to use calcs in order to develop a debate of any kind. You don't need to use calcs in order to say a character is X amount strong. You can also just use what's written within the context of the story or what it is at the very least implied. If you want to use calcs, that's more than fine with it, but if we're going to have, let's say, a discussion or a back and forth between something, we'll never reach a consensus, and I think there's no point in having a debate or a conversation if we're using two different forms of scaling, which at that point means it's just you and I just telling each other that our metrics are right, while not being able to, agree with it in the slightest bit. Boiled buffalo wings is crazy. Have you guys ever tried, like, the hottest wings that Buffalo Wild Wings serves? They are pretty fucked up, I'm not gonna lie. I remember having them a while back and thinking like I could handle it, bro. That shit put a hole in my fucking intestines. Like, real talk. He clearly is making V-break cards. By that logic, the statement is just debunked. Okay. If my calculator is saying 8 plus 9 equals 17, Luffy is multiversal. Yeah. If you plug it all into math, would you consider the interpretation scalars as, like, one of the no-go ways of... Consider the interpretation of scalars as, like, one of the no-go ways of scaling? I don't think that there's exactly, like, a no-go way of scaling besides, like, just taking everything hyper literally. I don't personally enjoy the higher tiered metas If 77 plus 33, my coffee table solo's One Piece. I don't think that the joke entirely works unless you put equals something, but yeah. Forgot to write 100. You know that 77 plus 33 doesn't equal 100, right? Maybe that was part of the joke. I'm not sure. The only interpretations I don't like for any series are the hyperbolic, hyper literal statements like Kurama can solo the world, Kaguya weaved her dimensions together. I think they were probably trying to make a joke that like his coffee table doesn't solo. You still haven't denied that you would end up like Urza. So anyway, so I think that like the only things that like are taken hyper specific and hyperbolic statements that are taken hyper specifically, Naruto and the lag of vague statements. Exactly. I don't really like vague statements being taken too hyper literally, especially without something to properly back them up. I think that's an inherent issue. 7 plus 3 equals 10, so 77 plus 33 is 100, bro. It's basic math. I think you're being facetious, but yeah, I don't think you're inherently right, unless my scientific calculator right here is wrong. Yeah. Don't look back. How the Mario Maker community solved Don't Look Back. What needs to change in the current TCG format? The calculator is government propaganda made by Emu himself. True, you're right. Oh, I need to update the calculator. My DCTR said I am dyslexic. What the hell? Whatever that means. Uh-huh. King's not even a liar. He's never once lied. People just misinterpret everything he says. Yeah. Holy shit, B-Bounce. Thank you so much. Thank you for the big $10 dono. Holy shit. From what I've seen, I think Black Clover is high into Universal and likely above it, but not multiversal Bleach. Not multiversal like Bleach is. Dragon Ball is, but there is nothing that implies Black Clover is. Thank you so much for the 10, guys. Can we please get some W's for Bounce? Can we please get some W's for them? Please, please, please. Beyond Solo's Eon's wallet? I mean, he just helped out my wallet. He just gave my wallet a big buff. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Okay. Once, I will be in the general... When the fuck did you guys post this bullshit? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, so I have to invite to voice chat, and we have to see more, so then we'll, search for friends? No. Okay, so we'll do it like this. Next time I donate some beans to Eon, he doesn't need enough. No, don't donate beans to me. Urza is Eon's true battle? Alright. Okay, so we'll have a waiting room here. I will, invite to server. We will, edit invite link. We'll have it set up for the next hour. We'll set it up for no limit for now. Wait, no, we're not doing that. Invite to server. Wait, not this. We'll copy. Okay, hey, what's up, Chakra? How you doing, man? What do you think would happen if Sugar user Hobby no Mi on Emu? Imagine over 800 years of history being erased from everyone's minds. That would be crazy. Yo, I don't think she'd be powerful enough, but that would be crazy. Like, Emu just straight up gets wiped out, just gets soloed by her just touching him once with her devil fruit. Imagine, like, Oda does bring back Sugar, and she does touch Emu at some point in the series, and then Emu just overpowers her devil fruit with Haki. That would be crazy. Alright, since y'all keep throwing around, I'll be reading that shit in a week and write a whole essay debunking this shit. The thing that you take the high-end statement of Whitebeard destroying the planet as literal when Sengoku meant people and society as a whole. Do you have an objective statement from the person who wrote it, in this case Oda, that they meant society? Because if you're telling me society, I can quite literally just say you have to prove to me that your interpretation of the word is right, and not the planet being literal. It's just a matter of interpretation. You can view it as however you want. I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm just saying you have to prove that he meant society and not the planet. You kind of have to go. Yeah, you kind of have to prove the basis that it's that. I don't really care to, and I don't. And unless it's just one of those cases, yeah, Sugar got overpowered. That would be insane. That's what I'm saying. It would just have to be one of those cases of you literally proving to me that the intention for the word being used is society, which I would have no objective reason unless you have like an actual statement or something implying that it is. Yeah, if Sugar got overpowered, that would be insane. Sekai equals society world. Okay, so it can mean both. So again, if unless you have some objective evidence that implies that the person who wrote it, Oda, meant society, it can mean whatever it means. I'm fine with it meaning society. I'm fine with it meaning world. I don't personally really care. You have to prove to be, if you're telling me that it has to be society, you have to prove that it's society. Not just give me the definition that it could be one or the other, because if it could be one or the other, I could just believe whatever I want. The hell is this? Give it 1 second, guys. We'll, when Six ends up joining up.
Oh, yeah. Maybe it was...
Shut up! Blew this bubble!
Wait a second.
Who blew this bubble?
What the fuck?
So, nobody knows.
Maybe it was...
Shut up! You may not know it, cowboy, but we got a rule around here about blowing bubbles.
All bubble blowing babies will be senseless by every... That's crazy. Well, think about it like this. Again, you could be entirely right with the way you're interpreting it. I'm not telling you that you're wrong. I'm not telling you that I disagree. It was an amazing edit, by the way. I agree. I'm not telling you that you're wrong, and I'm not telling you that it has to be world. I'm just saying, unless you have an objective reason, an objective piece of evidence, it could either be interpreted as either one or the other. It doesn't have to be just one. The Nintendo eShop has a major problem. Yeah, it's a bunch of fucking random shit that doesn't matter. Only the things that don't matter are even remotely affordable, and everything else is extremely fucking expensive because Nintendo doesn't actually lower their prices for their mainline games. It's low-key in reference to Universe. You should see the One Piece, the Invincible versus Conquest second fight. I'll check it out on my own time, because if I check it out here, I'm gonna get demonetized. Emu versus that once Vice Admiral Granny who rides and fully controls you. You mean Bluegrass? I think Emu could probably push it away. What the fuck is this? Direct floodgate support? While you have 5 cards in your spell and trap card zone, any battle damage either player takes is halved. Also, once per turn, you can activate 1 continuous trap. The turn was set. During the style invite phase, reveal 5 continuous traps with different names in your deck. Your opponent randomly picks 1 for you to set. Also, shuffle the rest. That's so dumb. Why are they giving trap cards more buffs? Can you react to Modulo, a critical diatribe? Modulo, a critical diatribe? Sure. 6, let me know when you're ready. A critical diatribe. SpongeBob sucked the whole sea with a vacuum cleaner, which is continental level. Sure.
Part 1. Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo is a manga spin-off written by Gege Akutami following his hit shonen series Jujutsu Kaisen. Modulo follows a political struggle between Sumerian aliens looking to occupy Earth as a new home, specifically Japan. Modulo serves as an almost continuation of the events after the Culling Games. This series was made with the intent of being a short story serialized across 6 months. After the many struggles of producing the original series, Akutami wanted a less burden on creation and assisted Yuji Awasaka as his illustrator. Modulo has been part of popular Twitter discussions since its release with multiple comparisons. It's divisive, happily coined Disney Kaizen ending is just a foregone conclusion of Akutami's writing. In the original series, Akutami never stopped at bad writing, but in his spin-off, it feels like he has accepted himself for who he is. He was always a bum, he was never solid, he was never that guy. And that's okay. Modulo is not a good story, and we're going to explore exactly why
is it
it's
not a
not
good
with a
story?
variety of topics. But first, I need to cover a couple things. If you
Okay.
like Modulo and Akutami's writing style, there is absolutely nothing with that. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with
SpongeBob
that. And I celebrate
group
you. Just like my
alien
Wano
mixed
video,
itself
this is
with
my
the
general
whole
opinion
fucking
resulting
ocean.
from how I believe the quality of the
Loon
writing
Star
is.
Defense
The
6
tone
has
of this
high
video will be
power
pretty rude
scaling
toward
than-
Akutami, but I
has
wanna
higher
respect
power
him as a
scaling than
writer,
Naruto is
because
crazy.
We all know none of us could actually write JJK. The last note is that Modulo does not affect JJK's quality either. This is for a good amount of reasons, but simply put, I don't think Modulo is as canon as we think. Alright, what do I mean? I tried my best to research for this video, and my conclusion is evident. The canonicity of Modulo will be beyond challenge because of
Okay, it's Akutami. It's been a while. While serializing JJK, I received several offers for spin-off written by others. However, because the manga is a medium where things can easily get out of control, I was afraid of the title spreading in ways I couldn't manage, so at the time I couldn't accept those offers. But when this particular offer came in, and I thought about how I wanted to expand the main story, delve deeper into the setting, or even shift eras entirely, I realized that if it were set in a parallel line, it could open the door to many different projects. This became the spark that gave the rights to Mojudo, which originally didn't even have a single concrete idea, and after numerous planning meetings, it finally came to life. This will be a short-term serialization of about a half a year if it doesn't get axed, collected in roughly 3 volumes. The artist is incredibly talented,
Akutami's note and intentions. To me, it seems like Akutami wanted an alternative story rather than a direct continuation to many main events. No matter what direction I imagine, Akutami seems to be avoiding adding to the main story and trying to create some extra Jujutsu content. Because Modulo isn't exactly canon to me, I can give Akutami some grace with the variety of plot points. Think of Attack on Titan and then Attack on Titan Schoolcast. More of like a parallel story that isn't exactly a one-to-one or a direct continuation.
But it is a direct continuation, though. Like, there's no there's no argument here you could probably make up to try and convince anybody else that, like, oh well, it isn't technically a continuation of the story, when we know for a fact that Yuka and I always forget his name, Tsuguri, where they're basically literally the grandchildren of 2 characters. Yuji Itadori, the main protagonist of the first series, literally shows up, it still references characters to the past. Nobara's still in it. You know, I don't know, man. It's just weird.
And also give Akutami a lot of credit for having a compelling concept of an alien invasion. I have to also add, fuck all the political commentary with refugees or xenophobia or whatever. A story touch.
How do you scroll down to other servers? You just scroll with the wheel. Just scroll with the wheel, bro. We're doing it in the second server. Yes, we're doing it in the second server. I'm inside the server right now. Yo, I'm going to fucking timeout Thine, bro. If I ever see Thine again in the server, I'm timing him the fuck out for like a week. For this bullshit. Let it be known right now. If I ever fucking see Thine again in my fucking server, I'm timing him out for like a week. Off rip, bro. Off fucking rip. And Bob! Bob's also getting it now. God damn it. What is this? Oh yeah, that's that server. I left this server. Can I get an invite? Sure. Actually, let me just develop the, let me just put up the... Alright, guys! We're gonna start the, debate soon. We're about to start the debate in a little bit. You guys can, use this Discord link to join the server. Please just sit in the waiting room. Do not join. Anyone who would like to debate 6 in this matter is more than welcome to join. All you have to do is just sit around in the waiting room. I will let you in one by one based on order of who comes in first or who would like to talk. And you guys can post your scans on this portion right here. Pin the message. Yes, sir. Let's pin the message. All right. There we go. Let's also switch to live chat so that everyone can see. Yeah. Me versus Eon on Jujutsu, less monkeys versus Saiyan. Saiyan monkeys. I think the Jujutsu-less monkeys would probably lose to the Saiyan monkeys, considering Jujutsu-less monkeys have no fucking powers. Alright. Whoa. Okay. You don't need to, you don't need to join the voice channel yet. You can step out for just a second. You can come back in a little bit later, and I'll let you guys know, when you guys can start joining in. Yep. Hey, what's good, Six? What's good? What's good, man? I didn't ban Thine. Thine wanted to leave the server. It's okay to admit Majulo is garbage. Why do we need to not be honest here? You can dislike Majulo. That is fine. I don't really care if you dislike it or think it's garbage. That's all completely reasonable. I just think that this guy saying that it's not canon to him is kind of weird, considering that it is literally a direct continuation of JJK. I'm not going to disregard the entire video for it, but I do think it's a little bit weird to say that a series that is a direct continuation of a series is not canon to the series. Anyway, how you doing, Six?
I'm doing pretty good. What about you?
I'm having an okay morning, or I guess I should say afternoon. Nothing crazy, man. But yeah, no, just happy to have you here. Really excited to have some content.
I'm ready to debate.
You're
Like, let me promote my shit in
For sure.
servers this week.
Yeah, for sure.
So we can get more people in here. Hold
up. Yeah, you can post it on whatever server you want, and if you'd like, you can express what your position is. I can write it down on my document. I can write down my document so that we can always go back and like go through your position. Right here.
I mean, it would just be the same thing we wrote down yesterday, but I'll also do versus debates with Asta.
Okay.
With like team characters.
No, for sure. I just want to have something up here so that if anybody wants to know like what your position is, as they're joining in, if they want to debate later, we can just have it already there for you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So Six's claims. Do you have multiple claims or do you have one?
I have multiple because I'll debate on Universal Plus, Multiversal Plus, 5D 60, just like anything from Universal Plus to like 60 is
Clover
fun to debate on.
is Universal Plus to 60. Okay. And then you said Asta versus Rimuru?
Rimuru, Game Sonic, and Goku, yeah.
Beats Game Sonic, Rimuru, and which version of Goku? GT, Super, Z?
Super. I think GT slams, so like
Super. Okay, perfect. So these are your claims, which are fine enough. Okay, there we go. And then we'll just switch to that, just to not wrap it up. Okay, if you guys have anything that you would like to, again, you guys are more than welcome to start showing up on server if you'd like to. Since we have Swarnim joining up first, Swarnim, if you'd like to, let me know if you're actually ready, by the way. Black Clover, Eon's covering series outside of the big three is surprising. It's not that surprising. I covered JJK too. There is a sizable group of people considering Boruto as non-canon, so it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, that's true. Okay. He said I asked Tabata himself. Trust me, bro. Yo, Six. They asked Tabata themselves. What do you think?
oh shit, that's crazy, bro.
That's crazy, bro. What if Tabata did say like, oh, Black Clover doesn't scale past planetary? What if Tabata does say that?
Fuck Tabata.
Fuck the author, right?
Dude, there's definitely author for a reason.
Death of the author is crazy. All right. Am I dead? No. You're more than welcome to show up. You're more than welcome. Whoever wants to come into the chat first, it's basically like, first come first serve. If anybody wants to join the chat right now so that they can start this conversation, any of you are more than welcome to. We'll start off whenever somebody joins up and wants to chat. Can Asta defeat those Magic Girls demons? I have no clue. Xi Jinping, raise your voice. What planetary feats does Black Clover have? Would you like to present some, Six? You can post them in the scans. So I'm pretty sure this ain't main DC group. I thought I came here for free. Yeah.
Wait, are they asking for planetary feats?
Yeah, they're asking for planetary feats for Black Clover.
Well, I didn't grab any scans for planetary shit, but I can just say it off the top of my head.
Can you, do you know, like, chapters? I can pull them up, if anything.
Well, I don't know the exact chapter number. Here, I'll just say the feats.
Okay.
So basically, Lucifer is stated to be able to destroy the planet, and Conrad's meteor is also just stated to be able to destroy the planet.
Do you know the chapter, like the range of like where the chapters could show up, like
for Conrad, it's in the Black Clover movie, so there's no chapter for that. But
for Lucifero, doesn't he show up like around 260?
Yes. Or no. Around
Or actually, it's
315.
315.
315 is where he shows up.
315. Okay, so
315 is
315
where
onward.
where he's in blob form.
Let's pull up
And where
this
Oscar
real
Devil
quick.
Union.
Oh yeah, I peeped them, sworn him. It's completely fine. No, this is not for the main chat. But if you guys, if anyone that has joined the link would like to debate six at any point, you're more than welcome to. Okay, so let's just start clicking through because you said he shows up around 315. So there's Devil Union, Fourth Sword, Demon Slasher. We weren't chosen by man, and so we'll make our own choices. Demon Slasher, Infinite Slash, Equinox. Okay. Who chooses what to cut? It's a katana doesn't cut what it wants to protect. What you really did it this time, Asta. Fantastic. Just what I expected, you know. Asta, are you all right, Patry? Yeah. Okay, so he does show up. So it was you, the fool, who kept me from manifesting completely. Okay. The king, the devil's king. Lechita, do you remember me? You're the one who killed Lechita. Why would I know you? Scum that doesn't even have a single shred of magic. The unforgivable ones are you. Okay, the magic is astronomical. Everybody's gonna... Asta, I want to take this guy down no matter what. Right, Devil Union. Don't be stupid. He tries to cut. So there's somebody who can move inside Lucifero's powers and has no magic to begin with. He's an odd one. Doesn't matter how incredible this guy's magic is. We'll take him down with the 4 minutes of Devil Unit we got left. Blocks the attack. It won't move. How dare you. Garbage. Sends him flying. Lucifero's magic is beyond amazing, and so are his physical skills. Even if he's not complete, an ant can't beat an elephant no matter how strong or weird it is. Rouge's powers saved us barely, but we're out of magic now. Captain's getting weaker and weaker. We managed to rescue him, but all we did was get closer. It feels like we'll be crushed if he pays little or no attention to us. We're finished. Just by existing, he forces all creation to its knees, people, spells, and even fate. So this is the king of devils. All he did was punch me, but man, that was rough. My eyes won't focus. Damn, hurry and get up. Fight. Don't waste time.
This is the universal statement for multiplus.
He forces all creation to its knees?
No.
Let us play.
Good.
Keep going? Okay.
Just by spells, people, and even fate, just by existing, he forces all creation to his knees. So he scales above all spells, which includes Glamour World,
Okay.
which is multiversal plus in size.
There's this high gravity where Captain Class Knights, and even we couldn't fight without the support of real spell. Okay, he's a monster. Hee-haw, bring it on. They try to attack him. I guess he's blocking all of their attacks. He won't burn. I can't cut this guy. What? Overwhelming. Pointless. Sends her flying. Cool. Grabs him by the face. Blitzes. Blasts. Pointless. Grabs. Welcome to the world of dreams. Pointless. They're captains and they can't even touch him. What kind of a power is that? I can't tell this guy. There's nowhere we can beat him. This mere idea of lowly humans challenging me to battle disgusts me. You should be despairing and prostrating yourselves. Damn. Sorry, but no can do. No matter how far beneath you we are, we've been granted the title of strongest. Twitch. Like you could ever understand how awesome the Grand Magic Knights are. Cool. Swing. I missed. You filthy brats. Trash, magicless scum, my body, you. Ugh. Okay, he keeps getting attacked. Anti-magic works on Lucifero. Protect Asta. Help him. Okay, move it out of my way. I just can't let a kid peasant show me up like that. I, a royal, learned something from that peasant. Anyone can fight those who are far above them. Silence. Holy shit. Just whack them away. I'm looking forward to Asta's future as a magic knight, as my prey. Be quiet, you irritate me. Disappear. Okay. The mansion's magic was the only reason they could fight. They hung on longer than I expected, but I guess they were only human after all. If it's him, he's the cause of all of this. That filthy brat die. Yo, bro really brought out the dogs to step on Asta. I'm crying. What the fuck? I just came here. Glamour World is multiversal inside. What the fuck is this lie? You can debate 6 if you want. There's a link up for Discord right now. That you can come in and enjoy. Yeah,
Join the Discord and debate me.
You're more than welcome to join. Yeah. You finally owe me one, Asta. Oh, nice. Cool. Glamour World is a hack's feat of Lucifero's ability to bring people to his knees refers to him fucking increasing the gravity. Again, you guys can just come in and have a conversation. We already did it the past 6. Well, you can have it live now. The planetary statement is at 263. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We never got to a conclusion. You can't get to a conclusion right now. I'm going to save this panel, though. This is pretty cool, just so I can get more Black Clover covers. So, unfortunately, they're not colored. Asta, who are you? An intruder? Devils, 4 of them. He had more devils. This
if we never
man
got to
is
a
a devil
conclusion, then
host.
you can join up and we can debate, and then we can get to a conclusion.
Yeah. I believe I'm qualified to attend this meeting as well. He's a vice captain. He belongs to the Black Bulls. He's been in the Spade Kingdom spying, although I didn't know he was a devil host either. The Black Bulls vice captain, a spy in the Spade Kingdom. The Yami's brigade, the vice captain, could be literally anyone, but this guy, I've seen him before. Hey, aren't you? But your magic was, that man is gone. Now, then, we're short on time. I'd like to move on to the main topic. To that end, preparations for the ritual of the advent of the Clyfoth. As you are aware, the Spade Kingdom intends to open a gate to the underworld. Are no doubt underway at the Spade Kingdom. Yami and Vengeance will serve as the core of the ritual as a sacrificial offerings. From this point on, over 7 days, the advent of the Clyfoth will begin. 7 levels, 7 gates will open gradually. Inside are 10 devils matched to the Clyfoth in separate locations. The deeper the level, the stronger the devils. The upper levels are the equals of the Dark Triads. The lower levels are even more powerful. And in the final devil, Lucifero emerges. This world is finished as the catalyst for the advent. Yami and Vengeance will die as well. Conversely, the gate will fully open. They will both, until the gate opens, they will both be alive. So he's saying that the world is finished as soon as Lucifero shows up. Got it. This man, he acquired all this information by himself from the very heart of the enemy's territories, its most dangerous area. Why would a Dark Triad do something that dangerous? Probably no reason we could understand. As the Magic Knight Brigade members, we've seen far too much of it already, haven't you? Scum who hurt others without a second thought for the sake of their own desires. Trash who feel no sense of guilt as they themselves benefit. These are paragons of that breed. What they are, I don't care. I don't even want to understand. Illogical, evil, they're the type I hate the most. Even if God and the devils forgive them, I never will. That said, I can't defeat the Dark Triads. I know my own limits, and I can't do my best, but no more. And so, I'm going to make him our ultimate warrior. Anti-magic holds that potential. 3 days from now, the gate of the underworld will open. Before it, we'll retake Yami and Vengeance. Destroy the Tree of Clyfoth. To that end, we'll build an entire forest around Asta, made up of those with the potential to defeat a devil and mount on an assault to the Spade Kingdom. This time, it's our turn to strike. Okay, so the world is finished if Lucifero is brought in. Okay, so Lucifero is a threat that at least threatens the world itself. Okay, Swornim, do you wish to have a conversation or no? Oh, you guys are just having a back and forth about JJK, I guess.
Yeah, if anyone wants to debate, they can come up now.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to come up now if you would like. No human or alien has researched sub or speed. As stated in the manga itself, you only reach a sublight speed at its fastest. Yeah. Would you like to also provide more evidence, Six, for your scaling?
Well, I wanted to kind of say that to the debate, but if you want, I can explain the higher metas for Black Clover since I won't be debating them since they're too fucking complicated.
Okay, that's completely fine. Let me know
All
when you
right,
start
so
uploading stuff. Yeah, I'll close some.
first off, magic power increases both speed and power linearly. We see that with Zora's spell, which increases magic power. That increases the speed of a spell and the attack potency of a spell.
Okay.
Because we also see it get reflected back at the elves who send a combo attack and they just can't react to it at all. They say it's too fast. And Zora also, when reflecting it back, says it's too fast, despite being able to react to it before.
Can you post the scans in the chat?
Yes, I can.
Rennie, if you'd like to, how does Lucifero increasing gravity scale above Glamour World a hack's creation feat? Can Heike conquer the Dark Continent from Hunter x Hunter? Probably. If you'd like to have if you'd like to come in and chat, Rennie, you're more than welcome to. That way you can. That way Six can just post the scans on stream. Couldn't Lucifero be interpreted as a threat to all life on the planet and not actually destroying the planet itself? You could also interpret it as such. Okay. Provide the evidence. Yeah. Okay. So, compound magic, elemental quintet. Let's see. You idiots, the lady bought you time with her life, and you wasted it. Now, well, now you can all die together. Right, this is the best way to make sure somebody survives. The captain steeled herself and made that decision. Don't you dare waste her sacrifice, you runt. Who said she gets to give up her life or stuff like that? And anyway, I just now steeled myself to make sure all three of us survive. Would you give it a rest, you lousy runt? Even in your black anti-magic form, you can't shake all 5 of those monsters. I know, besides, that form is drawn to massive magic sources, so it's not great for running away. Don't brag about it. How about that? The thing where you doubled magic and bounce it back. Oh, right, for when they all launch spells at the exact same time, like anything that convenient is going to happen, you moron. Okay. Well, check it out. It did. I'll use my counter trap to double it. He's ignoring the force of those spells, and besides, just doubling won't be enough to throw them off. In that case, I'll kick it back towards it, quadruple it. Ooh. So what does this imply, per se? 6? Just join the voice chat, Rennie.
What it implies. So basically, his spell doubles magic power, and in this case, magic power is shown to increase the spell's speed and power.
Would this?
Literally.
So, can I ask a question? Would this not per se only increase based on his own ability, or is it like a blanket for everybody else? Because it seems to be only, at least in my.
Can you elaborate on that? I don't really get what you mean.
So, okay, so it's easy. You see how it says that, like, I'll use my counter trap to double it, right? So he's saying that he'll use this specific spell to double its power, its speed, etc., and, like, sling it right back. So then he sends it back. Asta hits it, knocks it back, and then he's quadrupling its power so that he can do it once more, right? So, do you think it's a case of only being this specific spell, or do you think it's a case of, like, just any magic whatsoever anyone can do?
Well, it just stated the spell increases magic power. It's not stated it increased like speed and
Okay.
power.
Okay, I
which
must have
means
misinterpreted.
an increase to magic power has to be an increase to both speed and power linearly.
Okay. Even Asta has a black blade. He ain't even in One Piece. He just proves that Roger and Rocks are frauds. Thanks for the
Alright,
stream and
so,
screenshot.
Let me keep going real quick.
Yeah.
So basically, because of this, we see, or let me go on a different tangent right now. We see characters go from infinite to inaccessible speed in Black Clover. How I can prove this is Dorothy is able to react to Dimension Slash, which destroys an bare minimum infinite size dimension in finite time, which would make it infinite speed, and her being able to dodge it would be infinite speed. And Conrad in the Black Clover movie is able to move in Lucius's stop time. Or not Julius's stop time, sorry.
Julius's stop
Which
time.
he can only move a little bit, but that would still be infinite speed because he can move in 0 time. And since we see the character, this is like a very basic explanation, but since of the feats, I could add more. But since we see the characters go from infinite to inaccessible speed,
What exactly is the confines for
and
inaccessible
a
speed?
dimensional jump is equivalent to an inaccessible jump in speed, and magic power increases both speed and power linearly. We can get the characters to 5D at bare minimum.
Okay. They said, Rennie says that they don't want to put their voice out there, which I think is completely fine. Rennie, do you want to then debate or at least have a conversation with Six on this? In chat, you're more than welcome to, but if do you have any scans yourself to try to promote your point, please? Six, if you can provide some scans for that's. I thought the feat for Conrad was because of his hacks, not because of his raw power or his raw stats. I don't remember the movie too well when I saw it. So
He doesn't have like anything. He's literally just by himself in Julius's time sphere, and he's able to move in it. There's literally zero proof it has anything to do with hacks.
Let's see. Plants vs. Zombie Fusion might have a higher power scaling than One Piece. 1 second. Julius
Sumerian
versus.
aliens looking to
Oh, come on. Julius.
Yo, can I keep going on my scale? Because
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure, sure. Go ahead, go ahead.
Alright, so basically, let me go on something else right now. So
People.
we know that Xenon's spell spatial domain would be a hyperspace. The way we know this is it's portrayed as a tesseract, and despite it being translated to subspace, despite the primary definition would be hyperspace. So we know since it's a hyperspace and he has access to all the mana within that hyperspace or hyper volume of mana, he would have access to a hyper volume of mana, and with him already being 4D, it would make him 5D.
Can you explain? Okay,
Do you
I'm
want me to
happy.
explain how he's already 4D or what?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Can you provide the scans, please?
Yes. Let me just explain how he's already 4D first, though.
Yeah.
So, essentially, Yami is able to destroy Glamour World,
Mm-hmm.
which is affirmed to be infinite size, and since it has its own time, that would make it Universal Plus or 4D.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And Xenon would scale above this, making him 5D.
Xenon
And
would
let me
scale
send the
above
scans,
this.
and then I'll elaborate on
Okay.
both these and how they go into each other.
How is it translated as subspace, but it's a hyperspace? Tamari, would you like to join the Discord link? You don't have to necessarily type on chat. You can actually type within the scans portion of the Discord link, even if you don't want to have a chat right now, or you can't since you seem to be at school. Either way is fine. If you'd also like to just stick with okay, if you're in class still, that's completely fine as well. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I hear you, man.
Okay, so I'll explain that real quick. Basically, why should we take the translation as gospel? Like, there's consistently been mistakes in translations. Like, there's no contradiction for there to be a mistake in the translation, and the primary translation is hyperspace. So why should we take it as subspace when it primarily translates to hyperspace and not subspace, and it is portrayed as a tesseract?
That's fair. And since it hasn't been animated yet, and since the series hasn't been animated, we don't know if like they're focusing on a specific translation over the other.
Oh shit! I get sense again. Hold up.
Please send scans. I'm gonna go get some more water. You guys can keep going. If there is there any scans of your translation? Yeah, he's going to post all of his information right here. You just give him a chance. If anything, Six, just go ahead and just post all of the scans you've got ready. At the ready for like any of your scaling, so that way we can just go back and forth on it. I'll be back in just a second.
Okay. Yo, chat. While Eon's gone, uh, say Y if he eats beans. Say N if he doesn't eat beans.
Don't tell anyone I found beans in Eon's closet. Yo, I'm going to German suplex you off of a fucking tower, bro. What the fuck? Okay. So, what do we got here? Okay, so what was the argument? Sorry. They're all just posting.
You want me to
why.
explain it again?
Yeah, please.
All right. So essentially, it's explained to be a subspace, but it would be a hyperspace since the primary translation is hyperspace, and it's portrayed to be a tesseract. And since he has access to all the mana within this hyperspace, he would have access to a hyper volume of mana off what he already has access to. And since he's 4D, that would make him 5D.
Mm-hmm. It's all the way It's all the way I want it to be. Some weird critter just showed up. And so you people, it's bigger, it's getting bigger. Mm-hmm. Okay, I understand that you're here because they hope to cancel out my spatial magic, but spatial magic, spatial mana domination. Okay, Akukan. Akukan, which is hyperspace slash subspace. Well, both, it seems like both translations are equally fine. It basically just has one or the other with the semicolon.
So basically, if it has if it has a translation as first and a translation as second, the first word would be the primary translation,
Mm. Do
and
they
the second word would be the secondary translation.
okay?
Because Japanese words can have multiple meanings.
No, of course, of course, of course, of course. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You have no way to escape my subspace, and then he uses conjunction. I'm not the type who can sit idly by while a guy like that is on the loose, and through the devil's power, a spatial mage, absolute space. Using spatial magic, he takes full control of the mana within that space. He even interferes with and blocks the mana in his opponent's spells. If I didn't exist, it likely you would have had the ultimate spatial mage. Archangel, spatial magic, Archangel destruction. It's been a long time since I met anyone who talked down to me. Okay. Where is it stated here that this is a subspace for Glamour World? Because I saw the subspace at least term for like the translation in one of the chapters, but I would love to.
You mean is Glamour World ever stated to be a subspace? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, is it ever stated to be a subspace?
It is not.
Okay. There's no border, it's endless. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Do you think this is the same thing as like a domain expansion where like they're like you can't see the border, it just seems like it's endless from inside?
No,
Okay. Mm-hmm. Got you.
because the Dorothy affirms it to be endless by saying by responding to Luck and Magna and saying in Glamour World the impossible is possible when he says it's impossible for it to be infinite.
Do you think that's more so a case of like her simply just doing whatever she wants within that space?
No, because she's directly responding to Magna.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's more possible than you being that's not even possible. Uh-huh. Okay. I can see where this is coming from. Okay.
Okay,
What I
so
want debate slash explain is why no one running with Uni Black Clover or whatever infinite gravity scales to. Why is no one running with it? Interesting. Tamori asks the translation you're going with uses what was the kanji again? Okay, yes, it uses that specific kanji. Yes, Tamori, it does use that specific kanji.
all right, so essentially, if we combine these two metas, since they wouldn't be mutually exclusive, uh, both give like multiple dimensional boosts. We can get this chain.
To
Let me
the
check the chain over real quick.
unless
Give
it's
me like
related to
swipe it up.
unless it's related to the topic of please don't. Mm-hmm. Let's see. You already noticed I'm 15 seconds behind. You're fine. Anybody here played Smash Brothers Ultimate, bruh? I remember when I remember when this game came out. It was super fucking hype, and K. Rool was like the most hyped character at the time.
are on the Emperor Palpatine. Fiction is filled with this archetype of evil.
Right,
The great
here's the
Star
chain. And real quick to explain how the characters get to immeasurable from inaccessible.
Okay.
Basically, uh, sorry.
Elf Saga is multi-plus and infinite speed. Okay. Initial Spade Saga 5D and inaccessible. Beelzebub tiers and above are 60 and inaccessible. Initial UWK Saga are 70 and immeasurable. Paladin Lily tiers are 80 and immeasurable. Ultra Magic Lucius tiers are 90 and immeasurable. Uh-huh.
Okay, so basically to explain how the characters get to immeasurable from inaccessible, it's stated that time is stopped within spell
Yeah,
Neverland,
it
and all the paladins and Lucius can move within it. While this would be bare minimum inaccessible speed, uh, Lucius's time spells are able to form. They just dissipate. This wouldn't really be possible though if time was just stopped. So the only other logical,
doesn't he just accelerate them until like they just no longer exist?
yeah. So basically, the only logical conclusion is that he's accelerating time backwards uh, to destroy the spells. This would be consistent
Does
as
it have to be
if
backwards?
spell elaborates on what saying statement saying time has stopped, and she says we control all time and mana within this space,
Can you
which
promote? Can you please post
which
that?
means it would not be a contradiction. And for anyone who says, "Oh, well, it says time is stopped, so it has to be inaccessible. It can't be immeasurable." Those two things are not mutually exclusive. Time is still stopped. It's just stopped in a different way.
Can you please provide the scans for that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Whenever the debate is over, can you continue the Majulo? My bad. I don't want to sound rude or intrusive. It's fine, Tylon. Um, I can check it out if anything, but I'm not really interested in that video. I don't know. It's fine. We can check it out though. Well, there's no real debate happening right now. Six, do you want to just wait for a little bit later then to have this discussion, since or you want to wait for Lapis? Because I feel like not many here want to debate it right now.
I mean, I don't know if it would be. I don't know if it would be the same later, but we can try that if you want.
I'm only saying this because I know that I told people that at 3 p.m. So maybe people are just waiting for that.
Well, yeah, it's about to be 3
Oh,
p.m. So
actually,
like,
you're actually right. No, you're actually right. Damn. Um, let's see. What have you been thinking so far about like the later One Piece chapters? I know you've been describing that just in general. You haven't been the biggest fan of Elbaf so far. I wanted to know if you wanted to elaborate a bit more on that.
you're talking to me?
Yeah.
So essentially, I've been seeing how Oda's been rushing One Piece for a while now.
Okay.
Like especially since Wano, he himself he admitted he rushed the end of Wano. Like while it wasn't that bad at the time, like it was bearable. It got worse in Egghead, where like a lot of stuff was kind of like left open, and we didn't get to see much from the Gorosei, which like it's still fine, but like that is a big problem. And then we get to Elbath, and then we're just like completely rushing through everything. Like essentially, we go from like the road stuff was actually pretty well paced. It was pretty slow, and then we go from that, and then we immediately go from that to them going to see all of Elbath, with the Loki stuff, then the Gods Knights arriving, and then they like beat them pretty much immediately, and then Emu
I don't know if I would
arrives, and
say
they
it
beat
immediately.
her pretty much immediately, and the real Emu has to come. It's like going way too fast, and they're just cramming way too many plot lines into like this small arc. Like it's good in like the week to week, but it's kind of a problem over time
Okay.
because it would be better if you like expanded the plot lines in like the wider story rather than just cramming them all into one arc.
What plot lines do you think they've been like just like cramming into it? Because from at least from the top of my head, right, I can only really think of okay, well, Luffy and Usopp finally made it to Elbaf, which is fine. There was a plot line with Harold, which kind of was resolved. You know, I think in about a timely manner with about any other plot line specifically, at least with like any other like backstory where like you have like jumps in time frame with certain characters. Obviously, Oda's not going to show the entirety of like a 10 to 15 to 20 year time frame for like certain characters. They usually just jumps to like the bigger moments within that. I know that. So there's like the Herald stuff. There's the Loki backstory. There's well, obviously the whole Roxy Zebek stuff. And then I guess the God Knights showing up. Is there anything else I'm missing for Elbaf?
Uh, no, not that I can really think of.
Because like that's the thing, right? I think it's all a matter of just a perspective on that. I mean, yeah, Oda's getting old, guys. He can't wait 10 more years. I think that's also a fair assumption, right? But like, I
He
don't
is
really.
getting older now. Like, I get he's trying to finish the story faster, but like it is kind of
You feel like it's
becoming a problem for the story,
yeah,
in my
so you
opinion.
feel like it's negatively impacting the whole plot, and I think that that's
Yeah.
completely fine to say. I feel like I have more, at least personally, right? But I don't feel like I have as much of an issue with the pacing. Is more so just because, well, we did give what like 20 plus chapters for Loki and Harold or something. We got like a fuck ton of chapters, right, for them.
Yeah.
So I don't know, because we were there for months. That's the thing. We were there for months for like
I
Loki,
mean, we
Harold, and
were
all that
there for
stuff.
months, but like, and I was fine with God Valley pace, but like the pace just kept getting worse, and like there are like God Valley all itself felt kind of rushed, like even for how long it was.
What exactly do you feel like was terrible about like the pacing overall? Right? Like what do you think was like really bad?
Do you mean like in God Valley or like
Not
outside of God Valley?
outside, just in general with like the whole flashback, right? Um, 1 second. It was like it's alright with like what 152, right? I think the flashback starts at 152, and then we got 169. So that's like what 18 chapters, 20 chapters. Yeah, that's about 19 chapters actually. Loki kills Ragnar. Yeah, so we were in a flashback from like 152 to 171. So that's about 19 to 20 chapters.
Yeah, I think the Loki stuff was not expanded on enough,
Okay.
and like we didn't even get to see the Shanks versus like Loki shit. And I also think
Maybe we
like
could
the
get that for
transition to
later.
God
Yeah.
Valley was way too fast because you're just like, oh, she's what the fuck's her name? I forgot her name. Who's on God Valley?
Shakuyaku.
Yeah, Shockey's on God Valley. Go to God Valley, and then it's just like everyone. It's just like one panel of all the people saying, "Oh, I'm going to God Valley." Shockey's there, and then everyone's there.
Mm-hmm. I see what you're saying. I feel like, well, I think the reason why I feel like I was mentioning this before. I think the reason why I feel like I don't necessarily have an issue with the pacing is just because Oda did state that like now from here on out, once like he basically made like I think it was like an interview where he was like, or he basically made like some statement where he was like, now that now the story's really gonna start to pick up. Now we're just going full throttle with the story, which I think is what he meant, which is why like the pacing is moving so fast. I don't necessarily I don't necessarily think that like, at least with the whole God Valley stuff, maybe it's because I didn't like internally hype it up. I feel like that was like the biggest issue for so many people. Not saying it was for you, but just in general, where it was like God Valley, let's be honest here, was extremely hyped up, right?
Yeah,
Something that I feel like in general, since people found that like, oh shit, Roger and Garp had to work together. Who could Rox D Zebek possibly be? What could have been the situation for like the two of them to like, work together and stuff like that? I feel like that was like the main focus of all of God Valley. So not so much like the not so much for like like what the reason, not so much what the reason was, but just the fact that like the both of them had to fight together, and there was a being named Roxy Zebek, right? So when you get a chance to meet Roxy Zebek, when you get a chance to see how he formed his crew and how he literally went to Mary Joie, found Emu, spoke to him, and then essentially went through the all of the little like lore drops that we got. Like he needs two devil fruits, one of them he suspects it's an Elbaf, the other one we still don't know what it was. It probably was the Yami Yami no Mi, probably could have been another devil fruit, who knows. But it essentially sets up like this idea, at least in my opinion, where you know what causes God Valley is not so much it's not so much the main topic of conversation, because we also have to go into like the Kuma backstory, where we know like, okay, well, we now know that God Valley at least had slaves in it. God Valley was a situation where they were going to start, where the celestial dragons were going to start killing people. We don't really need a lot of reason to hate celestial dragons. We already know that they're completely fucked up, and we also know for a fact that the god that within the incident itself, so many characters as a whole so many characters just in general as a whole were just we're just taking place there. So I do see where you're coming from, where it does feel a bit constrained, where like Dragon, he shows up, but like you don't really see him do much other than like to move a slave ship, or not move a slave ship, where he's like basically aiming down at one of his own commanding officers, etc. Where he's like getting imprisoned because he crashed out at the stuff that was happening. We probably could have seen like Dragon literally sit there and witness it a little bit more. I think that it is one of those cases where like I would be more fine with it if the anime adaptation, expands on it a little bit more, because I think that's always, plausible. But I see where the perspective that it made it felt a little fast was, especially since we didn't get like a Rogers versus Rocks versus Garp thing to go all out, where we didn't get like a massive expansion on the fight. But I will say, I think part of the reason why I'm okay with it is partly because, dude, the anime's been doing a fantastic job. I don't know about you. I think the anime. See you later,
Yeah,
Zod.
that anime's really good.
Yeah, no, the anime's been good. So like, and that the anime's also expanded on like Luffy versus Kizaru. It expanded on the Gorosei stuff. So, I mean, I don't know. I think I'm okay with like the anime adding an extra 5 minutes, an extra 5 to 6 minutes, an extra 3 minutes, whatever amount they add, an extra couple scenes. Rocks, we get to see a little bit more about like Garp and Rogers, like just clashing with Rocks. I think as long as the anime delivers on that front, I'll be fine with God Valley. But I see where you're coming from, right? It did feel like we didn't get to see a lot about Harold, and we didn't get to see the Shanks stuff, as you mentioned, the Shanks versus Loki stuff. That could also be just a case of like, whenever Shanks and Loki meet up, we'll get a chance to actually have them discuss and maybe even find out about what happened in the past. So I think from that front, I am more okay with the idea of like, I'm willing to give Oda some level of like grace with this. Just because I think that like there are certain focuses with certain characters that don't necessarily have to happen right away. You know what I mean? It's one of the reasons why I felt like at the start that like, we didn't really need Roxy Zebek or the God Valley incident in Elbath, but you know what? It happened. It's fine. But I see where your perspective's at. What do you think about Emu's reveal? I never got a chance to fully hear your thoughts on that.
Emu's reveal.
Yeah.
There's not really much to say about it. Like, the whole chapter was just about Emu going to Elbath and then coming. I mean, the design's cool. I like the design, but we haven't really seen anything yet, to be fair. So.
I think we've seen enough, though. I disagree with that. I think we've seen plenty of stuff. We definitely see that there's an aversion from the Gorosei to see Emu leave. So it's not just one of these cases where like Emu's going to be found out. More so that like there is an actual limitation that Emu seems to have. We're leaving Leaving Mary Joie can cause some physical trauma. You know what I mean? We're also learning a little bit more about like how the God's Knight's immortality works, where like they can be stuck back together like magnets, where their bodies seem to, maintain some level of like where their bodies don't just automatically regenerate like off of nothing either. Their immortality requires these guys to sort of stick together, where they have to their body essentially needs to come back together to some extent. We also know that they have like a steel heart, where their body, especially what's his face, Summers, where he has like a metal steel heart. I think that added a bit more to like what kind of immortality these guys might have. Actually, I wanted to run by a little theory with you, right? And
sure.
So there is this concept and idea throughout fiction that has been ran through for a couple of times, where people have made the assertion that technology, right? When technology evolves to a certain point, right, it might seem like magic to those that are not aware of such just such advancements in science, right? If you show a person, for example, right, like if you show a person from the 1800s a phone and they can see videos inside and everything, they would view that as magic, right? They would think you have a black box that has kept individuals trapped in there, right? Like their souls trapped in there or something, right? We see that the God's Knights, specifically Summers, has a steel heart. So and we know that the Ancient Kingdom, especially one where Joey Boy likely came from, but also from a time frame, once they lose a limb, it'll grow back, but if it's detached, they can stick it back together. Oh, so if they lose a limb, it'll legitimately just straight up grow back, right? Interesting. Can you show me a chapter for that, Jeff? Can you just give me like any chapter for that? It doesn't matter which like version. I just wanted to see something like that. But I don't want to like lose my thought process though. So my point is that like you see how like the steel heart, if you're looking at the stream, you see how like the steel heart has a gauge on it. I'm thinking that
Yeah.
maybe Emu's magic. So Gabon versus Summer, is that has to be before the Loki flashback, right? So that's like before 152. We'll go to like 147. So I guess my point here is more so, do you think that maybe the quote-unquote magic that they're talking about is actually some ancient technology that they actually had from in the past? You know what I mean? Maybe Emu isn't just mystic. Maybe he has some kind of like technology that still existed 800 years ago and he's simply just utilizing right now, or do you think it might be something different?
I think it's gonna be devil power because we
Mm-hmm.
see Emu has like the powers of a devil fruit and
Mm-hmm.
of the devil fruit, and it seems to be awakened. And like
Mm.
we see, even when he's in Gunko's body, he like grows horns on top of Gunko.
Ah, okay. Okay. Okay.
So what he seems to be using some sort of devil power to like, if you get what I mean. I
Yeah.
mean, because I just lost my train of thought. Fuck.
You're fine. Someone
You
pointed
get what
out.
I mean.
Oh. Someone pointed out that if you look at Summer Steel Heart, it has the same dial as the Moon Pirates on their spacesuits. That could be a coincidence. Can you give? Does anybody know what scan the Moon Pirate stuff shows up? Does anybody know? The dominance of God. When do we see Summer's hand grow back? When do we see it grow back? Also, Emu kind of just showing up and soloing all the Elbaf pirates or the Elbaf giants is kind of crazy. Aha. When does Summers regrow his hand? What happened? Yeah, no, I don't see his arm hand ever grow back. So Ion is basically multiversal. Don't forget that Gunko's half body was blown up and she regens. Yeah, that too. So if the portions of the body are still stuck there. By the way, yo, Lord IMAX, are you still here, bro? IMAX, if you're anywhere here, if you're still listening to stream and you want to debate 6, you're more than welcome to. We're still on that. Are there any things that you want to come out of One Piece at this point, 6? Where's the server? It's in the link. The link is right here. You can join it, and if you want to come in and chat and debate 6 on Universal Black Clover, you're more than welcome to.
I mean, I think One Piece needs some like really good shit to kind of fix the pacing and reset the story a little bit.
Reset the story in what
What I
sense?
want exactly in the next few chapters is I don't want just Emu to lose or like beat them in like 3 chapters. I want either Emu to absolutely like destroy them in 1 chapter,
Mm-hmm.
or I want it to be a long drawn out fight.
A one long drawn out fight, right? Okay. Do you think that it's going to be one of those cases where Emu essentially goes through the entirety of the island until he finds Luffy and Loki, or is it more of a matter of like they'll start fighting right away? Like Luffy and Loki will like be
I
ready to
mean,
fight very
it's
quickly.
probably gonna be. I mean, Luffy doesn't have Gear 5 right now, so it's
Yeah,
probably gonna be the
insane.
case with what you're saying right now.
Yeah. It's also kind of crazy that like Ragnar essentially froze the entirety of the not Ragnar, that what's her face? Lilith. Lilith ended up freezing the entirety of it. You're not getting either. I thought y'all wanted Emu to be the final fight. I want Emu to be the final fight, but it doesn't matter if like Emu necessarily fights beforehand. You know what I mean? I'm always fine with like a villain showing up and fighting beforehand to like really get an idea of like how powerful they truly are. You know what I mean?
I mean, what's Emu gonna do in Elbaf if not fight? Because
No, of course.
Emu's directly trying to kill Luffy and Loki.
Yeah, no. More so, I think like what I'm looking forward to, at least as far as the series goes, is maybe like I want, if I had to go through an ideal world, I want at least one more island between Elbath and Laugh-Tale. I would like one more island, potentially something like Lodestar Island, maybe like a mini series of like the Straw Hats going through separate islands. We still need to go do the Man with the Mark, so there's definitely going to be a bit more time since the Straw Hats currently have 3 of the 4 rubbings necessary to figure out where Laugh-Tale is at currently. So maybe we'll have one more island before we go into Laugh-Tale, and then after Laugh-Tale we'll probably have one final island. 1150 page 8. 1, 2. Oh wait, that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where does Summers' arm start to
I don't know about
grow?
how I feel
Ah, I see
about
it right here. I see
Elbaf
it.
being, like one of the final arcs. Like I know we're in the final saga right now, but I think there should at least be like 4 or 5 more arcs because there's a lot of plot lines Oda needs to like close and a lot of shit he needs to reveal. I
Well,
don't think that in like a small amount of arcs or like go straight into
let's see.
like basically go straight into Laugh Tale after Elbath.
Well, let's do some math, right? So Alabasta has the Alabasta saga essentially involves 1, 2, 3, 4, including Alabasta. That's 4 islands. But three of them were kind of condensed into like only like about 30 or so chapters, 30 or 40 so chapters, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. So then we have Skypiea and Long Ring Long, excuse me, which are 5 or 6. Then we have well, I would say the pre-time skip is anything like the longest portion. The pre-time skip Grand Line is like the most amount of islands. I guess I would say by like in terms of like full-on arcs. So if we consider Alabasta its own thing, would be 1. Everything in Skypiea, including Jaya, would be 2. Then you have the entirety of Water 7 and Enies Lobby, Long Ring Long, which would be, well, let's say 3, and then 4 with combining those two. 5 for Thriller Bark, 6 for Sabaody Archipelago, and then we'll just say 7 for the entirety of Marineford Saga, which is Luffy just going on his own. Since Amazon Lily and I guess you could throw in like 6 overall, since Sabaody Archipelago is kind of short in and of itself. It's only like, what, 20 chapters or so. Elbaf is definitely seems to be longer than that. So let's see. We've got so far like what 6 arcs for the 6 major arcs for the entirety of like the Grand Line. Then for the post time skip, you have Fishman Island, Punk Hazard, Fishman Island, Punk Hazard, Dressrosa, Zoe. I'm not gonna count Zoe because Zoe isn't really its own arc. It's more so like a mini chapters type thing, like the other ones from Alabasta and like Jaya. So not counting Zoe. Then we have Whole Cake Island and Wano, which are their own major arcs, and it ends with 5 for Wano, unless you want to throw in Zoe, which is upset to 6, so it's about the same. And now we are about 2 arcs in to the 3rd saga of One Piece, since we've already done Elbaf and stuff. So yeah, I could say about 4 more. I would be fine with 4 more.
Yeah, I'd say like 4 or 5 more is good.
Yeah.
Any less than that, and I don't think we're gonna get a good ending. Also,
What plot lines do you think that we still need to cover?
multi-solar to possibly uni.
You think that One Piece is multi-solar to uni? Okay, and would you like to provide us your scaling? You're more than welcome to.
Yes. Basically, Whitebeard is stated to be able to destroy the world in like 5 different canon sources, and
Thank
the
you.
One Piece world would be multisolar since Nami couldn't react, got perception blitzed by what the fuck is it called? I completely forgot. Perception blitzed by Kuma's like paw pads he uses to travel.
Mm-hmm.
And yet she could react to the paw pads that he sent out as an attack, which are stated to be light speed, which means
Who? Wait, who
that
exactly?
his paw pad travel has to be at least faster than light, and it took Luffy 3 days to get to Amazon Lily.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it was more so a case of like Luffy? Do you think it was more so a case of like Luffy literally flying around the planet and then reaching Amazon Lily, or did he like first just land there total?
I have no reason to believe he went all the way around the planet. There's nothing to suggest that.
Okay, that's fair. That's completely fair. I know I only say this because I know that some people try to like use that to try and like scale the size of the planet, One Piece planet, by saying that like either he flew around the planet a couple times like throughout that time to since he's traveling at beyond light speed, or the planet just has to be so fucking big that he has to travel 3 days straight while traveling at those light speeds.
I mean, if he's traveling at faster than light speeds, he wouldn't just travel around the planet once. He would travel around it like, I don't know, fucking millions of times.
Yeah. Do you think Oda's forgetting about Loki's eye plot or sidelining it? I'm thinking he's just sidelining it for now because there's probably something added there that we still have yet to see. Wouldn't they slow down? That's my thing. It's like, are we sure that like they're flying at light speed when they first go, or did they like slow down at some point? Because we do kind of see Luffy also traveling next to some seagulls at one point. So maybe it was like the initial burst speed just sent them flying, where they just seemed like they disappeared, and then afterwards, they you know,
I mean,
they're already out of the range of the island.
we see Kuma land when he's using his pop pads, and that's what glitches Nami. It wasn't him leaving.
We see Kuma land. Let's see. Let's bring that up real quick. No, not that.
Also, that's just kind of a headcanon. There's nothing to suggest that.
That feel when seagulls MFTL to fuck it. Yeah, I guess the seagulls are MFTL. Fuck it, why not, right? How long did Rayleigh have to swing from Sabaody to Amazon Lily? If I remember right, didn't Rayleigh specifically have to like? If I remember right, didn't Rayleigh like try to go there by like boat, and then his ship got taken, his like small dinghy got taken out by like a Sea King or like the weather or something, and then he had to like swim the rest. So we don't actually know what was the actual like distance.
Yeah, that did happen.
Yeah. By the way, anybody that joined, whoever joined the chat, Jay, since you joined the chat, if you want, you're more than welcome to join us here on voice chat if you'd like to debate 6. Along the, what was that? Sabaody was around here. The Straw Hats start to get fucked up like around 506, right? Yeah. Roger and Rayleigh. Yeah. So you're saying you're referencing the moment before Nami gets...
Yes.
Yeah, before Nami gets taken out. Okay, so we'll just start skipping to that. Sure.
I'm pretty sure it's the one on Thriller Bark, actually.
So Nami's running, dispels that. Kuma shows up. Brook got hit. I broke a bone over nothing. Sanji knocks it down. They're running away. Yeah. Chopper decides to go Monster Point. Okay, so that's when Zuma pops Zoro away. Let's see. Now Chopper's going crazy. It's about to shoot another beam. Don't interfere. So he sent that away. Okay. Then he does that. Don't we have a panel of the Straw Hats landing on their islands? Yeah, the panels. We also have the panels of the... I think we only have a panel of Luffy landing on an island, if I remember correctly. We don't ever really see the other Straw Hats really land. Jet Pistol locks Luffy away. Frankie gets teleported. What did you reference exactly as like Nami being teleported? What did you mean exactly? Because I'm seeing right here.
I was talking about Thriller Bark when
when Nami gets like hard perception blitzed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I would say that Kuma's ability to like move himself is slightly different than like his ability to move other people, because we see that when he moves himself, he doesn't necessarily like cover himself in like a bubble, right? Is there any instance where we see
that's because that's because we don't see him moving.
Right.
All we see is him disappear, which makes sense since he's moving at faster than light speeds.
I think we saw Brook land
that's
as well.
like the only form of transportation we know he has, so I don't see why it wouldn't be him using it, especially since he hits himself with his glove, which is what he uses when he puts other people into a bubble.
True, but he doesn't also... But when we see them get teleported, we know that there's like a giant impact zone, so it might be a thing of like long distance versus short distance travel for Kuma. You know what I mean? Where it's like, when he teleported to Nami, he's still standing, right? Like, he doesn't show like any large paw pad landing zone like we see with like everything else. Which is why I asked, right? Like, it's like... I can definitely see where you're coming from that perspective, because you never see Kuma fly extremely long distances. We never see him like cover himself in like those... or at least we never see him like fly through the air like that in such a way where like when he lands he does the paw pad. But that's why I say it, right? Like with him it's more so he's like basically just slapping his own ass, and then he's basically sending himself in a direction. But when he does it with the Straw Hats, there's a clear indication that their landing location does have that. So it makes me wonder, you know, is Luffy in the same does Luffy fall under like that same range? You know what I mean?
I
Sorry,
mean,
does,
that
does
doesn't.
that ability fall within the same range?
Sorry. I mean, that doesn't automatically prove it's going at a slower speed. It just proves
I never said speed. I'm more so
when
just
he
saying.
uses it, he negates the landing.
Well, nothing really implies that he's negating the landing itself, right? Because he's basically just like, because like, okay, so if you can see from like the panel when Luffy's landing, like there's clear like indication that like Luffy, well, is the momentum itself stop once he reaches the location, right? The momentum itself stop. Luffy like floats in the air for a second and then he falls down, right? So you can definitely make the claim that when Kuma's sending other people flying through like that pad with like the pad cannon, right? When he's sending other people flying, somebody that isn't himself, he has to basically put them encase them in a giant paw pad cannon, in giant paw pad, which is why they travel, they land like that. When he does it with himself, he doesn't necessarily have to like, create it. Doesn't he do that when he goes to Egghead? Does he? Anybody know that chapter? It's like what, 11? No, it's not 11. It's like 10. There's definitely beyond 1040 something, isn't it? Shouldn't it be like 1006? Something like that? Not 1006. I'm bugging.
I mean, I'm
1106.
aware. I'm just saying, like, this could easily be explained, so it's not really a contradiction. It could just be explained by him having better control of his abilities than the Straw Hats do. Obviously, they can't, like, they don't have his devil fruit.
Trying to win a debate. Try eating beans and he'll give up. Well, we're not really debating. We're just having a conversation right now. But that is a 1 minute timeout for saying that you have to eat beans to try and beat me. That's crazy. You keep going to the wrong fucking chapters. What's wrong with me? Let's see. 10, it was like 90 something then? Komachi? No, this is just the entire fucking flashback. It was like 1106. So Kuma's already arrived, right? Yeah, Kuma's definitely already arrived. When does Kuma get to the island? Oh, Kuma's already at the island. And Kuma already punches Saturn in the face. Cool. Stop him. Shoot him if you must. What is this nonsense? Kuma couldn't possibly be here. Hey, daddy. Let's see. Kuma arrives at Egghead. Beep, beep. Shoots both. I'm sorry, daddy. Whoop. Yeah, when he teleports himself, he doesn't ever leave a mark. It's 1095. That's when he lands on the island. Cool. Wouldn't they naturally lose velocity since there's a constant force pushing them? I would have said so. When does Kuma arrive? No, he hasn't arrived to the island yet, right? Yeah, that's when Saturn shows up. Yeah. 10, he's about to hit. Luffy does the thing. 10, Of course, they're all aiming at Bonnie, and that's when the thing starts. No, it's not 1095. Yeah, no, it's not 1095. I appreciate the help, though. I really do. Thank you, Daddy. Does Kuma arrive at any which point here? He's still running. He had his emotions shut off. Yeah, no, Kuma just appears on the island. So there's no indication that he, Oh! Wait. Do you believe in Nika? Nika is real. Yeah. Kuma arrives. Let's look up Kuma arrives at Egghead. Kuma arrives at Egghead Island. Maybe we'll have an indication there. Holy shit, that looks sick. Yeah. So there's a clear sign that Kuma crashed on the island. There's a clear sign that Kuma crashes on the island, but it doesn't necessarily show that he has like the same paw pad print there. So Kuma's self movement.
Kuma's also extremely weakened. That can just be explained by him being extremely weakened and him not being able to control his abilities as well.
Yeah, true, but I don't know if that necessarily is like something that you can say like is
Like he
verbatim the
still
reason.
creates like an impact. It's just not in the shape of a pop hat.
No, of course, but that's what I'm saying, right? So if he's creating at least some form of an impact with this travel, then that means that his normal travel, the travel that he uses at least against like the pacifista, and when he's doing it against like with Nami, it isn't the same kind, since it's not leaving a any kind of a crash or an impact, right? So it must mean that Kuma's short-term travel speed is a different technique, or at least different in some way than the long-term one that creates the paw pad. That's kind of what I'm coming at, right? Like you can always I'm not saying that I disagree with the notion that like it's that he's weakened or anything like that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that like that doesn't exactly imply that the travel speed that he uses or the travel technique that he uses when like he blitzes Nami is the exact same technique that he uses to travel those vast distances. What was it? Kuma arrives at the red line. At the red line. Let's see if he has like an impact.
Same technique, and there's nothing that really implies it isn't the same technique. And this wouldn't really be a contradiction if there's like another explanation for why he didn't create the pop pad print.
Wait, 1 second. Is it in the form of? Yeah, no. Sorry, what was that last thing you said? I'm sorry. Kuma took a day. Remember, he left before Bonnie took his memory, and he slapped his ass when Go Kainu tried to melt him. Yeah, he did slap his own ass when Kakainu tried to do that. He did do that. This is rough. This is rough. Oh, we can't have another clip up. Yeah. Well, I don't think many people here are going to want to do the debate, which I think is fine, but kind of then... well, 6, I don't know. Do you want to do anything else? Anything you'd like to bring up to chat? Anything you'd like to discuss?
I mean, there's not really much. Do you want me to stay in VC or wait till someone wants to debate and then come back in PC?
Yeah, I would say we should debate Naruto versus Luffy again. We don't need to do that. We already know what the answer is. I just have to like just get through the research portion of it so I can like just start writing the script and start the editing process. Maybe Kuma just makes the paw bubble because wanted something to protect and Straw Hats while they were being sent to the island. That could also be the case. I'll box, you can't debate. But I can't I'll box you, I can't debate. Ah, that's crazy. You want to box Julio live 6?
Bet.
All right, we're gonna set up a whole ring. Do you guys want to do an octagon or do you guys want to do a boxing ring?
I mean, I can debate people on other topics if they want.
True. What the fuck is this series? What did I click on? Akira Kamishiro was a very successful manga author diagnosed with blood cancer one day. Is there such a thing as blood cancer? I don't know. You said bet pop, I'm crying. I already know Luffy stomps and Kaguya is debunked. Incarnated as Akira, the only son to a magic store, previous life, no talent to magic, still loved by his family. I'll touch you nice and softly is crazy. All right, that's enough of that. All right, guys, I think I'm just gonna move on to some to a read through of I Was Told That Series is Trash. You kind of get, I don't really like it when like people say, well, the series is trash, don't check it out, because it's like, I don't know, maybe I might like it, you know? I feel like I usually think about things in a slightly different way than most people. Oh, since it's live, ask 6 if he still thinks Bleach is FTL. We'll wait until 6 comes back, I'll ask him then. Does anybody remember what chapter I left off yesterday? Wow, my eyes are kind of hurting, actually. That was the Sonic Cannon stuff, Fairy Tale. We were like around here, right? Yeah, we were around here. I might join VC, I don't know, but when my girlfriend comes back, I'll have to hop off. If you want to have a conversation real quick with 6, you're more than welcome to. It is content at the end of the day. You don't have to if you don't feel comfortable. And, you know, if your girlfriend, if you're going to have to wait like another 20 minutes for your girlfriend, you can have a debate with 6 in the meantime. I think that's completely fine. I don't really think it's any real issue. This was pretty cool. Do I have this already? Because I do want to make this stream at least a little bit entertaining for you guys, but I don't want to, you know, just sit here in silence either. Shiny Man Jew, if you want, join the voice chat right now, and we'll have a conversation later. Okay? When six
All
comes
right, I'm
back.
back.
Oh, six. Maybe not debate, but just chat about Naruto is in past planetary. You can also come in and debate and I have a conversation with that. I don't mind you guys also working with me to like do some scaling here if you guys want to. You're more than welcome to do that. And six. Jeff wanted me to ask you. Do you still think Bleach is FTL?
Yes, I do. Renji reacts to a light beam. I have no reason to believe otherwise, especially since the light beam feat is calculated to be 7 times faster than light.
Okay. Okay. What light feat? What was the feat? What arc? Just to remind me.
Thousand Year Blood War. It's when
Oh, okay.
Renji is
Okay.
fighting the masked guy.
Ice
Let
guy.
me masked guy.
Masked
Here.
guy. Oh yeah,
I can grab it real
Mask the
quick. Hold on.
man. Yeah, Mask the man. Yeah. Okay.
I have the scan since I scaled the entirety of Bleach.
Got you. Water 7, NES lobby. No, I needed covers. That's what I needed. I think we already looked for this one. 369. Yeah. Hold on, let me get a Chromebook real quick. I have some Naruto scaling that is nowhere near complete. That's fine. I also have Shiny Man Drew wants to pull up real quick, but also, not to debate you per se. Kirby solos Bleach. Kirby as in the Kirby, as in like Kirby the pink puffball. Kirby from Popstar. How do we know it's light speed? It is a spiritual light, just like a Cero. Do we know that? Let's see. Let me go back to my Bleach scans. Let me dust off the old Bleach folder. Let's just dust it off.
I'm sending the scans right now.
Okay. You got. Clearly, our enemy isn't a moron. However, practically speaking, if any situation is any inconvenience,
I mean, you'd have to prove it's spiritual light because it's just stated to be light.
Is it? Okay. Let me pull it up. Scans. There we go. Use a beam the village by the hero's beam of light. Sure. Cool. Still breathing. Intolerable. Quite the life force for a billet. Wouldn't let me look up in the wiki real quick. Cause we know that Quincy get their power from absorbing spirit particles. So I'm just gonna look into that real quick. Quincy Bleach. We know that like Quincy's do absorb everything that's spirit particles. So I just want to double check that.
So how does it being spirit particles equate to it being spiritual light?
I'm not saying it's spiritual light. That's what they're saying. It
Yeah,
says it's a spirit weapon.
I'm responding to.
Okay, the weapon that Quincy's gather by the reishi in their arms. The only limit to Quincy's ability is. The only limit to a Quincy's ability to create and fire arrows is their own stamina and ability to absorb ambient reishi. Okay, and the Quincy Cross is the foundation of a spirit weapon, so they're calling it spirit weapons, right? Quincy uses reishi in the atmosphere and combines it with their Rei Ryoku to create weapons. They fight using a power from outside. They have easier time collecting this energy in the environment with higher concentrations of reishi, such as in the Soul Society or Hueco Mundo. To a sufficiently powerful Quincy, there is no difference between reishi and Rei Ryoku as a source of power. The ability to manipulate such energy allows a variety of abilities of offensive, defensive, and supportive. Okay. I mean, you can make the argument, but I'm not sure if you can make the argument, but it's neither proven either way, whether it's spiritual light or whether it's regular light, I suppose. Let me look up Mask the Man. I guess there's an argument for both, is what I'm saying. What did Taylor say? Bleach speed feats is so garbage. Mach 500 JJK versus Mach 5 JJK versus Mach 500 Bleach. Everything is spirit particles in Bleach, I guess. Bleach versus dish soap. Dude, I would like some dish soap. At least with dish soap, it smells slightly better than Bleach. You know, there was a time where, like, when I was cleaning up my house, I was like putting in a bit of a Fabuloso into the bucket of water. I poured like a tiny bit of that, and then I poured some bleach into that, and my girlfriend looked at me and she was like, "Bro, you're gonna fucking kill yourself." I'm like, "Why?" Because you can't mix anything with bleach. That shit's ammonia. You're basically making making some weird ass gas. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. To be fair, I didn't pour a lot of it into it, but I'm like, maybe that's why I've been feeling dizzy every time I clean the floor. We know it isn't. Candace is a Quincy, and her arrows are stated to be slower than lightning, so Mask falls under this too. All of the Quincy's do? Huh. What do I have to say to that?
I mean, just because Candace's arrows are slower than lightning, that doesn't mean this isn't light or light speed. And also,
Well, do
one
we know
answer
that it is different though?
over
Because
like multiple feats.
do we know if his beam is any different in terms of properties than Candace? Like, not gonna lie, I one time accidentally burnt plastic, and that you fucks up your brain for a whole day. Really? No. Reread the wiki out loud, Eon, please. All right, I'll reread the weekly. The wiki. Reishi,
Until feat.
what? So Quincy are spiritually aware humans able to absorb and manipulate reishi into spiritual weapons. A Quincy uses reishi in the atmosphere and combines it with their Rei Ryoku to create weapons. They fight using a power from outside. They have an easier time collecting this energy in environments with higher concentrations of reishi, such as in the Soul Society or Hueco Mundo. To a sufficiently powerful Quincy, there is no difference between reishi and Rei Ryoku as a source of power. The ability to manipulate such energy allows for a variety of abilities: offensive, defensive, and supportive. The spirit weapon, the weapon that Quincy's create by gathering reishi in the air. The only limit to a Quincy's ability to create and fire arrows is their own stamina and ability to absorb ambient reishi. In general, a Quincy's cross is the foundation of their weapon. Can I ask Six if he prefers bleach feet or fairy tale feet? What? You can't sit here and call somebody else a gooner when you're asking people questions about other characters' feet.
Fairy tale feet, clear.
Fairy tale
Like
feet
we
clear,
all dream of fairy tale feet,
sure.
though, let's be honest.
Oh, fucking
Including
right.
Eon, by the way.
Oh,
We like Eon's admitted to it.
when the fuck did I admit to it? When the fuck did I do that? Okay, a power from outside. So Jeff says a power from outside. So Mask and Candace do the same thing. Oh, I didn't know that. So they have to follow the same principles. I mean, it does make sense, right? My mom counting to zero negatives any verse. Yo, type shit, yo. If your mom starts counting to zero, and especially if she has, I love dogs themselves. I love the animals. I love dogs of all shapes and sizes. But I'm not sure about what you're referencing here. Yeah. Bestiality is crazy. That's. All right, I was set up.
Them following the same principle that doesn't contradict like one being light speed and the other being lightning speed.
I think what Jeff is trying to say is that if the reasoning that I think the reasoning is if Candace's lightning is slower than normal lightning, and Master Man is calling his hero's beam of light a beam of light, there's probably reason to believe that if Candace's lightning, which he calls lightning, is slower than lightning, then there is a reasonable argument to be made that Master Man's light beam is probably also slower than light.
There's zero correlation you can make between the two.
Zero correlation? I don't know if there's zero correlation.
They're both made of spirit particles, but like one is explicitly stated to be below lightning, and the other is just stated to be light. So
That is
why
fair.
should
That
I
is
believe
fair.
it's below light? Like there's zero correlation between these two, besides them being spirit particles, which isn't enough to conclude that both of them are below.
I see it.
speed
I see where you're coming from. All right. Okay.
Yo,
I'll put up another link to the Discord, but I would really appreciate it if you guys would actually come in and have like a discussion. Let's pin this message again. Somebody fucking set me up into saying Eon love them dogs, and I was talking about, yes, I love the animal dogs. I do care about them. All right, fuck it. I joined the Disc VC now. I'm not really here to debate, just to further debunk Naruto and such. If you're down for it, what's good, Shiny?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing good. Do you want me to call you Shiny or anything else?
You coming, Jawan?
Juwan? All right. Nice to meet you, Juwan. Nice pleasure to speak with you here. You said you wanted to debunk some Naruto stuff? You're more than welcome to.
Yeah. So I'm looking here. As part of the data book, it mentions Kaguya saying that she can create dimensions as she pleases. I forgot. I can't even pronounce the attack name.
Amino Minaka?
If you think about it. Yeah, that one.
Okay, I'll pull up the data book myself. Here we go.
So I know that like a lot of data book Naruto is like very hyperbolic,
Mm-hmm.
and if it were taken literal, she should be like beyond universal, creating all these dimensions. She should have been able to shift them, Naruto and Sasuke and all of them between like infinite like dimensions and stuff,
Correct. Right.
or like more than five at once.
Do
And there's
you?
like no proof saying that she can create them either. So we're gonna have to take that with a grain of salt for
What
now.
wasn't there a data book statement that said that she could weave together her dimensions? I know it wasn't here, so let me
Yeah, there's a data book statement that says she creates it with her Amanamanaka.
I'll look that up while you continue. Don't let me stop you.
And also the all-killing ash bones. I remember it says a technique that changes the constant elements of bones, turning them into a strong weapon.
Mm-hmm.
It's released from the palm of the hand, and the targets hit by it begin to disintegrate immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you think about it, if it were true disintegration, she could have just disintegrated the surroundings around her, but it doesn't mention anything about that, so it's not as powerful as you think.
True. One moment, please. Thought we were talking about Black Clover. Well, nobody wanted to come into chat to debate 6, but if you guys have any scaling that you guys would like to promote here, any kind of scaling specifically, we can also do that. If you guys would like to debunk anything that 6 has said in regards to Black Clover power scaling, such as Black Clover is Universal Plus to 6D, Asta beats Game Sonic, Rimuru or Goku Super, if you guys would like to debate 6 on any of those, you're also more than welcome to. But yeah, so I'm sorry to cut you off. I'll just look in the Jutsu files while you keep talking. Let's see. Maybe in characters. You have anything else on Juwon? Oh, they're probably just waiting. Sasuke Otsutsuki Kaguya. As Sasuke was reincarnated from Indra, this person was the destiny attached to the seal of Kaguya. From the six paths, he awakened the Rinnegan. Okay, no, we don't. Kaguya, sure. No, we need Otsutsuki Kaguya. There we go. We found it. Rage bait Julio. Low level rage bait from Julio. What Julio say? Oh, how many Rasen shurikens to blow up the sun? Dude, a lot. I'll say that. A lot. Definitely a lot. Okay. Chakra is solely mine once again. Chakra will become one, the parent of Chakra, which was procured from the taboo fruit, becoming the fallen goddess with the deep-rooted delusion and power. As Kaguya ate the Shinju tree, making the power she controlled nations. Making use of what power she... Making use of that power, she controlled nations. Okay, so she could control entire countries. Kaguya carried the Byakugan and the root, reawakened the Reina Sharingan on her forehead, referring to the Shinju tree, eating the power food controlled by controlled the nation. An eternity of time elapsed, and its history became a legend. Before long, it continued to fade from everyone's memories. However, the person who ate the forbidden fruit certainly existed. Her delusions were like a basso continuo, which were secretly going through shinobi history, demanding she sealed Kaguya. Okay, non-existent. Sure, none of that helps out here. Let's keep looking. Was called lightning, same as Mask's hero beam being called a beam of light. Just because Kubo didn't say it wasn't light speed doesn't mean didn't say it wasn't light speed doesn't make it so either. Got you. It is definitely one of those points that like it's the only thing that implies otherwise is Candace Catnip not having lightning speed lightning bolts. You know what I mean? Oh, Juwon left. Cool. Damn, I'll have to... Unfortunately, it sucks that I joined for like 5 seconds. It's fine, Juwon. I appreciate you regardless. Thank you for showing up. I'll continue to read through this, just to find the, weaves, her dimensions or whatever together. But don't worry, I really do appreciate it. It's like, his football stadium level is fucking insane. I can't get in a debate. The link won't work, but I debate. Asta loses to Dark Schneider. 6, do you know who Dark Schneider is?
Yes, I think I do.
The Discord link should work. I put it there. I didn't put a limit on this one, so it should work. I don't know. Anybody else can anybody else click on the Discord link? You don't have to like come in and like chat or anything. You can just what are your claims?
I resend it in chat. Just
Okay.
pin my message.
Okay, I'll pin your message instead.
Just the last link isn't working.
Yeah. I got it. Thank you. Oh, you checked the last link wasn't working. Okay, cool. Okay, beautiful. I'll keep reading through the Kaguya stuff while we go through this. Having eaten the fruit, became the sole person endowed with chakra. However, both children were naturally born carrying chakra, or originally a thing from her own personnel. Thought all chakra ought to belong to herself. That deep-rooted delusion progressively resulted at the end of the destruction, which was sealed in her own children. There was love of the people born from her own body, and a resentment of continuation.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I got out my lesson early.
Oh, what's good?
I can join the stream early.
What's good, Lapis? How was your lesson, man?
It was pretty good. I mean, I played a bit of Mozart, and
Nice.
my professor, he said like, hey, first movement has like a couple things you need to work on, and like second movement was pretty good. So I got out pretty early. So I was not expecting that.
Okay.
But how's the stream doing?
The stream is fine. We've gotten uptick and low tick of viewers every now and then, which is completely fine. I don't personally mind it, but
Yeah.
we tried to have debate. We tried to have some debates here with Six, but nobody really wanted to come into chat to debate Six for a second. So instead, we've just been yapping it out. We've just been having discussions about latest One Piece stuff. If you'd like to add anything that you
Yeah,
feel
everybody's
towards...
ducking. It's pretty sad.
Everybody's what?
My
Nice.
nice.
Sorry, my Wi-Fi might drop in and out because I'm walking home.
No, you're fine. You're fine. If anything, yeah. Do you have anything that you'd like to talk about in regards to like any of the scaling you've done, or have you thought about anything specifically in terms of like One Piece? Are you liking the new chapters? Maybe anything Naruto related? Anything that you'd like to talk about from your own personal scaling series?
Well, I mean, if we're not in the middle of debating Black Clover right now,
No, we're
I
not.
mean, I can do my plug early.
Yeah, for sure.
And this is my question to chat right now. Universal Junko Inoshima, prove me wrong.
Wait, who?
The character from Danganronpa.
Oh, okay, got you.
The main villain.
Got you.
And my argument is that during the ultimate final execution that she goes through, she tanks a rocket going at faster than light speeds that she's in, and because of that, because of how much G-force it produces, because if something is traveling at the speed of light, it produces an infinite amount of energy. Okay. Energy should equal G-force, and therefore there's an infinite amount of G-force being exerted on her body.
Really?
So, I want chat to try to prove me wrong.
So you're saying that what was her name again? Can you pronounce it for me?
Junko.
Oh, Junko. Okay, Junko Enoshima, you said?
Yes.
This chick. Right. This chick. Yeah, so she's apparently universal durability?
Yeah, just durability.
Okay.
Not AP.
Okay.
Just durability. I don't think there's any argument you can make
for attack
to make her have uni levels of AP.
So you're telling me, right? So like, okay. So just to be clear, right? If Naruto, for example, right, charged up a Six Paths Naruto charged up a tailed beast bomb, Rasen shuriken, TSO barrage, and just uber chuck that shit at this bitch. You're telling me she would just walk out of it? She would just like walk right through it?
By my line of logic, yes. By this specific line of logic, and then she would probably say something like, This must be true despair you're feeling.
Yeah.
Right now.
Is this all the hope you can muster?
Is this all the hope you can muster? Exactly.
I did see like the first season of Danganronpa, at least as far as like the show went, the anime, right? So
yeah, the
I
show
was aware of
is
this.
the anime is ass. The games are where you need to actually consume it.
Really?
They miss so many details.
Really?
Like the first game has probably, and Six can attest. The first game probably has the best story out of all of them, and at least in my opinion. The second one is also really good, and I'm in the middle of streaming the third one.
Okay.
On the layer sessions.
Can I ask?
We're on Yeah, sure. Give me
Well,
1 second.
Aster said, um, does the girl follow the laws of relativity? So, like, does the series itself follow the laws of relativity, or is it one of those cases where, like, light speed isn't necessarily following true relativity?
It's a very realistic series, so you could say yes. I think there's an argument you could say yes. It's not like, say, like One Piece or even like, say, something like Naruto,
Yeah.
where you have like a bunch of like really unrealistic shit. All the stuff that happens in that series is pretty realistic.
Got you. Julio is saying Saitama punched Garo at the speed of light all the way down to Earth from one of the moons from Jupiter, and I'm pretty sure they didn't even destroy a parking lot. I'm just saying it might not correlate. Well, to be fair, Saitama, specifically One Punch Man, may not necessarily follow the laws of relativity.
Depends. It depends on if you want to follow the laws of relativity.
True. Lepis.
I'm gonna leave it up to chat to decide whether relativity counts or not, because if I make the decision for them, it'll put a
damper on the scaling for them, maybe. Like they might not understand.
yeah. I would be scaling for them, and I don't want them to scale. I don't want to scale for chat.
Yeah. So, a quick question: Is Danganronpa like the original Among Us? Is this the same series where a guy gets turned into butter? Is this the realism we're talking about?
Oh yeah, Mondo Butter. Yeah.
Wait,
Oh yeah, Mondo Butter. My goat Mondo. How dare they?
Mondo Butter. There's no fucking way there's a cat. I'm crying. A dude did get turned into butter. What the fuck?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Junko tanks that execution. She just outright tanks it. She tanks all the previous executions except for the one that failed on Makoto. Which that leads to the question of Uni AP hydraulic press.
A Uni AP hydraulic press? Alright. So
yeah, that's the question that comes up, because that was the thing that ended up killing her. She got, shall we say, turned into human meat sauce.
Ooh.
Well, actually, more like because of the blood in that series, Pepto-Bismol. She got turned. Yeah.
Did she come back in any of the other games?
Yeah. Technically speaking, the second game, the question I brought up I think a week ago of would you crack said character, and I had to not say it in chat because I was spoiled 6 because I accidentally got spoiled about this reveal, and it was the 30-meter tall giant AI Junko Inoshima. And I asked you in Discord chat, would you still crack? And you said
not.
no.
Probably still not.
But you know what's even crazier? What's crazier is that this Junko is larger than Gamabunta.
What do you mean she's larger than Gamabunta?
She's like twice the height of Gamabunta. She's 30 meters tall.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck do you mean she's 30 meters tall? She just looks like a regular girl.
No, not the alter ego version of her. Her, in the, Hope my bad. The, Hope, revitalization, program, she has like a giant form, and she's like 30 meters tall.
Shima, Junko,
she's like
Inoshima. Wait, what was it?
Just look up Danganronpa 2, ending.
Sure. Danganronpa 2 ending. I remember like just not liking the. Actually, what the fuck is the plot of Danganronpa? What the fuck is the plot?
Basically, for those without spoilers, the premise of the game.
Yeah.
The premise of the game is that like 16 high school students have been trapped in a school with their memories erased, and this sadistic bear known as Monokuma basically sets them up for a basically puts them into like a killing game, essentially, saying that whoever kills someone and gets away with it gets to leave.
No, I get that, but it's like why? Like why though? Like what is the exact reason why all of this has to happen? Like what's their motivation as to why they're doing this?
Because Junko's a fucked up person.
Oh, so Junko and wasn't it something of a case where like the entirety of like human civilization's just done for? Like she basically so she wipes out all of human civilization. How the fuck did she do that?
6, do you mind deafening? Because I know you don't want to get spoiled.
It's both for
Or
what?
the spoilers for
Danganronpa
Danganronpa 3, the anime.
I guess, sure.
I just won't be listening. It's fine.
Okay, so basically, she pulled a lot of strings. Like, for instance, she used basically a video that was developed by the ultimate super class animator.
Okay.
Basically rewrote the neurological pathways in their brain for everyone who like views the video into basically feeling
True despair.
total hopelessness.
Yeah.
Filling their minds of like total hopelessness and like thoughts of like terrorism. Then there was the ultimate hope known as Izuru Kamakura, who she basically convinced to work for her. And she by far Izuru is like the strongest character in the series from what I've seen.
Izuru, okay.
Yeah. I mean, Izuru is pretty considering the series, Izuru is surprisingly strong. He was able to blitz Mukuro Ikusaba, who has stated to perceive bullets as if they were moving as fast as snails, which if you calc is like sub-rel to relativistic.
Really?
Yeah, so
Oh.
yeah, surprisingly fast series.
Surprisingly fast series. Wow. What the fuck is happening in Dandadan? What the fuck is happening? I'm just clicking through pages. Sorry.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't been caught up with Dandadan.
I don't know. The plot line is kind of ass right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Gege Akutami drawn One Piece cards.
I dropped on the currently just because some of the bullshit is going on.
Like,
whoa. These are cool. What the fuck? These are drawn by Gege Akutami?
but to get back on track, like I think I think there's an argument. There's a pretty good argument you could say that just Mukuro Ikusaba alone could solo all of Demon Slayer. Because I mean, it's been stated that she's trained in she's the ultimate soldier, and she is basically trained in every single weapon known to man. There's already the speed feat that was stated, and then there's another statement I think in Danganronpa 0.
Yeah.
I'll have to double check if it's actually valid or not. That she would be able to tank all the stuff during Junko's final execution.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't give me 1 second.
Take your time. Yo, by the way, these are extremely sick. Like these Gorosei One Piece arts drawn by Gege are fucking insane, dude.
When I get back to my apartment on my PC, I'll take a look.
Okay. Yeah, take your time, man. Just type in Gege Akutami drawn One Piece cards.
I'm saying I mean, it's Gege. Yeah, Gege Akutami. I mean, has a pretty good art style, so
I agree.
I'm not surprised.
I noticed that like Gege Akutami's art styles, primarily like in the manga, especially with like the rougher sketches, it's a lot more like blocky. You know what I mean? Like a lot more like hard edges, I would say.
It's way more angular, is what I've noticed.
Angular, yes, I agree.
Especially with especially how he draws Buff Chad Sukuna.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like look at it. He has a like, look at his jawline.
my king's jawline.
Yeah, bomb, bro.
But
Damn. Damn, Momo is upset that Okarun is holding Aira's hand. Why were they holding hands? Are they just going out with each other now?
Oh, no. Do you want me to explain?
oh yeah,
No, don't explain. I'll eventually at some point get through the series. I will at some point do it. Yo, I just found it funny that like you brought up Demon Slayer randomly. I don't know. You every single time like bro just hates
well, I have
Demon
to make it a point. I mean, if chat wants to know my actual opinions on Demon Slayer,
More than
I think
welcome to-
it's
what the fuck? I'm not watching this. I'm not.
I think it's serviceable as a like an entry point
Mm-hmm.
to get into like battle shonen, but after that, it loses all of its novelty.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, that was the first series I got into for
Really?
battle shonen.
Really?
And that was back in 2022.
Really? I didn't know Demon Slayer was your first series. Usually,
Yeah, it was Demon Slayer, and then it was One Piece,
Tomie from Junji Ito. Oh, that's cool.
and then after One Piece, it was Naruto because of one of Eon's videos.
Really? Oh,
Yeah, one of your videos. It was Kaido versus Madara,
Kaido versus
which got me
Madara.
into because I looked at I saw the panels. I was like, holy shit, this series looks cool.
Yeah, One Piece has pretty good panels. I think that people mostly just say like it looks goofy at times, or like they always look at like the worst moments for like the series looking goofy. Therefore, you know, it gives.
No,
like
I'm
you
referring
said-
to Naruto. I'm
for
referring
Naruto.
to Kishimoto's line work.
Oh, Kishimoto's line work is definitely some of my favorite. I think it's such.
Yeah,
a...
he's probably.
Mhm.
Sorry, continue.
No, I just think it's a very like simple, but like it gets a point to not only like character expressions, but it also offers like a good bit of comedy, especially when he draws like the big round wide eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially like when Naruto is just like absolutely just dumb, like flabbergasted.
Yeah.
Like no, that's not even necessarily why I love Kishimoto's line work. I think when it comes to like really sprawling panels, like during the fourth grade Shinobi World War, and that one scene where Pain is sitting on top of like a skyscraper in the hidden rain. I think those are like some of his best panels. And
Yeah.
no matter how much I like love One Piece, I will have to admit
Oh, Naruto's
that
style is
the
definitely
one
up there. Yeah.
I have to admit that I think Kishimoto's art style is better than Oda's.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a lot more pleasing to the eye. I would say that if anything, like Bleach probably has like the most like pleasing, at least like overall pleasing art style, at least as far as like cool versus Naruto, which I feel like I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like Naruto's art style out of like the big three lends itself to like more of like an anime style. You know what I mean? Where like before you would see like a lot of like old animes that would have like very, very, very similar art styles. Like Saint Seiya had similar art styles to like other older series. Characters you can sometimes like remove their hairstyle, just give them like a bald head, and you can probably like switch their faces slightly between them, and they'd all kind of look the same. Kind of like how if you swap out all of like the Z fighters and just give them the same skin color, they all are basically just Goku with like different hairstyles or like.
Oh my god. I've seen that meme on Instagram and Twitter so much where they literally just like take like Goku or like Vegeta's like bald head and then just place like the hair of like the characters
like
on it.
Krillin, like, not Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, yeah.
Yeah, it's
even you can even make the argument for like characters like what's his face from the Frieza Force, the red guy. Jace, where like if you just take away Jace's color, turn him into like the same color as the Saiyans, you just put him in front of Goku. You basically he's just Goku with like long floofy hair.
yeah, exactly. I mean, the same argument goes for like this is less of an argument for like One Piece women, but I know there's been like a ton of like I mean since I started like watching and consuming the series, there's a thing going around that every single female character in One Piece that isn't Big Mom or a child is just Nami, copy and pasted with different hair and colors of an eye color. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I can see where they're coming from, especially in the anime.
Yeah, I think that like well obviously like an author is going, especially a manga artist, is going to have at least some level of similarity between like their art styles. I think that's just going to happen through and through, right?
Yeah,
But I
I
feel like
mean,
it's an over exaggeration for certain series. You know what I mean?
you can only draw a face so many ways, and the thing is that someone like Oda has to draw like
Mm-hmm.
a character's face, like probably sometimes like if we're talking about like arc specific women,
Mm-hmm.
like Vivi, Rebecca, um, those are like the two that come to my mind. Oh, like Hiyori. Um,
Mm-hmm.
there's only so many ways he can draw that face and have it be like unique. So he has to have some kind of like template in some way. And it's not me saying that all like One Piece women should be drawn the same. No, that's me just saying you have to have some kind of like way to be able to draw like something like that very quickly because of like deadlines and how long some of those arcs go for. Because like as we all know, like Wano is probably don't quote me on this, probably one of if not the longest arcs in any shonen battle anime.
Mm-hmm.
But that could just be me because I consumed the anime up until I think it was the Zoro versus
Mm-hmm.
King fight where I had to
Mm-hmm.
switch to the manga because well the anime stopped the anime hadn't adapted all that material yet.
Mm-hmm. You know, I will say, and
I mean,
just to like go
fourth
back,
grade Shinobi War is longer.
fourth grade Shinobi War is pretty damn long. Real quick,
It is very long.
Aster says plane floating over the hidden leaf was an incredible panel. I agree. I think that like
Oh
Kishimoto is
yeah,
probably
that's a great
some of
one.
the best. No, yeah, Kishimoto has probably some of the worst paneling work when it comes to like creating large landscapes and cities. I especially enjoy the hidden rain village. But
Yeah,
back
I
to
love it.
you guys. I'll be honest with you. When you look through as at least from like the perspective of someone that's like recently read through the entirety of Naruto again for like I don't know the second or third time, the fourth grade Shinobi War is maybe it's just me, right? But like it paints itself as like the characters maybe being more powerful than they are because Kishimoto, as I've said before, is really good at like giving a sense of scale to things.
Yeah, I can
But
agree with that.
in practice, when you have the full context, right, when like you've looked at it fully, you have the full context, it's like as impressive as it is, and it is very impressive, especially within the context of the story. It's like dude. It's like dude. They're not even blowing up a
I mean,
fucking country.
yeah, I think part of the reason why, and this comes from personal experience before I started power scaling,
Uh-huh.
like actually actively. Um, when I watched and read the that
Mhm.
arc, there was a very like there was like a huge sense of finality, which makes sense because it's like the last major arc in the entire series, and with that like context of it being the last arc, there's almost like an expectation that the characters are going to pull off some really fucking crazy feats.
Mhm.
Which don't get me wrong, like there's some crazy ass shit in that arc, but
Yeah.
like once you like take a step back from it
Yeah.
and reconsume it, because I had to reread that entire arc when I was grabbing scans for the Library of Ohara.
Right.
You start to realize something that like you're just like that wasn't actually as impressive as I
As I
thought it was,
initially, yeah.
considering some of the shit I've seen in other series.
Mhm.
I think in a vacuum, like that the stuff that they do in that arc is insane.
Right.
If
Right.
you just isolate Naruto away from any other shonen battle manga
It's extremely
that is
impressive.
remotely in the same league as Naruto,
Yeah.
I think if you just have Naruto by itself, it's very impressive. But
What?
as soon as you put it next to say something like
Mhm.
either like the Wano, not just Wano, like
Just post time
Roof
skip in
Piece or
general. Just post time skip in general. I mean, post time skip just
just
outscales
post.
based on raw physicality.
Yeah, but I'm more speaking like arcs that are closer in like the time frame, like relatively in like the same
Oh,
time frame.
yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that kind of I'm saying like relative to like the time scale of the series. So like arcs like Wano, especially the Back to Black Clover, the Spade Invasion arc. What's another series? Uh I mean, you could say some stuff from the Thousand Year Blood War, but I don't have any experience with the Thousand Year Blood War because I still haven't
it's hard. It's a hard.
caught up on Bleach yet.
It's hard to like get through after a certain point, right?
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think Bleach is enjoyable when you
Yeah.
have like nothing else to do.
When you
I think
turn
it's
off your
nice to
brain.
just like you just turn off your brain. I think it's nice to watch Bleach then, or when you have to do like a very like monotonous task because
Yeah.
you don't have to have and. Yes, this is a little bit of a jab to Bleach fans. You don't need to have every single brain cell in your brain active in order to actually process the entirety of Bleach.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like Bleach isn't that like okay. Real quick, Aster says it was also followed by the last, where the cut the moon in half. Yeah, the last does help
Yeah,
actually
that
help
too.
out. Does help out a lot with the scaling. But back to Bleach real quick.
Yeah.
Bleach is a series that like, regardless of whether or not a person likes Bleach, and I will stick to this idea. I'll always stick by this. It's a series that, and I say this out of my own personal experience because as a kid I wasn't really paying attention. Like, you ever seen Code Geass by any chance?
I haven't, but
I would recommend it.
I have friends at the music school I go to that have seen Code Geass.
I would recommend it if you're looking into maybe something a little bit more mecha, something a little bit more political and mecha. It's not bad. It does have a lot of hype moments and a lot of like high intellect moments. If you're more into that kind of stuff, I'd assume you might like it. But it's kind of like, it's like with Code Geass or even like Death Note, where like I was watching it as a 14, 15-year-old. I was watching them around that time. And I wasn't really sitting down and like internalizing the stuff. I remember that like when it was like Death Note or it was like Code Geass, I was like, who the fuck is this random ass character that's just randomly showing up into the story with beef with the protagonist? And it was because I'm just not following. With Bleach, and mind you, I could follow Bleach a lot better than them because those stories kind of required you to like keep track of certain characters just a tad bit more. But with Bleach, it was just like, nah, just Ichigo's friend gets taken. They go in and save her. That's kind of it. That you don't really need anything else to like really focus on. Aizen's the bad guy. Ichigo's going in. Ichigo's beating the guy, etc., etc., etc. Did somebody join the chat? Lord Freezy Pop, what's up, man?
What's up?
Holy shit! Yo, your voice is a lot deeper than what I expected from a guy with like Freezy Pop. Freezy Pop, thank you so much for joining. First of all, I want to say I appreciate that. You taking the time to actually show up. I know that it's hard for some people sometimes to have a voice chat conversation live on stream, but I appreciate you regardless.
We all appreciate you, by the way. Like, we know how much courage it takes to actually debate live on a stream.
Of course.
Like, trust me. It's awesome that you're doing this.
So you said you want to do chapter 1 Asta versus Meliodas or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to do chapter 1.
Establish your scaling
Asta versus Meliodas.
One moment.
How many could,
one moment.
and then I'll go into my scaling.
Yeah.
How about that?
So here's what we'll do. Lapis, are you going to partake in this, or are you going to step off as well? Because I'm just going to mute myself.
I'm gonna mute myself for right now because I'm just like you, Eon. I need to actually eat some lunch right now.
Yeah, for sure.
But I'll probably mute and I'll chip in if I have anything else to say. But other than that, like I'll still be on call.
Okay, and okay, so for you two, we have the scans page up on my stream, so if you guys want to present any of your evidence, you're more than welcome to just pop up your images right here, and if you guys are gonna just talk through them, I'll just click on them on my own time. I'll just try to follow you guys best. Have a good one, everyone who's leaving. I'll have a good one, and I'll just mute myself right now. All right. You guys are more. Also, give your. Obviously, we're not gonna try and try to like chime in on anything that you guys say, just to like set this up. It's not so much a debate of like who wins or who loses per se. If you'd like to mute yourself so the other person can talk, that's also fine. You don't necessarily have to. And just be respectful. Just to chat with each other. Just have a conversation. If you guys want. Actually, let me get confirmation from the both of you. Chat. If you guys want chat to sort of decide a winner, if you guys would just rather have a conversation.
I mean, they can decide like a winner. guess.
It doesn't it's not really so much to decide a winner per se. I don't personally care to like make debates. If anything, I don't personally care to make debates like something like a win or lose type of thing. Again, I'd rather just have the conversation. But if you guys would like to at least like have to see like, well, chat, who do you guys think made a better position or something like that? Who do you guys think presented their position better? We can have that as a metric.
All right.
Okay.
I
won't put
my evidence real quick.
Yeah.
My
Gather your
scans.
evidence. I won't put it up yet. I won't put up the thing yet. I'll just put it up towards the end, okay? I'll mute
All
myself right now, so take your time, dude. And thanks again for showing up, Breezy Pop.
All right, go ahead.
No problem.
Yeah.
Just establish a line of scaling for Meliodas, and then I'll let you know if I have any contentions with it.
Yeah. Okay, so like the first feat I have for like Meliodas, it's like the start of the series. Chapter 6, he intercepted a lightning attack from Gil Thunder. Point blank. Depending on how like you interpret this feat, like this is either like a massively hypersonic to like massively hypersonic plus combat speed, because he's able to swing his sword fast enough to intercept the lightning bolt point blank range.
Yeah, I can grant you this. Yeah, sounds good.
Let me find where he flipped it out into.
Here, I'll mute for a second. I mean, I can also like for stuff like with like physics and stuff like that. I can chime in and agree or disagree. Just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, I agree with you, Lord Freezy. Or Freezy Pop, is that it?
Yeah, Lord Freezy Pop.
All right. But yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Also, chat. When I don't know if Eon discussed this before, but I will help chat understand if we ever get to
All right.
any chat.
Sorry for the
Sorry.
wait.
No, you're good. You're good. I was gonna say
So I got the second feat from Leo.
All right, so send
my
it
bad,
over.
Lapis.
No.
or I'll mute.
So the second feat I got for beginning of series Meliodas is him catching the lightning rod that Gil Thunder threw. Although, like, because I don't know if you will grant this like massively hypersonic, because Meliodas was obviously like a distance away. As you can see, like he threw the lightning rod like across the kingdom. It was until Meliodas caught it, and if you look in the manga, it really took some time for the lightning rod to reach Meliodas, and he saw it beforehand. He saw it in the sky beforehand. So, but I do think if you're not going to grant like massively hypersonic speed for Meliodas here, based on his feet, it should be close to that. I would say like high hypersonic at the bare minimum.
I mean, since he saw it beforehand, I would feel like this is just aim dodging, but I agree with the first feat you presented, which puts him at massively hypersonic, so it shouldn't matter that much.
Yeah.
Do you have a distance? Do you have like a relative, like, do you have like a measurement of how far away it is? I'm just curious.
Let me check the PM.
Because I mean, with speeds as fast as like lightning and stuff like that, if it's within like I'd say probably I'd say like 5,000 kilometers, I'd say it's valid. Just because my line of reasoning for that is the light, which is roughly, well, depending on like your interpretation on how fast you scale the actual speed of like an electrical discharge, light is roughly, I want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, Six, like roughly two times faster than lightning. I don't have the exact statistic up because it's like,
Are you talking about the after stroke of lightning, or what specific part of the lightning?
I'm talking about the initial strike specifically. I'm not talking
That's
about like a specific
1%
part.
speed of light.
Sorry, say that again, Six.
That's 1% the speed of light.
You said 1% the speed of light.
Yes.
Okay,
From
1%.
oh, no, that's 1% speed of light.
Okay, 1% the speed of light. Okay, then I'd probably say if that's within roughly like 50 to 500 kilometers. It was within a distance roughly of that. I don't think there should be an argument of well, didn't you say he saw it before?
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Would be
And
Was it
like your previous question, like on distance, it crossed the kingdom and it also crossed like mountains and in the process.
the entire
Just from,
the
based on
entire
this panel.
kingdom and the mountains?
Yeah. Based on this panel.
Okay.
Probably anime will visualize it like much better. I'll check that
Okay.
out real quick.
Let me like look at the panels again, because okay.
Also got like a nurse for
I don't
Melly.
have like a really good sense of scale, at least for the top right panel you posted, Lord Freezy. I don't have like, I mean, because there's a vertical component also in it. I mean, just by eyeballing it, I think the distance that the projectile has to travel shouldn't matter based off of based off of the speeds you've described earlier. I don't think that's a real issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can just move on there then.
But let's move on this. This is hurting my brain a little bit too much.
My bad.
No, you're good. You're good. It's good that you bring all this stuff up.
Yeah. I also want to talk about another feat that I found in this chapter. Meliodas, after he caught Lightning Rod, he then hurls it back to still Guild Thunder, and whatchamacallit, you can argue that he threw it at a faster time frame.
Oh, well, what makes you say it was a faster? The speed got faster.
Because like the length, whatchamacallit, Meliodas, Meliodas, as I described before, he saw the lightning rod beforehand as it was coming across the mountains. But when he tossed it back
Sorry, you lagged out for a second. Can you repeat what you just said?
So Meliodas, when he first caught the lightning rod, he saw it beforehand in the sky, and like you said, that was aim dodging. But when he hurled it back at Guild Thunder, he did not see that coming at all, and it grazed him. It grazed him on his cheek.
Well, couldn't
You
you
could
just
also
compare to him being off guard, not thinking it would come back?
you can argue that, but Meliodas also was pushed back from the lightning rod, so this is like you can argue like a higher distance. Through at like a higher distance, at possibly a faster time frame.
Oh yeah, I
But
can.
that
Well, let's
your
move on.
argument about like there being off guard, I could see because the tower that he's in, like the tower could be blocking view of the lightning, so basically it's
Yeah.
not in his line of sight. I'll check the anime real quick.
Yeah, it was good, guys. I was checking the panels, like the actual like manga chapter. There's an image that shows that Gil Thunder did kind of have an idea that something was at least coming in.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said,
Yeah.
It's on
can
stream
grant
So-
right here. Yeah, it's on stream right here.
Recently, I checked the anime, and the anime like it definitely shows like this feat much better. I don't know if I can send it through Discord. That's the thing, but if Eon wants to check the anime to show to chat, that will help.
Give me the episode or give me the scene so I can type it in YouTube, and if you need an episode, then I can look that up, but I'm gonna need you to give me actual episodes. I can look up anything you want me to look up. I just need the chapter or the episode number.
All right.
Yeah.
Tis the burden of power scaling.
Somebody said, seriously, are we actually asking if Black Clover is multiversal? No one in Black Clover is even 4D. Listen, I'm not the one arguing, all right? But power scaling is all about
Six, what do you got to say to that?
Join the server and we can debate after I'm finished with this debate.
Eon.
Did somebody else? Yeah, what up?
I believe it's episode 2 of
Episode 2?
the first season.
Okay.
So,
Thank you so much. What's the just describe the scene that we're looking for? Just so I can.
the spear scene where Gil Thunder tosses the lightning rod or lightning spear at Meliodas and catches tosses right back at him.
Thank you so much,
No
Freezy.
problem.
I really do appreciate it. I'm just gonna. Okay, so episode 2, season 1. I'm gonna have to mute it, and I'm going to have to like really mess around with it a little bit because obviously this will get us demonetized if we don't. So it's set up. I forgot this shit was Netflix. Sorry.
Again.
We're looking at it right now. Where is it? I am assuming it might have to be like later towards the episode then. Nope.
Mm-hmm.
I wish it was like YouTube and you can see like a little like extra. Okay, so Gil Thunder's throwing it. I'm going to put it at ×2 speed. Okay, so he throws it. It flies. Okay, so we see it flying. Meliodas clearly senses something is coming. He is looking. He's stepping outside. He's looking around for it. So the distance it must have traveled was actually extremely massive then, right? Has to be?
Yeah.
Okay. And now
Crossed
we see
it like
Mhm.
dozens of
of miles.
Yeah. Mountains.
Mountains.
I mean,
Okay. So Meliodas grabs it. It immediately sends him flying. He's slinging back. They're flying back. It's not stopping.
cost
It's
a
not
master player too.
stopping. Yeah. Now he stops it. Okay. Did you want me to show anything else?
No.
Okay.
Actually, yeah. When he tosses
Well, are you gonna establish
the
attack
spear
buttons?
right back.
Okay,
Or
so
what?
he throws it all the way back. Guild Thunder. Guild Thunder senses
Yeah,
it.
you see,
Yeah.
his
well,
eyes like light up for a little bit.
Yeah,
you know?
I'll go back to it. So
So
you see it's flying, right? You can see it
Yeah.
like glimmer in the sky, and then Guild Thunder here has a reaction to it. As let's see, I'm gonna just speed it up a quick, and then it hits the thing, and it shows that Guild Thunder wasn't hurt by it. Yeah. So Guild Thunder
Yeah.
avoided it. Yeah, that is consistent.
All right, so you said you're done with your speed. So are you you want to establish attack potency, and I can establish my skill.
yeah, sure.
Okay.
For attack,
Like him 6. If you need anything, just let me know.
actually,
I'll mute again.
Okay. Let me get attack potency for Ollie, real quick.
Sure. By the way, chat, can you guys hear me? Can chat still hear me? Since I know for a fact they can't. I don't know how you can come to this conclusion. Yes, you can hear you snacking on jelly beans. I'm going
Oh
to
yeah,
tie
now
you
that
up.
it's now that there seems to be like some calm in the debating right now, I will say if we ever get to scaling where it involves dimensional scaling and any of that, I will gladly help explain chat what is going on because
And
I know tier 1 shit is hard to understand.
Yeah. I hear you, Lapis.
So that's what I was trying to say before I got cut off.
No, you're fine, Lapis. I hear you. If anybody here ever wants to argue anything in terms of dimensional tiers, you're more than welcome to debate them. I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking time you up for that bullshit. Snacking on jelly beans is absolutely insane. You know what's funny? I'm not a fan of like very sweet candies. Anybody here like those Swedish fish candies? Anybody here like Swedish fish? By the way, if it's taking a while, they're just looking for some stuff. Anybody? Swedish fish. I hate this fucking this fuck ass candy, dude. These things are gross. Anybody ever had these? You know how gross these things are, man. You know exactly how gross these fucking things are, dude. You like sour candies? I'm more of a sour candy guy myself. I would do something along the lines of like Nerds. I'm personally a fan of Nerds and Jolly Ranchers. Yeah, I'm definitely a big fan of Nerds and Jolly Ranchers. Guys, chat, what's the best Jolly Rancher? What's the best Jolly Rancher flavor? Real talk.
Yo, Six. While
Sour gummy
Lord
worms
Freezy
on
Pop gets his scans, I have a funny question for you.
I'm partial to
Sure, okay.
cherry.
Would Asa's anti magic be able to negate Himiko's magic?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Well, we don't know for sure if Himiko's magic is actual magic or not. I mean, she says it is, but like, magic is an established power system in the world, so it could just be magic trick that she believes it's magic to herself. Uh, so I can't really give you a definitive answer on that, but if it's something that uses energy, then Asta can negate it, since he has anti-energy.
No, I just thought that was really funny. So what you're saying is it's a maybe on if Asa negs.
Yes.
I don't know. That's just something really funny I just thought up over the past minute, and also I know chat is probably a little bored right now until we get all of our evidence.
Dude, these. It goes blue, red, other, red, green, purple.
Chad, what's the better food? Invisible food or beans?
Man, I can't decide.
I will time you
And
both the
which one do you
fuck
think
out. I will
Yanni?
time you both the fuck out. Don't even play with me. Stop playing this game. You guys are not mods in this fucking server. I will time you both out. Don't fuck with me.
Damn, bro.
This shit is not a joke. Anyway, the question I was giving chat was before. The question I was giving chat before. While you guys were japping was what do they think the best Jolly Rancher flavor is?
Ooh, the best Jolly Rancher flavor,
It definitely.
dude.
Uh huh.
What type of Jolly Ranchers?
We're
Like
talking
in terms of
the
like
classic,
what's that? The classic?
yeah, the classic hard candies. Because I'm not gonna lie, it might go either purple, pink, or cherry, then green, blue.
Dude, those pink Jolly Ranchers, like, I don't know what it is specifically with those. I love those the most, probably.
Which one?
The pink ones.
Pink ones go hard. Pink one goes so hard. I grew more to red as I got older. I grew to love more.
Yeah, red is also good. I used to not like them, but
Something
but
about
that was like 6 or 7 years.
Guys.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
You got your evidence?
You got your evidence?
Oh, you guys are crazy. Grape is the best.
Yo, that's what I'm saying, bro. Yo, grape has always been top
Y'all
one
don't know,
goated.
grape is the best.
Grape has
Stop
always
sleeping
been
on
top
grape.
one goated.
Not true at all.
It really is though. It really is though. It has the most consistent flavor profile. It just hits different. It's not too tardy like red or green. It's not too sweet like blue. And I mean, not even blue, pink and blue. I'm not gonna lie. I used to fuck with blue a lot, Julio, but blue is just not it, bro. Blue's probably the worst flavor. I'm sorry. Anyway. Yeah, anyone who says it isn't purple or pink for the as top one is wrong. Maybe red up there too, but you never know. I'll leave you guys to your scaling though. All right.
Alrighty, I got my evidence.
Non-stop debate.
All right, let's see it.
So, as mentioned before, after catching Guild Thunder's slimy rod, it caused like a huge crater in the ground, which is like stone rock, and he withstand it, and he was able to tank getting pushed through multiple small buildings, and hold on, they're loading real quick. But Melly was able to lift up Guild Thunder's sword casually after dozen a big buff 40 out juicy grown man were unable to pull it out, and you're exhausted after that.
Yeah, so
Wait,
where would that go in terms of attack potency? Explain.
Well, I would scale Melly off his feet like superhuman.
You said superhuman?
Or peak human at the bare minimum. Peak bare minimum.
Do you have any other scaling you want to give him, or is that all?
Yeah. Well, first chapter-ish of the story fought this goober who practically cut off a cliff off of a mountain.
So where'd that go?
Anchoring the size like big cliff is compared to Meliodas and Elizabeth, Meliodas is like 5 foot, so I would say like this is like a building-ish level feat.
All right.
Probably higher considering like the material of the cliff. He also cut this forest in half and caused like a deep crater inside of it, like a deep crevice. And not to mention, Meliodas has full counter in the hit, which allows him to counter or negate his enemy's attack right back. And the full counter caused a big explosion that was visible from the top of the mountain. Visible from
Wait,
top of the
is
mountain.
this just
And
chapter one?
also, Meliodas casually cut it into two.
Okay, so we cut him out, and that'll be mountain level. Is this just chapter one though?
It's just like chapter 1 to 2, I believe.
Well, you can use any chapter. I have the topic is chapter one Asta versus just Meliodas in general.
Meliodas in general. Okay, so we're going to a bunch of like high end.
You're very confident about this 6.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm kind of nervous. How confident he is.
Well, all I'll say is let the Black Clover scaler on the server do his Black Clover scaling.
Does Law solo Black Clover 2? If I go by 6 and Lapis is scaling, fuck no. I have yet to scale the series myself.
Yeah, no. They're just like, how is Law going to able to do transfinite amounts of damage and AP? Like,
Yeah. Seke
that's my main.
on a low ball, ironically, Sam's. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Also, to add a little bit, somebody in chat asked, what did you mean by juicy? What is going on here?
Yeah, I almost
All right.
I almost had some feelings about that. I'm just gonna say, don't want to get too excited. Yeah, but what I was gonna say is to whoever asked, can Law was it like solo Black Clover or beat Asta? It doesn't matter which argument it is. The main issue is getting past an infinite amount of attack potency, and even then, especially with some of the arguments I've heard from 6, you might have to have you would have to probably have an argument for not just a infinite amount of attack potency, but an infinite set of infinite attack potency. So being able to destroy an infinite amount of infinities. So yeah, so that's just what's six. What's the technical term for being able to destroy an infinite amount of universes? I want to get the terminology correct.
That'd be multiversal plus.
Multiversal plus. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I know Versus Battle Wiki has some stupid odd terms. Like,
Well, I mean, one second.
like I could go on a whole rant about how I think the way that Versus Battle Wiki does regeneration tier scaling is absolutely stupid and
Bon is
is
smoking.
written by people who want to like rub in saying like, haha, you don't know what like high mid regen is. I'm like, bro, just say like cellular regeneration. Like, holy crap.
Jeff said Bon is smoking Asta, Meliodas, and Asta having a short people off. Merlin cancels out Asta's own anti-magic. Diana King and Gauther lose, but Gauther could potentially win because his memory manipulation is crazy. Somebody said, Optimus Gaming said, why am I hearing Cap? How is Black Clover Universal? You can join the server that's pinned below Optimus, and you can wait for your turn to like debate 6 on it. You're more than welcome to. I don't personally, since I haven't read Black Clover for power scaling purposes, I'm not going to answer whether or not Law wins just because I don't have my own line of scaling for it. But yeah. Sorry about that, Liren. But yeah, I'll just leave the multi-uni plus outer versal kakapupu stuff for you guys.
Yeah, probably for the best.
Also, Versus Battle Wiki. Somebody came in yesterday talking about calcs and stuff, and like metrics for Versus Battle Wiki, and
yeah.
Just to add to a bit of a conversation about this. Here's the thing, guys. People consider Versus Battle Wiki to be the standard because, I mean, they have the website and everything, so they obviously created, like, some of the metrics and stuff, but it doesn't apply every single metric possible. I mean, it's not possible to apply everything when most metrics are, if anything, subjective, and even in the case where, like, calcs, whether it's Draper point calcs, whether it's pixel scaling, whether it's any kind of calcs out there, it's all, at the end of the day, just a different kind of metric that you can use to scale the characters differently, which is why I don't necessarily also dispute the idea that, like, Austin and the others are, like, multiversal or anything, because, again, A, haven't read the series for power scaling purposes, and B, I'm not really here to debate whether or not Black Clover is uni plus, multi plus, etc., or whether it's planetary or country, continent. I don't really personally care. It really just becomes down to like how you guys interpret the series, how you guys read them, and with Versus Battle Wiki specifically, though I don't agree with everything. I mean, they also constantly change. One thing that I do want to say is that just consider it like this. Use it as a source to like get information on scaling, but don't use it as a metric by which you're just basing all of your scaling on, because if you go out of your way to do something like that, there might come a time, and I'm just saying this because we've seen it with some of our members here that have told me personally, if there comes a time where you're trying to debate something that like Versus Battle Wiki quote unquote said, and then you try to go into the website later to bring it up, let's say like 6 months down the line, they might change their scaling. They change their scaling consistently for certain things. They raise or lower certain character stats based on who the moderators are, what they choose to believe. So again, just take it all with a grain of salt. Everybody's scaling at the end of the day, you can kind of take with a grain of salt, unless it's something that's like basically written by the author themselves. Also,
you can tell Versus Battle Wiki is ass because they have dominant on characters at building level and subsonic in the big 26.
all right.
That's wild.
Zod, just to answer your question, I don't do thighs or wings. I'm mostly a breast guy.
No, honestly, I agree with the on there.
Also, boneless is better.
Breast
I
has
don't
the
care.
most.
Oh, were we talking about chickens or gooning? I'm sorry.
Honestly, I have no idea since it's Zod.
Yeah, I have no idea either. It's Zod. Like, but yeah, for all the One Piece fans in the chat, Versus Battle Wiki has actually started to increase the stats for One Piece characters. It's slow but gradual, but maybe eventually. Maybe eventually we won't have Sanji and one and the roof piece at like 1.5 times the speed of light.
The only semi-good scaling I've seen for versus Battle Wiki is Kafka from Kaiju number 8, but even then it's like I don't know.
To answer
I've
your
seen, well, at least when I've been scaling Danganronpa as I've been playing it on the streams. The versus Battle Wiki scaling for that series is either serviceable or just like blatantly just complete ass. It's the arguments I have seen on there, like logically, do not make any sense.
1 second, please.
I'll leave it at that.
1 second, please. Again, arguments aren't mine. You'd have to ask them what the argument is, Lirin. If you want, you can come into voice chat and you can debate them. Well, it's basically due to some Glamour World stuff that's stated to be a hyperspace, but there's another translation that says it's a subspace, but you can
That's
view it
the
as either
wrong
or.
meta, Eon.
Oh. That's the wrong meta? Alright, my bad.
Yeah, the hyperspace thing is for 5D, and that's with Xenon's spatial dominion. It has nothing to do with Glamour War.
Freezy Pop, real quick. Are you good to continue or no?
Nah, just
What'd you say?
I'm just picking out. Quick.
Alright.
You almost got your scans or what?
Almost finished.
But
Yeah, don't worry. Take your time. Me and
All
Six
right.
will try to keep chat entertained.
Okay.
should I explain
Thank you, Josh.
my 5D on a measurable scale for Dandanon?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, bet. So basically, there's alien that's stated to be in another dimension, and Momo defeats it. While another dimension doesn't always have to be in reference to a higher dimension. Momo, after destroying a dimension from the inside, is stated to transcend dimensions, and it shows a flashback to both the moment of her destroying the dimension and her defeating the alien, which would have to mean the alien is 4D, and since she's transcending dimensions, the time is a dimension, so she would be immeasurable since she's transcending time, and since she's transcending dimensions and transcending the dimensional, the 4D alien should be 5D, making her 5D and immeasurable. I don't know if I explained that well, but it's there.
I think it's the best if you can explain it for the general audience without going into a long ass argument describing what dimensionality is, and then further explaining that how it relates. So I think he did it like decently well, Six.
Yeah, people just like to downplay Dandanon by bringing up the 400 or 200 km/h statement, which is only in fucking travel speed.
Yeah, travel speed is different from combat speed.
So
Main difference is stamina.
Them having like FTL combat speed and feats, or like a measurable combat speed and feats.
Yeah.
Gojo does not solo, bro. We can debate that.
Get that. Or did he say Grimmjow?
No, he said Gojo solos. I said we could debate that.
Oh, Gojo. I was like, really? I was like, Grimmjow? I mean, chat, to further explain really why travel distances shouldn't really be used for combat combat speed is the reason why is because characters who say take character A who has a are you done? Oh, I'll continue. Say hypothetical character revived Bungus. Say revived Bungus has is FTL in combat speed, but only displays while traveling that he can travel at a max speed of like 50 kilometers an hour. There's an easy way you can prove that he's still FTL, and it's that the span of time that is happening while said character is fighting between when they start moving and when they stop is significantly shorter than traveling at a constant speed of say like 50 kilometers per hour. It uses roughly you can make the argument that it uses roughly the same amount of stamina. I don't know if I explained that well, Six. I might have just confused people. Bro, Six, what happened to your mic?
Bro, what is my mic? What is my mic bad?
No. Like for a second, it sounded like doo doo caca wee whiz. But I was trying to say that the amount of stamina actually used while in combat can be the same as while traveling, even if the travel speed is significantly slower than the combat speed.
Yo, Zon
Just
said
you.
that's a lullaby.
What did you say, Six?
I said Zod said Lapis sing us a lullaby. Will you do that?
Shit. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Are you happy, Zod? Are you happy?
Okay, well that's certainly something. Yo, Lord Freezy Pop, bro, you almost done grabbing scans.
It's a lot, dude. It's a lot. It's a boatload of scams. I'm telling you.
Just to double check,
Yeah, but like,
are you?
when are you gonna be done though? Like, what? Can you give me like an estimate?
Estimate when I will like finish grabbing scans.
Yeah.
Just to double check, for your scans, do
I'll think
you? Uh-huh.
about it too.
No. I just wanted to say, I just wanted to ask because I noticed that your scans are like cropped images. Are you cropping them yourselves, or are you?
Yeah.
Oh no, you don't have to crop
Crop.
them. No, don't crop them, dude. Don't worry about that.
No.
No, don't worry about that. We'll find the scan. The scans usually have like what 6 panels at most. It's fine, dude. We'll figure it out.
All
Yeah.
right.
It expedites
that's good.
the process a little bit. You can just start uploading them if you want, and if you've already got some of
Yeah.
them cropped, you can upload those. Though no worries. One of the reasons why I also like would prefer if you didn't crop, and it's just less work on you at the end of the day. But not because of that. It's because when I was checking over like the Seven Deadly Sins stuff earlier when you first started, the whole Gil Thunder like moment where like he like gasped like like where he like kind of showed that he knew that the thing was coming. You can see that from the page if you didn't crop the image, so you can find it there. So I would appreciate that. Falling Angel Cake, can you wait in the waiting room until we're done with Lord Freezy Pop?
No, I told them they could join DC.
Oh, okay.
They're gonna do
It's Jake.
Okay.
It's Jake. All right.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go back to muting. I'm gonna go back to muting, and I'll just give you guys some time.
All right.
Yeah, Jake.
I will
Jake, why did you
admit my scaling for Melly in the later chapters are a bit wonky, I'll say.
Okay. Well, we you can just go over it, and I'll address any contentions I have.
So first off, the demon hold on. Pretty slow. All right. So first off, the Demon King was stated to have created the demon world.
Okay. Can you
And
say how big the demon world is?
the demon world, depending on how you interpret this, there's stars and distance. And via that, you can get this from around solar, the multi-solar system, highball, would say.
Okay. So since
Oh,
I
there's
agree. I agree.
there's stars, you would say there's a solar system making it multi-solar system?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I can agree to that.
since there's
Yep.
starry stars in the distance. And right here, look, you get amped up with negative demonly energy when you put on your blade, and it packs nearly 10 times as stated here.
So you're
Guys
saying
can
like
see.
10 times amp on top of multi-solar?
Yeah, 10
Okay.
times amp from multi-solar. Not to mention, it also increases all the more in nighttime, but it's unquantifiable, so I won't go into that. Meliodas was scale contrary to the Demon King, as he's able to see blows in these chapters. As you can see, he's getting humbled by him in base 2. And him and Bond are able to take attacks from him. Let me get more examples
All right.
of Meliodas taking these attacks. So not only is Melly able to take these attacks, but he is able to, at point, intercept them and counter them with his full counter. And he's able to briefly clash with Demon King, and he's able to withstand his attacks from him and block them, basically.
Okay, I
This
can
is
grant
not
this.
Meliodas at his fullest power or his fullest potential. This is just a base purgatory unsealed Meliodas.
Okay. So do you have any? I can grant you this. Do you have any higher scaling or no?
From my knowledge and what I'm aware of, no, I do not have any higher
Okay.
scaling.
Well, we can move on to speed then. I can go over my argument.
All right.
Chat, what is 9 plus 10?
21.
21.
Correct answer, chat.
Yo, Jake really thought he was part of the group.
Yeah, bro.
I'm crying. Wait, do you already have the scans for speed or?
No, I don't. I got check them all again.
So yeah,
Yeah.
you have to grab the
No.
scans for speed still.
Huh?
What did Jake just send? When my good for nothing son says Triple T's name in vain.
Yeah, just let me know when you have all the scans and send them over.
Alrighty.
You got them?
No.
Okay.
Yo, what up? You called me?
No.
No one called you. But what's really stupid is 6. Triple T has light speed scaling because of Fortnite.
I mean, if we use comp triple T, he's like high outer and immeasurable.
Well, I don't scale Italian brain rot, so.
Nice,
But-
congratulations, Memento. Oh, sorry.
But because all loopers are the same in the Fortnite universe, and the cube cradle shoots a beam of light at loopers that shoot at it, and you're able to dodge it. Given the distance away from the cube cradle is from what I remember, is like maybe like the furthest away you can shoot it at is like 200 meters. It should be light speed because light speed is able to circle the entire Earth 7 times within 1 second, and 200 meters is like a fraction of a percent of that distance. It also tracks your character. So there you go. Triple T is now light speed because of Fortnite. I rest my case.
That's so peak. That's like the peak of skilling on the planet, bro. Bro, everyone in chat can agree Triple T's the GOAT, right?
My question about Italian brain rot is like, given like the landscape of how memes are, and how they basically like only exist for like a month at most. Like, how is Italian brain rot like existed for over a year?
Cause it just keeps getting reused in different formats. Cause like it's not just a meme; they're like actual characters. So
I know they're actual like characters, but like it just baffles me.
it's because Triple T's the GOAT, bro. That's what it is.
Tung sahur.
If you guys have any questions for me right now, I can answer them since bro's grabbing skins.
Yeah, and I can answer some questions. Probably not related to Black Clover because I don't think I'm obviously not the most well versed in that series, but I'd say I can answer like general questions.
I mean, Fortnite scaling is like high outer cosmology because like all the fiction exists within Fortnite's cosmology.
Yeah.
So basically, we can take any cosmology from other series and put it into
It doesn't matter.
fucking Fortnite, and it wouldn't be contradictory.
Yeah.
That's so
If a collab happens in Fortnite, it basically retroactively either upscales or downscales the series. But only if you're willing to use like compound composite characters, which most people don't use because it's kind of stupid at times, which I can't blame them because taking characters and like taking all their profiles and merging them all at once is really time consuming.
I mean, we can get like the strongest person in Fortnite scaling Fortnite Doctor Doom to like outerversal via the cosmology, since he was gonna destroy all of it. Well, wasn't he gonna destroy the 0 point or what?
He was gonna. So what he did was he absorbed the. So first he absorbed the strength of a bunch of immortal gods from Pandora's box, which that includes Zeus, Hades, Aphrodite, a bunch of characters from Greek mythology. He then tried to when he tried doing that initially, his armor got completely destroyed. So he had to spend IRL 28 days trying to create a new set of armor, and then when he created that new set of armor, he was able to absorb it all, and then basically use not necessarily use all their powers, but basically use all of their just raw strength. There's that, and then oh sorry, he was oh, that must have been an echo. Yeah, I'm from what I remember, because it's been a little while since I've actually skilled Fortnite. He was trying to no, he wouldn't have tried to destroy the 0 point, because the 0 point was still in a bunch of shards. So at this point, I don't even know. He was trying to take over the reality though that they were in, because the 0 point was still in a bunch of shards at that point. It wasn't until chapter 7 when the 0 point was getting reconstructed by the Dark Voyager.
Somebody
Yeah,
said,
it's been 2 months since I played the game, and I shouldn't say I won't play the game again, but like it's probably going to be a while just due to Epic's terrible decisions and management issues.
I stopped playing the game, to be honest.
What was it? So,
Yeah, I mean,
Dino Crusher said, "This is what I'm talking about with Fortnite scaling is just bullshit at this point. The writers on that team just be making stuff up." I mean, yeah, not wrong.
I mean, it's all Donald Mustard's vision. Well, not necessarily Donald Mustard's vision, but the original vision of basically getting a shit ton of collabs together and having a bunch of stuff you can do in Fortnite. That was Donald Mustard's original vision.
It's almost as bad as DBZ scaling.
Yo, DBZ scaling is fine, bro. What are we talking about?
That's funny as fuck.
Like,
It's honestly, it's kind of funny if Demon Slayer gets added into Fortnite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if Demon Slayer's added into Fortnite, all the characters that are added will retroactively get faster speed scaling, just because of how slow the verse is and how all the light speed shit I've been spewing out.
Real quick,
Because they're loopers, they should be able to dodge the cube cradled beam, which is light speed.
Beam? Oh.
Yeah.
Multiversal plus Tanjiro would be wild.
Yeah. Light speed FTL Tanjiro would be wild, but turns out that Demon Slayer leak was fake, so you can only the Demon Slayer fans can puff copium until it eventually probably gets added. I'm not doubting that it probably will eventually get added, but for now,
for One Piece.
the Infinity Castle studied to be infinite, bro. And it was created by random fodder. So, my Universal Sandra.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say, Lord Freezy Pop?
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, 6. Respectfully, eat shit and drink piss. Respectfully, though. Respectfully, though.
Not respectfully.
Definitely respectfully.
I've heard Saint Seiya scaling is crazy. I mean, I just finished a series with pretty crazy scaling, which is Magi. Basically,
you know what also has insane scaling?
Let me finish, but real quick. Hold up. Basically, the main villain, there's an infinite hierarchy of gods that all transcend each other, existing within the cosmology, and he transcends all the infinite hierarchy of gods, which is high.
Dang.
Since it's infinite dimensional.
Well, dang. I was gonna say, you know what else? You know what series also has insane scaling, 6?
What?
You know it very well.
Do I?
Expedition 33.
Oh yeah.
Expedition 33 scaling is kind of crazy.
It is the most blatant uni feat, and I think in all the series I think I've ever scaled. The most blatant uni feat.
Yeah, Black Clover has more blatant uni feats.
Yeah.
Bro, if Kaguya just had like a feat like the Paintress, like where she like literally rips open reality, we would not be having this discussion of whether or not Naruto's universal, because it would just be yes, they are Kaguya is universal. No questions asked. She literally ripped open reality with her literal bare hands.
Yeah, I mean, Expedition 33 scaling gets like the highest you can get without being boundless, essentially. It's like high outer and immeasurable to a relevant speed.
I remember I was making a tier list with 6, and we were scaling all the characters, and there's an argument that like literally the entire big 3 cannot get past a single enemy in the second act due to gradient attacks. I won't get into like the specifics on why, but the main issue is speed.
Isn't ripping reality just hacks? She does it with her raw attack potency.
Yeah, she just rips it open with her bare hands.
She just grabs her hands and rips it open.
She just literally just friggin' talks to the expedition, and then just like you can even see her like use her strength because her arms are slightly buckling a little bit.
What about Top Musica? Top Musica is like was going to merge two uh, universes with their own space times. I mean, the universes were parallel and basically the exact same, and he was going to merge them. And he also existed in two universes at the same time, and could only be destroyed if he got attacked in both those universes. So definitely low multi. Yo, Jake, I'll get into that, bro. I'll get into that once he's finished establishing his skill. Trust. But trust me, the scaling is pretty crazy.
I mean, me and Six literally made up our own tiers for Expedition 33 scaling because there's like nothing on versus Battle Wiki
Yeah, I
or
literally
anywhere else.
all the scaling metas for Expedition 33.
I mean,
Since
I
scales it. Well, yeah, you
made,
did one.
I did one. I did the not hyper. I did like it was like complex. It was like low complex or a complex multiversal via the manner, and it being a separate space time in a non-Euclidean space. That is directly connected to the canvas.
Oh yeah, top music is only like low multi and maybe infinite speed. The Pinterest is like high outer versal and immeasurable. The top music is getting diddled.
It's like if Tanjiro from Demon Slayer had to face up against an infinite amount of Ultra Instinct Gokus.
He's not. I mean, okay, so Freezy Pop. I don't. And we're getting also some comments from the chat. Could you please get the information ready? Because, um, you know, people here are kind of just saying like, hey, can we kind of needed to be well prepared for this.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind while you get your scans ready? I don't want to rush you, so while you get your scans ready, while you can find all of them, would you mind if Six maybe debates Jake, if it's possible?
Yeah.
Just put that on hold while you take your time.
Yeah. How about
Yeah.
how about you just get all your skins, and then we can debate afterward. How about that?
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right, sounds good.
Beautiful.
Shall I leave voice chat?
You don't have to leave voice chat. You can keep yourself muted and just let us know when you're done.
Oh,
And,
all right.
we can debate. All right, Jake, what do you want the topic to be?
Okay, so I'm gonna get reviewed.
Yo, your mic is so shitty, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Bruh.
Um,
We know that your mic can be good because you were literally on one of my layer sessions with a good mic.
can you hear me? Hold on.
Yeah, well, nobody can understand you, bro. Maybe change your output.
I don't know.
Still ask.
How about now?
It sounds
Chat,
good right now.
can you hear him, chat? Say something say like a sentence.
Hello. Fuck you all. I'll fucking kill you.
Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you?
Damn.
Oh my God, Jake.
Okay, so basically, I'm gonna be arguing that Tiki from Miraculous Ladybug could probably be. What chapter do you scale Asta to multiversal or not multi outer?
I won't be debating outer, but I've already seen your outer versal scale for Miraculous, and I just don't agree with it. So we can just debate
Okay.
Asta.
Okay, well in that case then I'll just debate Marinette the main character since she scales below Tiki, but should still be like empowered by her. So I'll just scale her to whatever version.
All right,
Like
but
we could
just
do
as
multiple.
long as you're scaling, I'll let you know if I have any contentions, and I'll establish my scaling, and we can go from
Okay.
there.
So do you want to go first or?
Well, you can go first. You can go first.
Okay, so let me actually explain. So basically in Miraculous, I'll provide the scans right here. One server. Let me see. So basically in Miraculous, we basically know that. Let me get it. Let me get it. Let me get it. Hold on.
That's a starter.
Okay, basically in Miraculous, we know that Kwamis basically are not only just a representation of literal concepts, but they are the
Sure.
concepts themselves. We know this from Gimme in the Special London episode saying as such, and we also know that when something is like immediately born into the universe, a Kwami is created like at the exact same time. That would just reflect the creation of both. Therefore, it would, and also statements such as them embodying it in the first place would just most likely support the fact that Kwamis not only represent, but also are the concept themselves. We know that in Miraculous, basically, Kwamis are concepts put out into the universe. This would include concepts such as like space and time. Therefore, you could argue Tiki is outer based off these metrics. So
Can you send the scans over real quick?
yeah.
Just send them in the scans chat.
So, yeah, I sent it in general, but okay.
No, send it. Okay, you sent it general. Okay, you mean general VC chat?
No, I'll send it. No.
Send them in the servers. It's easier to access. Send them in scans in the server.
Oda told me end of series Luffy is boundless. True! True! Absolutely true. You guys are so stupid. I think I'm realizing no matter what story it is, there will always be someone getting it to outer. You can get almost any story to outer depending on, Am I playing Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh on the side on my phone while they debate. I got nothing better to do.
You see it? You see it?
You didn't? I don't see it. Did you send in scans in the server?
Yeah.
Scans chat?
Uh-huh.
I do not see it.
General scan.
I'm talking about in this server, in Discord debates with chat, dude.
Oh!
Yeah.
I should hold on. I should
Oh, shit. Okay, I look like a fucking idiot. Hold on.
have the. I should actually have the stream open up on my laptop.
Okay, and this is also, so going back to what I said, as soon as the creation happens, like literally at the exact same time, a Kwami is born, which just supports them being the concept itself, and there's also the fact that they use statements such as embodiment, and within the London special, we know that Tiki and Flag's fused form, I think it's the fused form, if I'm remembering correctly, literally states as such, and then there's also further supporting by the fact that the Miraculous of time is unaffected by regular time, meaning it would just scale to basically the concept.
Okay, so can you prove these concepts are platonic in nature? Because that's what you would need to be outerversal. Normal concepts do not scale to outerversal.
Okay, so basically, we know that Tiki was born as soon as the creation of the universe had happened, like literally at the exact same time. So that would pretty much just scale to naturally.
So how would that prove it's a platonic concept?
Can you define platonic concept?
Platonic concepts? Yes. Concepts that are abstract, non-physical, transcendental, etc., etc.
Oh yeah, because we have concepts such as beauty, love, mathematics. Like obviously, like love is not a physical concept, so it would be abstract.
Yes, love is not a physical concept. All concepts themselves are non-physical. So I was just applying that as a general definition for platonic concepts. Non-physical applies to all concepts, though.
Okay.
Also, if there is concepts like love and beauty, and all these concepts are similar, and all these concepts are the same type of concept, which wouldn't be contradicted, and you can't prove against this, then these concepts wouldn't be platonic concepts because love and beauty are not platonic concepts. They cannot
Why would it not be
be
both
platonic
platonic
concepts.
and non-platonic concepts?
What did you say?
Why would it not be both platonic and non-platonic concepts?
Well, you would have to prove that.
I mean, would you consider creation a platonic concept?
No.
Okay, let me
Also,
quickly.
you have not proved the concepts are platonic in nature. You just said before the creation of the universe, which does not really prove anything.
Hmm. Why would it not? If
That
that's
would be
literally it.
one aspect of a platonic concept, but does not prove the concept.
Okay, well, I do have another method of scaling Tiki,
Okay.
or is that? Or am I shifting?
No. You can just if one of your metas gets debunked, you can just move on to the next one. That doesn't really affect anything.
Okay, so basically, in the episode, I forget the name of the episode, but basically, it's an episode where someone gets akumatized, they turn into a villain that traps people within dimensions. We know these dimensions are infinite since. Let me grab the scans real quick.
All right,
Here, I'll be right back.
sounds good.
You are actually shoving a massive cock in my ass right now. He had
What?
everything. Oh, I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Oh,
Hold up.
Sorry, I forgot. I'm still talking. Yeah, no, I got absolutely destroyed by a dude who basically had everything plus the kitchen sink at my deck. Just had everything, everything, including the fucking ass kitchen sink. I hate this game.
Damn, bro.
This game's terrible. Whoever the fuck designed it, Takahashi, wherever the fuck, made a terrible game. Terrible ass fucking game. Fuck this game. It takes no skill. People are bad. I'm the only good player. All this shit. Jesus Christ, I hate this fucking game, dude. Dude, yo, let me tell you guys something real quick while you guys are doing this shit. Back in the weekend, I crashed out at like 7 in the morning because I was up for 5 hours losing 12 games back to back, ranking down like 3 times in this fuck ass game. I hate this game, dude. This shit is so fucking toxic for no reason. Fuck, man. Anyway, my fault. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna crash the fuck out. What do I even add here? No, that doesn't work.
I'm back. Is she scaling that bug girl to Outerversal? No, he conceded to the fact that bug girl would not be Outerversal. So he's gathering scans for a different meta right now. Yes, this is still Black Clover. The debate is Asta versus whatever her name is. I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to switch to my PC right now because I'm by my PC right now, and also my mic quality on my PC is 1,000 times better.
All right. Yeah, the previous debate was Chapter 1 Asta versus Meliodas, and this is Asta versus I think Miraculous. I don't know the name.
Okay, I wasn't tweaking.
You back?
Yu-Gi-Oh scales to boundless
Yeah,
off
yeah,
of card
yeah, yeah.
descriptions. It's
I
crazy.
thought like my audio from my Scarlet was not being produced. That's why I was concerned because y'all were like completely silent.
Why the fuck? Hold up.
Is it wait, what is it?
Jake left. Hold on, let me.
Ah, okay, it's nothing on my
Oh,
end.
that fucking blows.
No.
Okay.
All right. Wait, Jake, do you have the scanners now?
Yeah. Okay. So basically,
All right, just we got them real quick.
so this is a novelization for the episode that I forget the name of the villain, but a villain basically traps them in dimensions, traps people in separate dimensions.
Let's go! I won! Finally! Platinum 1!
The Cat Noir's Cataclysm, which is basically just a product of um, black powers, and because of that, it would just obviously just kill the flag. Obviously, the wonderful and for these powers, and these powers miraculous that basically allows the cataclysm to happen. Yeah, and now we know that he destroyed multiple of these dimensions in size. So he would have destroyed an infinite person. We already see him within the episode destroying about, from what we see, it's basically represented as pictures right here. And once he destroys it, they are basically the like yellow stuff you see is the characters being freed
Bo's
from these dimensions.
wholeness, because it has
Meaning they would
essential
have to
connection
outright
of the
be
notion
destroyed,
of the
since the only way we see
spin, the
them free from these
intermodulated quantum
dimensions are
mechanics and
unless
all of its
Miraculous
contents, hence
Ladybug,
Beyblade
which
solos type
that's
shit.
literally just reverses everything,
Best soda? I
or
don't
the
drink
fact that it would
soda.
have to be destroyed. So that would mean he
I
destroyed multiple
I
of
don't
these
personally drink
infinitely
soda.
sized dimensions. And basically, Flag would scale above that, and we know that Tiki obviously scales above Flag since she is the strongest Kwami and was the first ever born Kwami who basically created all other Kwamis. Or at least, I'm not sure if she created all other Kwamis, but she would definitively scale above them since all other Kwamis are stated to fear her when she is hungry. And there's another scan I'll grab.
Yeah. Just let me see this. Let me see the scan for this, and I'll get my input.
Yeah, and we also just know that they basically scale to each other since they're always compared in other Kwami, which would include Flag, fear Tiki when she's hungry. So Tiki would just scale to that level.
So your let me get this right. Your scale gets them to low multi, right?
Should. Yeah.
Okay, I can grant you this. Do you want to move on to speed, or do you want to give a higher meta?
I
Protect.
mean, this would kind of just be dependent off of him destroying the dimension. If the power was capable of destroying multiple dimensions within a finite amount of time, oh my fucking god, finite amount of time, where would this scale him? If it's, I know it would be infinite if it was a single dimension, but since there's multiple dimensions he destroys within a finite amount of time, where would that scale him?
Infinite speed.
Okay, just infinite? Alright, then yeah. So low multi with infinite speed, and we know Black would just scale above that level, so.
All right, I can grant you that. Is that all the
And
scaling?
then, yeah, and then Tiki scales 2, if not above, Black.
Okay. I can let me go into this, and I can get chapter 1 also above this.
Okay.
Okay, so do you know the feat where Yami destroys Glam World?
I've heard of it. It's the Dimensional Flash.
Okay, I can send it over right now. Give me 2 seconds.
Actually, I have a question. Sorry, I
Was-
don't want to backtrack, but it's technically would be infinite if it was one dimension, but we see it destroying multiple of these infinite dimensions. So, would it scale to immeasurable or just infinite?
Just infinite.
Okay.
Here, let me grab the scan real quick.
Eon, can we bring beans to the cookout? Everyone needs it. Even first of all, I don't
Where
ever
did my-
need. I don't ever need
I have it
beans.
up
But
forward in chest. We'll just
if
go there.
anyone ever brings beans to anything that any cookout that I have, bruh, I will actually crash the fuck out. I'm not playing around. Do not even try bringing beans to anything that any kind of event that I have. Or
Actually, I'll
have
just
made.
send over all my scans at once. Give me 2 more seconds.
I will crash out if anyone tries to bring. Do you just hate all types of beans? It's not. It's a joke where beans essentially just means like. I don't know. You're being an asshole. You're being a dickhead.
Oh, also
you're-
one more thing.
like
So
that.
basically, we also see within Cat Blanc, which is basically Cat Noir gets acclimatized, these same powers were capable of destroying, or if not at the very least, greatly affecting. It should be destroying since this was a cataclysm.
Okay.
They were capable of destroying multiple different timelines, and um, I get it was an amped Cat Noir, but we literally see him surpassing the limit of which Plague can operate. So logically, it makes no sense for Plague to not scale to that level.
All right. I sent over my scans. So basically, Diami is able to destroy Glamour
The
World.
whole beans thing is
Well,
just
it
a.
is stated to be infinite in size, which would be high universal. You can get it higher, taking into account Look's century range. 2 characters. Look consistently has the best century range in the series, especially scaling above characters in the Black Bulls in terms of century range. And 2 characters with unnotable or unimpressive sensory are able to sense in different space times, which is low multi-sensory. That is Henry sensing the remnants in Glamour World, and Lumiere sent to Agritamon in the Shadow Palace. This would give both of them low multi-sensory range and Luck by extension. So since Luck has low multi-sensory range, and he still perceives Glamour World as having infinite and no border, Glamour World would be multiversal plus in size, but infinite
in size.
to low multi is multi plus. Do you have any consensus with that?
Yami slicing it would be multi-plus.
Yes. Because
Why?
he just completely.
He destroyed it completely. Okay. Wouldn't that? Okay. So question: wouldn't that also apply with Cat Noir?
What did you say?
So would that logically not also apply, especially since Cat Noir destroyed multiple of these infinitely sized dimensions, rather than just the
Well,
villain?
they're only infinite in size. You haven't proved them to be multiversal plus in size.
Yeah, I know, but he destroyed multiple of them with a single cataclysm.
Yes. That would just be low multi since he's destroying multiple infinities.
Okay.
Like-
rather than one set continuous. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, you want me to explain why infinite in comparison to low multi would be multi plus, so you get a better explanation, or no?
Yeah.
All right. So
Well, I
basically,
mean-
low multi accounts for the space between any given amount of 40 objects, right?
Mhm.
So the higher you are finitely into low multi, the more space is accounted for overall. If you're multi plus, that accounts for an infinite amount of space between.
I agree,
40
Marcos.
objects.
My head
So
hurts
since
too.
love consists of low multi distance,
This
its
is why I don't
sensory
do
accounts
these
for the
kind of
space
debates.
between that. So that would be multi plus.
Okay. Well.
So
I mean-
do you concede to this, or do you have any more contentions?
I want to know where Yami skills in terms of speed.
Multiversal plus.
Would it just be? Okay. Yeah, I concede. That was pretty much it. I wanted to go with the outer stuff, but I still don't have
No,
the
I'm
actual.
feeling chapter 1 also. Let me So let me get into how Austin chapter 1 skills to Glamour World. So basically,
Okay.
there is a statement that one magic knight captain is equivalent to 100 magic knights. And in chapter 1, Asta is able to defeat a magic knight, meaning he scales finitely to all the captains. This would mean he scales finitely to beginning of series Dorothy, who already has the Glamour World. she created Glam World, and she already had it in beginning of series, which meant he scales finally to multi plus. So the reason Dorothy scales to Glamour World is because one, she created it with her soul. Two,
Yeah.
who is equal to Dorothy in this instance, is able to destroy it since all the captains are equal in the captain versus captain bout. And Dorothy fighting with Reeve, her elf counterpart, destroys Glamour World. It just completely collapses since it isn't able to handle both of them fighting in there. So Dorothy would scale to Glamour World beginning of series, which is Multiversal Plus in size, and since Asta scales finally to that, he would be Multiversal Plus beginning of series. And since Dorothy is also able to dodge the attack that destroyed Glamour World, that would also give Asta infinite speed beginning of series, or chapter 1. Do you have any contentions with this?
So Yami destroying it would scale to that level of speed.
Yes.
Okay. Question. So we know that basically Cat Noir, not Cat Noir, Flag is always holding back. Could you argue that via holding back, he would basically reach into the next
Dude,
tier?
how is it that
Especially
I
since
just
we
keep
see,
running into these
Tiki
fuck ass
herself
Tenpai decks that have only
has
fucking spell cards in them,
transcendent
bro?
form
Going
that's
second
being given
decks.
that is, like,
Honestly, anyone who
basically
uses a going second deck in
kind
Yu-Gi-Oh! in
of
modern day is just a
above,
fucking loser. I swear to God,
pretty
anybody
much
who
every
uses a going
quantity
second
that
deck in
she's
Yu-Gi-Oh!
like
is
way
a
above basically
pitiful,
Tiki herself
disgusting
in her
little
non-holding
loser.
back form.
Oh my
And she
God.
obviously just scales above Flag or 2 Flag, who just
Jesus
scales above the feat I already
Christ.
mentioned.
And I can't
So
believe I
could that
just
be a possible
threw.
argument?
No, you would have to actually provide a feat or statement that puts them at Multiversal Plus in attack potency. You can't just assume they get into that tier since they're stronger.
Okay, so I would need an actual statement.
Yeah, actual statement or feat that puts them on that level, yes.
Alright, well, I concede. So,
Alright.
thanks for having me up. See ya.
Yeah, good debating with you.
Thanks for pulling up, Jake. Appreciate you. Appreciate
Yeah,
you.
of course.
Anytime. Does anybody else want to join? Lord Freezy Pop, are you good? Or do you still need time?
I think he's still.
So, do you have your scans now, Lord Freezy Bar? So we can finish the debate. Here, let me.
Oh, someone else joined.
Someone else joined? Who is this?
Person who joined, do you want to debate me?
He's muted right now.
Sorry. Just still looking for. I have two skills up.
So did you finish getting the scans? Or
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a way
just
to-
establish your skill then.
process. I also found where there's ways you can get Melly and turn the Demon King to higher tier stuff.
All right. Can you provide the skill?
All right. Chaos created a infinite store of magic, and
One of the scans says
including
massive storehouse of magic. Does it say infinite in one of the other scans?
I
Oh, okay, I found
from
it.
like the
Infinite,
translator
I
to
fucking
translate.
hate
infinite
this game.
store. Okay.
I fucking hate
So
this game, dude. This game is
hold on,
so
hold on.
ass.
Can I contend this point real quick?
I'm still unmuted. Fuck.
All right. So, since it says massive storehouse of magic before, and not infinite, we can just assume that infinite would be a hyperbole and just
And
a
they
reference
have
to
the
massive, 'cause
Sangen
since
Kaimen.
infinite can
How do
just
they
mean,
always
a
fucking
massive amount
have
of
it?
something.
That's fair state, but
I hate this fuck ass game, dude.
infinite, like in these two other panels, Like if I translate them,
Dude, Tenpai is the most
I believe
skillless
the
deck in fucking Yu-Gi-Oh
verbatim
history.
claim is.
So you're
So
saying
I
that
do not
the
think like it's a
translation.
hyperbole by like Amy.
Go ahead.
But if you can take this scale with a grain of salt, but if you grant this feeling to Meliodas, who fought the Demon King, and the Demon King who fought Chaos alongside the Supreme Deity
Yo,
and managed to beat Chaos, you can play
they always
in
have
the
it.
Demon
They
King High
always
Universal
have it, bro.
deck.
Yo, I swear, I hope that Tenpai players, I hope that, like, every single one of them, I don't care,
Okay.
yo,
But I will admit this is like kind of
Senpai
lame
players, I hope every
'cause
single one of them. I don't know, man. I hope they step on every
I
fucking
don't really
Lego. I
got
hope that
anything else to
that
go
they
off of
step. Yo,
besides
I hope that
like
they
this
get like
thing.
cuts on their feet and then fall into a vat of
And for
lemon
the
juice.
speed section,
Dog shit ass players, dog shit ass deck, bro. Dog shit ass players.
Okay. Yeah.
Bro.
Move on.
Seldris
I
is
grant you high universal, even though I disagree with it, just for the debate.
all right. So Seldris is able to deflect Lucille's grace with his Miss Nebula, and Ludra's grace is considered Flash and like, depends. Look for it right here. He states his grace is Flash, and depending on whatever he can be talking about, like let me find a definition of Flash. So the first definition of Flash is of a light or something that reflects light, shine in a bright but brief, sudden, or intimate tint way. So on a higher interpretation, Lucille's grace will be considered light speed, and including soldiers who practically perception blitz Lucille. And Merlin even supports this argument
I think he's trying to argue.
by
Yeah.
saying that they even know soldiers hit him, basically. So this will scale soldiers and in turn Meliodas to like arbitrary amount above light speed, granting FDL speed.
Just want to get this straight. Your argument is says since it says my grace is Flash and Flash translates to that would mean Flash is in reference to light speed and making it light speed, or am I missing something?
Yeah, basically.
Flash can have multiple meanings. It doesn't have to mean. It doesn't just have to mean at light speed. And since it's in quotations, uh, I would assume I don't know. I haven't read the series, that it is just in reference to a the name of a technique, which would just making a name fallacy if you believe it's light speed.
Well, in some way, like you look at the panels, you can see like it does like kind of function as light, as like if you see, let me count this real quick. 1, 2, and the third like panel I brought up, it has like an onomatopoeia that mentions Flash right here, where Seldris and Lucio blitzes towards Seldris, which he counters with his nebula and sends him right back into the wall.
Okay, yeah. So unquantifiably above FTL. I can grant you this. Is this all the
Yeah.
scaling you want to go over?
Hmm?
Is this all the scaling you want to go over? Have you
Yeah,
established?
basically. So multi-solar to high universal FTL speeds.
Yeah, okay. Give me 2 seconds and I'll send over my scans real quick.
All right.
Not the entirety of the verse, Goku no Hero. Not the entirety of the verse, but a vast majority of them. What are you gonna do? Nib me? 1, 2, 3, 4. What are you gonna do?
Actually, I can just resend. Here, just scroll up right above where your scans are. It's my hand scans are already just right here. I don't need to resend them.
I see
sent them.
from Falling Angel Cake.
Here, let me explain these scans before you look at them first. All right, so Yami is able to destroy Glamour World.
I'm more interested in trolling. Gotcha.
Glamour World, while being affirmed to be infinite in size by Reeve, we can get it even higher by taking into account Luck's sensory range. So, Luck consistently has the best sensory range in the series, especially scaling above
How fast does
characters in
Supin
the
is
Black
running
Bull
speed?
specifically.
At least in terms of
And two
short
characters
bursts, we
with
can argue
unnotable
relativistic
or unimpressive
light
sensory
speed.
are able to sense over different space-times, which would be low multi-sensory range. Luck would obviously scale above these two in terms
Motherfucker
of
might
sensory
play
range,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
giving
Fuck this
him
game.
bare minimum
Fuck
low
Yu-Gi-Oh,
multi-sensory range. And since he perceives Glamour World as being infinite and having no border, despite having low multi-sensory range, Glamour World would have to be infinite in comparison to his low multi-sensory range, which would be Multiversal Plus, making Glamour World Multiversal Plus in size. Would you agree to this, or do you have any contentions?
I've watched every single episode of the Looney
I'm looking
Tunes
through the chat.
Golden Collection,
Please.
and none of it even remotely
Just
implies
give
that
me a
Bugs
little bit
Bunny
more.
would win. You can't hurt Luffy. He can't hurt Luffy. And I haven't. It's not real.
Where does it say infinite and
None of this.
Where does it say infinite?
yeah?
It's endless, which is the same thing as infinite. Same definitions.
Huh?
I said
My
it
bad.
says endless, which is the same thing as infinite. They both have the same definitions.
Endless. There's no border. Endless. Look.
None of these arguments even remotely back up, counter anything that I've said in the video. You would have to believe that guy
Yami
starts the fight
splits it in half,
with the
right?
8 gates active all the way.
Yes, Yami destroyed it, but that's not
Even
really
then, with the
relevant
8
for the
gates,
debate,
he
actually.
automatically loses because he would only be approaching relativistic
Since
speeds by
do you have any more contentions or not?
transforming the air around him.
So how would this all
I'm
correlate
sorry,
to
guys. I'm just replying to
Asta's
messages on my
8?
phone.
To Asta's attack potency,
Yeah.
in chapter 1,
Mhm.
so do you concede to Glamour World being Multiversal Plus on size, and then we can move on?
I see it being like infinite size by the endless statements, like high universal. I'm not sure on the
My
multiversal
claim
plus scaling
and
because
prove that it's Multiversal Plus in size. So do you have any contentions for my argument of it being Multiversal Plus in size?
no, nothing else. Basically,
Okay, well, we can move on then. I'll explain how everyone else can scale this. All right, so basically, Dorothy scales to Glamour World since she created it, and she would scale to this creation because
Mhm.
one, magic comes from the soul. Two, all the captains are equal in the captain versus captain bout, which would make Yami equal to Dorothy, and Yami was able to destroy it. And in Dorothy's fight with Reeve, her elf counterpart, Glamour World can't handle it, and collapses, which would mean her attack potency scales to Glamour World, which will make her Multiversal Plus. Do you have any contentions with this?
No, I don't have any contentions.
Okay. So,
She collapsed the gamma roll, right? It
yes.
completely collapsed.
Okay, so since Dorothy was scaled to the creation of Glamour World, and Glamour World was already created in Chapter 1. She already had Glamour World beforehand, uh, and there's a statement that one Magic Knight Captain is equivalent to 100 Magic Knights. And Asta beat a Magic Knight. He would scale finitely to Dorothy, making him Multiversal Plus as well. Do you have any contentions?
You said one Magic Knight captains is as strong as 100 Magic
Sorry
Knights.
about that.
Yes.
For the Bugs
this
Bunny
is
stuff,
stated
it was
very
just
early
something
on.
that I
You want me
was
to send this
replying
again?
to. I use voice and
Yeah.
text for most of my messages.
I can
Let
send
me
that.
see where you guys are at.
And
Come on.
Asta beat one Magic Knight cap.
No, he beat
one Magic Knight.
which means the statement would apply to him, and he scales finitely to Dorothy. Hold on, let me find the
Right.
statement.
So he will also be Multiversal Plus, as you said, from this.
Yes, Asta, since he would scale finitely to an infinite amount of infinity, which is Multiversal Plus, he would be an infinite amount of infinity or Multiversal Plus, since any finite number is an infinite amount away from infinity. All right, I sent over the scan.
Each of the captain Magic Knights is as strong as more than 100 mages, and each one of them become. You started without us, or in luck, run. You better appreciate your life, or else I'm gonna kill you.
So let me know if you have any contentions once you're done reading that.
No, I can grant Asta high universal to Multiversal Plus. So yeah,
Okay,
I agree with your scale.
this would also give him infinite speed, since Dorothy is able to react to the dimension slash that destroys it.
Speed.
Asta would also scale to infinite speed and Multiversal Plus. Do you consider this?
Wait, what did you say? Like how it's infinite speed or not? How you get infinite speed?
Okay, so Dorothy is able to dodge the attack that destroyed Glamour World. So that would make her infinite speed, and Asta by extension, since she scales finitely to her.
All right, I can take that.
All right, so since you concede to this, I see zero reason how Meliodas would win this, since he's both infinitely weaker and infinitely slower.
Yeah. Also, Speed Blitz by Chapter 1.
Yeah.
Variants.
So we can conclude our argument.
Yeah. So, conclusion. Chapter 1, Asta absolutely Speed Blitzes and one-shots Meliodas.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Yo.
All right. Since I'm done with this debate, if anyone else wants to come up and debate me, go through the link in the Discord and join voice chat, and then we can debate on any of my claims.
6-6. I got something that
Wait, what'd you say again? I can't hear you.
I said, is water wet?
Water is wet. Yes.
But one captain
Okay, well,
Magic Knights. Asta
Water is
beats
wet.
one, so
Wait,
somehow
it
he
is.
recovers the rest of 99 Magic Knights. Someone said, but one captain equals 100 Magic Knights. Asta beats one, so somehow he covers the rest of 99 Magic Knights. Okay, captains are not the same strength, so is that 100 Magic Knight statement reliable?
Oh no. So that just makes him scale finitely to an infinite amount of infinity, and a finite number is an infinite amount away from infinity. So if he scales finitely to an infinite amount of infinity, he would be Multiversal Plus 2. like obviously he's around like obviously he would be weaker than Dorothy, but he would still be multiversal plus. Okay, the captains are not the same strength, so how is 100 captain statement reliable? Well, this is beginning of series. You have no way to prove the captains aren't equal beginning of series, and this statement kind of does prove they are equal. So
I mean, for context, 1 billion is infinitely away from infinity. 1 trillion is infinitely away from infinity. A Google is infinitely away from infinity. Um, the largest number your mom can think of is infinitely away from infinity. No matter any finite number, like any finite quantity or integer, is going to be infinitely far away from infinity.
yeah, which is exactly why if you scale finitely to an infinite amount of infinity, you would be an infinite amount of infinity yourself.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
that makes sense.
Yeah, this is why I don't do these kind of. This is why I don't do this shit. Obviously, we go
No,
back to mute.
I get it, young, bro. I get it.
Yeah, yeah.
It took me so long to figure out how this shit worked.
It's actually like, wasn't this the argument you brought up to someone in a debate before this?
Yes, I use this argument and I won 2 debates on it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why. I mean, it's not a bad argument.
Like the only contention you can make is it's not narratively consistent, but you'd have to prove that. Like I agree it's not narratively consistent. Like I wouldn't actually think Asta is multi plus chapter 1. It's just like an argument I'm making at the moment. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, just like the argument I plugged like two hours ago, I think.
Yeah. Wait, say that again, please. If I scale a finite amount to infinity. So basically, what multiversal plus is it's an infinite amount of infinite things. So we can just simplify this to high universal. So since it doesn't matter, it's the same either way. High universal is an infinite amount of something. So
It's like
there's
multiple sets
countable
of something
infinities.
that's How do you have more infinities than just infinity? Infinity is, it's fine. It's fine. It's
Eon. I
fine.
have
You don't
an
have
easy
to
way
explain
to
it.
explain that.
You don't have to
No,
explain it.
Eon. I will make it my mission to make you to have like you have like a rudimentary understanding of this. Okay, think of every single number that's odd.
Sure.
And now think of every single number that's even.
Sure.
How many numbers are odd?
An infinite amount of numbers.
How many numbers are even?
An infinite amount of numbers.
Congratulations, you have 2 infinities.
Not necessarily, because if you compile just all numbers in general, that's still the same amount regardless.
Yeah, it's another infinity, but it's a greater
Yo,
infinity.
How would it be a greater infinity if it's just the same amount of... Wait, how...
DMs because there's a video that explains higher infinities really simply and really good. It's like you know what the infinite hotel paradox is?
No.
Yes,
What
I
is
know
the
that one.
infinite-
I do know that one.
What is the infinite paradox hotel?
I just sent it to you. Just watch it later. It explains it really well.
Sure. I'll check it out. Sure.
But it has to do with the quality of the infinity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since we know that the captains of various strike by the time of the Glam World, that context should count for the 100 Captain Knights scaling, since you're using future feats to scale Chapter 1 anyways. That context should count for the 100 Magic Knights, since you're using future feats to scale to Chapter 1. Ah, sure, I guess.
Yeah, because Dorothy would scale to Glam World Chapter 1.
Well, if she wasn't introduced in Chapter 1, what if Dorothy was like... What if Dorothy became Magic Knight, Magic Captain, like, the day before?
Well, she would still have Glamour World.
I'll just fuck with you. An infinite set that contains infinite sets, which are each set in infinite... That doesn't make any sense, because it would all still be infinite regardless. That doesn't make any sense. Sure, I'll watch the video later, whatever.
Yeah, it's a good video. It's a good video.
What's this about? Dungeon no hisomi yandere na kanojo ni ore wa nando mo koro sareru. Yo, fuck these titles, dude. Actually,
Does anyone else want to come to debate me or not?
my yandere girlfriend lurks in the dungeon and kills me over and over again. Sure, I'll read
What the
this.
fuck are you
What
reading,
the
bro?
fuck is that name?
I'll read it.
Bro,
Fuck.
these are why some anime names, bro, they just don't exist. Like they just like some of these titles they just don't exist. Like why are you explaining the whole entire plot of a series in your title?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. None of those series are ever good if they like explain the title in the fucking
Maybe I should.
or explain the premise in the title. I've only seen like one good anime where the premise is explained in the title, and that's Reincarnated as a Sword. All of them suck.
So the guy just constantly resets life until he is able to leave. Cool. So that's what this is all about.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah, it's definitely something. I'm just clicking through the pages.
I mean, obviously I can't judge it right now, but like this is like what a lot of people consider the slop tier of anime. The ones the slop tier of anime is the billions of isekais that have like whole entire 5-paragraph essays as their titles.
Yeah, when they have like when they have a whole miniature essay for the title. Also, yeah, this is definitely one of those harems.
Yeah,
this
Jeff. This is chapter 1. There's no way to prove the captains aren't equal chapter 1, and this statement kind of proves they are equal chapter 1. So like,
yeah, sure. So what I want for these sloppy isekais is to transcend the UI or the interface. I just think it's funny because it's clearly a series that's entirely derived around the concept of like save scumming, where like you save just before something just to like get as much the best result possible. It just seems like a series where like the main protagonist just got the power to save scum. That's fine. Is this bait? N52 Kryptonian. If you want to argue, if you want to debate Uni Plus, 6D Black Clover, all that stuff, you can come and join on chat. The link's in the link's pinned. Can I join to ask questions about set scaling, try to understand it better? You can totally join for that if you want.
Yeah.
A couple of cuckoos.
Yeah.
Come on.
If you want to debate me or if you just want to ask me questions about the scaling, go ahead and join.
16-year-old super studier Nagi Umino, a second-year student at Meguro River Academy High School, was switched at birth. On his way to a dinner to meet his birth parents, he accidentally meets the brash, outspoken Erika Amano, who is determined to make Nagi her fake boyfriend, as she never wants
Jeff,
to
I
actually
don't think you
marry.
understand. I'm saying chapter 1 Asta scales finitely to this Dorothy, so that would make him multi-plus. It's not. He's not equal to Dorothy.
Of his birth parents raised. I'm fucking crying.
Like, obviously, he scales below Dorothy, but he would still scale to Multiversal Plus.
I just had a question regarding the Dorothy and the Lux claim, so to speak.
Yeah.
Why would that make it, even though it's endless, how does that equate it to Multiversal Plus? Wouldn't it still just be one multiverse, so wouldn't it just be multiversal? That's the only thing.
No, because Luck consistently has the best center edge in the series, so he would scale above 2 characters who have low multi-sensory feats, since they can sense over different space-times, which is Henry sensing the remnants in Glamour World and Lumiere sensing Zygard's mana in the Shadow Palace. So Luck would actually be Luck with his low multi-sensory range, still sensing it as being infinite or having no border, which would make it Multiversal Plus. If you want me to elaborate on how that makes it Multiversal Plus more, I can.
So how does him sensing that equate to their power being at that level? I guess is what my confusion was.
Oh, so Luck. I'm not saying Luck can destroy Glamour World. I'm saying Dorothy. I was saying Dorothy scales to Glamour World, which is Multiversal Plus in size, and Asta scales finitely to that Dorothy.
Isn't that right?
So they scale to what their magic can
chapters.
Produce,
that's crazy.
I've only watched the anime, so take what I say with superficial.
Yeah, magic comes directly from the soul.
So then, if it comes directly from the soul, then why have we never seen them do anything close to like a planet level feat besides these simple dimension things? Is
We've
it
Ooh,
have like
that's a good point,
we've
Jeff.
seen like a bunch of universal feats. What do you mean?
I'll ask the question once I'm there.
I can explain more universal feats. I mean, Megeki was able to suck out mana from the universe. Julius is able to create and trap and can create, can trap and maintain infinite dimension where he traps Conrad. Dante creates a singularity. What? Sorry, what the fuck's your name? Princia is able to create an infinite amount of pawns. Uh, what's his name? Edward's able to reduce his magic to absolute zero, which theoretically requires an infinite amount of energy. There's a bunch more feats that I can say, but that's just all that's on the top of my head.
okay? If that's how, so what about like the attributes of the magic? Would that change how they scale? Because for example, like Asta's anti-magic, right? Like his attribute is to cancel out magic. So does that mean his anti-magic would then equate to him being universal with his anti-magic?
Well,
I'm just
basically,
trying to
the
understand.
attributes are like born inherently stronger than others, but how strong the attribute actually is comparison to your own strength. And Asta would scale to these feats because he can't negate the force of everything. He's only negating the magic of it. He's not negating the force of the magic. This is
So
explained in like chapter 4.
okay. Yeah, because I was just confused on the attributes. Because, like, for example, Yami's magic, it's darkness, so it has the properties of darkness. So
Yeah.
he wouldn't necessarily scale to what the darkness does. He would scale to how much his magic can produce said darkness, is how I understood. There's the Black Clover scaling is the more they put into the magic, the more the attribute of said magic's capacity increases.
Yeah, yeah.
So like his dimensional slash that he used to cut the glamour world would be more of the darkness aspect, not necessarily his AP itself. It would be the darkness that is controlling the gravity and like cutting through space. Kind of like a world cutting slash, how it cuts through space and it doesn't have the AP of said attack.
Darkness wouldn't have any inherent attributes to be able to cut space by itself or destroy Glamour World.
I mean, darkness can suck in gravity and controls and swallow space like a black hole. So why would it not
Are we using
scale
One
to
Piece
that?
logic for
Sorry,
that?
I'm just trying to understand.
Is Imagine X a hacks ability? You could
What
probably
do you mean
argue
by
it.
darkness swallows space? I mean, yes, I could grant you that. That still wouldn't mean the darkness would be able to destroy space or destroy Glamour World, which is multiversal plus in size.
So like, okay, let me see if so. Fire magic will burn you, right? That's the attribute of the fire
Yeah,
magic, correct?
yeah,
So if they can make the fire bigger and stronger, but it's always going to burn you. That's the attribute of said magic. Same with ice or the water magic that Noelle uses, right?
yeah,
The more magic she puts into it, the bigger the output of said magic. So she can create like the giant wave and like the ocean thing that she did, right?
yeah.
So what I'm trying to understand is if their attributes of magic can be expanded upon to such a degree, wouldn't couldn't wouldn't it be more like a hacks thing instead of an APDC thing? Is
Well,
what
no,
I
because darkness doesn't have any inherent attributes to do that, and Yami, even if I granted its hacks, Yami is still putting force into Dimension Slash, so it would still scale to him.
okay.
Yeah, okay. Is that all the questions you wanted to ask?
I mean, it's pretty much it. I was just confused on
Huh?
how the
Okay.
sensory um,
No.
equated to that power
Era
because I was
el
kind of confused on
café. El
how
beige.
the output of said magic, if its
El azul era de
attributes
Francisco. Sirve la
correlated
puerta
to
que
the
voy a hablar.
AP. So does that mean that if
Damn.
she crushed Glamour World and blew it up in the Black Clover world, it would then destroy the Black Clover world?
Can you say that again? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
So I know that she's collapsed her glamour world before, or so to
Yes.
speak. So shouldn't that explosion of her collapsing glamour world then destroy the Black Clover world if it has that much space into it and it's
No, because it wouldn't go through space times. There's no inherent attributes with her magic that allow it to go through space times. The once it's destroyed glamour the dimension that is glamour world, that's all the force would equate to. Sorry.
so when it would be stuck in its own space, it wouldn't affect its outside space. Then
Yes. There's also a difference between attack potency and destructive capacity. So like,
yeah, I am aware. Uh, okay, yeah, I was just trying to figure out because I know they were separated, so I was just trying to figure out the correlation of, so to speak.
yeah, you're
Okay,
good.
that is all.
All right. See you later. All right. Let me answer more questions. Let's see.
Jeff asked, also, Luck couldn't sense Asta across the globe, but somehow can sense multiversal level? Question mark.
Where is it shown he can't sense Asta across the globe?
I don't fucking know. Somebody else said, Dino Crusher said, what are other universal AP claims other than using Dimension Slash? Null said,
Well, I
Yami.
just mentioned quite a few of them.
No, I know, I know, I know. I'm just reading the stuff.
Yeah. I'm talking to chat.
Okay.
Do you want me to restate them? Did you not hear them?
They are also asking, Yami said it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how strong your magic is, the spell cuts dimension, so Yami doesn't have uni AP. They said it was in chapter 72, so I'm just gonna type that in real quick.
I mean, his attack is his dimension slash is literally stated to be weaker than Elf Dorothy's attack, and it's also shown that he puts force into the attack, so like he would scale to it.
It's how you've been. You seriously, you guys did good. I managed to surpass my limits thanks
Dimension
to you
slash
bums.
hacks ability. I mean, you can argue it's a hacks ability that doesn't really have
Because the
any
spell
effect on the
cuts through
scaling, since
dimensions.
Yami would scale to dimension slash regardless.
Huh. Getting trapped and pushed against the wall. I think I learned a new spell. I guess you can get stronger no matter how old you are. The spell is a little like a certain stretched out weirdo, and that bothers me a bit, but still, despair, 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 shut up, three eyes. It doesn't matter how strong your magic is, the spell cuts through dimensions. Dark magic, dark cloak, dimension slash. Yeah. I mean, I guess it does add some credence to it, but
Yeah, if any of you guys want to debate, you can come up, but or you can ask more questions.
let's see. Arrow Sensei, do you want to have a conversation, Arrow Sensei?
I think they left.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
They said, "Who cares about debating, man?" and then left.
Ah. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Cool.
What if me and Lapis debate? What about that?
You both can debate. You guys have anything you guys want to debate on?
I don't know.
That's the
Yeah,
question. That's what I'm trying to think of. Because okay, 6. I've literally still not done any of the research for because I remember we mentioned Susie versus freaking Momo.
Yeah.
I still like I do not know when we're gonna do that debate.
Yeah, I don't know.
Also, I'm partially waiting until Chapter 5 of Deltarune releases.
Okay.
Because
What about like
I
don't know, like Sans from Undertale versus somebody from Black Clover?
See, that's the problem. I don't know Undertale scaling that well.
Oh.
I actually only really know Deltarune somewhat well.
Okay, that's fine.
I only actively scale Deltarune.
Wait, what do you scale Deltarune characters to currently?
I mean, the strongest, there's kind of two metas that I have. The first one is something that's a little bit more quantifiable, and so like the top tiers should be like FTL plus to MFTL. AP wise, they should be like between like large city level to like mountain level.
Okay.
The more wank meta is I've mentioned this to you, Six. It's still MFTL. But the AP is multi-solar system level. It's based off of stars being seen in the background of Chapter 3's Dark World. Which puts it at roughly which puts the space roughly at between like I would say like roughly like 100, like probably like 100 to 1,000 light years in diameter, just based off of I'm just going based off of 95% of the stars. I think it's actually closer than a 99%. 99% of the stars in our night sky are within 1,000 light years of Earth. So I think that is a reasonable metric to go by when determining the size based off of seeing stars in the background. The way you can get characters AP up to multi-solar system level is during the Titan fight. Is explicitly shown that that the creation of the Titan via the Roaring Night is the creation of the Titan is by creating a dark fountain within a dark fountain, or more specifically, a dark fountain within a dark world, and it's been shown multiple times that the Titan is literally just the embodiment of darkness, and that is what the dark fountain is made of, essentially. So you can make the argument that that basically you're fighting a dark fountain. And so because Chapter 3's Dark Fountain has that specific scaling and size, destroying the Titan would require multi-solar system levels of AP.
Okay, we can debate Sabu being an encounter victim, and no, I'm not doing ASMR. Yo. Yeah, honestly, I have no idea, like, what character to put against that.
Because I think the although there's actually a very wank argument to get him into into realms of like extra dimensionality via the how many black knives were used by the Roaring Knight to create the Titan in Chapter 4.
Yeah.
You can use it, but it's so ratty that like, listen, I'm just waiting for Toby Fox to put something in for the Shadow Crystals to be universal. I can hope and believe that.
Hey, am I catching it to Dawn on, bro?
Yeah, then no, it's yeah. My hopium is up for that, but I mean, my metric for getting the Roaring Knight to MFTL and I'd say like you could say mountain level, but more reliably large city level. Is that for speed, it is blatantly shown that the Roaring Knight, when taking their fight seriously, is able to perception blitz the entire Fun Gang individually while on guard. And the Fun Gang should be at least FT like light speed to FTL by Chapter 3 due to being able to dodge lasers by very specific enemies in Chapter 3, and also attacks from lightning-based attacks by Werewere wire, which should put them at relativistic. But if you want to use the evidence from chapter 3, it is completely reasonable to do so, to put them at light speed. And the distance between the Roaring Knight and the Fun Gang, using pixel calcs, should roughly be 10 to 13 meters away from where they're standing in the fight. And it's blatantly shown in the fight that it was basically instantaneous. So that's where you get the perception blitz. But it really depends on how far away the target is. That's why I gave a range of FTL plus to MFTL. I generally put the Roaring Knight between 50 to 100 times the speed of light, but that is a pretty arbitrary number, and it's just used as a range to gauge just how fast the Roaring Knight actually is.
Yeah.
Then for AP, it is shown that Spamton Neo, who is the secret boss of Chapter 2, is able to construct and instantly deconstruct a city in the background of the battlefield that they're fighting on. Which, judging based off of the size of the cyber world, having a crap ton of large buildings and a entire skyline, should be roughly large city level. And because Spamton Neo got his power from the Roaring Knight via a shadow crystal, the Roaring Knight should logically be stronger than Spamton Neo by a significant margin.
Yeah. Also, nothing is self-evident in existence. We can debate that.
Ooh, we got another debater.
Self-evident as a term shouldn't exist. Also, Sabo Nexikainu. We can debate on it.
Sabo Nexikainu. Interesting.
But yeah, those are my metrics, at least for now.
Quick question. Do you think Sabo has stronger hockey than Akainu?
Yes.
Fair enough. Chapter 337, page 8. They told the Black Bulls that Asta died. They didn't believe it. In chapter 361, page 9, the Witch Queen told them where he was at, why Luck couldn't sense him. Yo, Jeff is going hard for these.
Yeah, dang.
I mean, if you want to debate, we can come up and we can debate. Jeez.
I know Jeff says he's not a power scaler, but that's some power scaler shit right there. You know, looking.
That
at
is some power scaling shit.
I don't know. Listen. I have no horse in this race, but I do think I see some power scaling over here.
No, this is like the same shit. When I'm talking to a bunch of my music buddies at the music school, they'll claim not to have perfect pitch, and just say they have like really good relative pitch, and then I just play a random ass key on a piano, and they'll just tell me exactly what note it is, and I'm like, okay, yeah, you have perfect pitch. No, it's so, I don't know what it is, but so many people that have perfect pitch don't know they have perfect pitch.
That's
as
funny.
someone who has perfect pitch themselves.
That's
it's
funny.
so weird.
Wait, right here. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
6, 7.
8, 9. So this must be what? It says right here. Wait. You said 361, page 9. Where does it imply that Asta won? Or wait, was it? No, that's the last page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess it's counting them as one page. So it'd be like right here. Lend us your power. I knew you would come when my divination told me so. The anti-magic boy Asta, he's alive in a foreign land. For real, what? I knew it. I'm so glad. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. And then it says, right, no, how matter how much I focus on reality, I still can't believe that guy is dead. No, not when I haven't seen his corpse. That's right. The first time we agreed on anything, Vice Captain. There's no way Asta's dead. Going off and
Yeah, they
dying without permission.
really say Asta's not dead, so that's not a contradiction.
Well, they don't believe that he's
Like,
dead.
there's no proof Luck couldn't sense it.
Well, there's no proof he could.
Well, yeah, well that means it's zero contradiction.
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. This Jeff said, I'm too cool and from the hood, so not a power scaler. I'm technically from the hood too, bro.
Immensely unintelligible, hence filing the dialect, hence six auto-conceded and can't talk. What the fuck is you, bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
Blood's debating with one-liners, immensely unintelligible, hence violating the
I'm
dialect.
debating with one-liners because I'm responding to literally one sentences, bro.
Kinda. I mean, I do agree with that. Akainu is a strong admiral. Sabo isn't. There's no saving Sabo from this. Even the potential saving grace of end of series Sabo versus Akainu, assuming that he's going to fight Akainu. Do you guys think Akainu's gonna fight Sabo?
Oh. No, I used to think that, but I think Sabo's gonna fight Garling now, and then he's gonna go on to fight
Garling. Didn't know the witch literally told him, and he responded with, what again, Eon? Can you re-rate that, please? Lend us your power. I knew you would come. My divination told me so. The anti-magic boy, Asta, he's alive in a foreign land. What? For real? I knew it. Oh, I'm so glad. Traveling overseas? Who does that idiot think he is? I'll kill him when he gets back. However, that boy is too far away to be summoned. Then what do we do?
Yeah, he literally says, I knew it. That's still not a contradiction.
Do you know who said I knew it, per se? Was it Asta? Because I think... I don't...
Well, unless you can prove it wasn't Luck, that the contradiction...
Yeah. Wouldn't it be you have to prove that it's Luck? From the
Speaking of Black Clover, the professor I had a music lesson from today he is an avid Black Clover fan.
Really? Oh, what? For real?
Yeah, deadass.
So wait, Jeff is saying... oh, what? For real? No way. So why didn't Luck inform them?
Literally, all of them literally said, Asta's still alive. What are you talking about?
However, the boy... I mean, that is a fair... I mean, he does... Okay. To be fair, he does make a fair point, right? Like, if okay, so I do see where he's coming from, because it's like, okay, so if we go by the definition of hyperspace, then it is a multi-level plus thing, but like if it's a subspace and Law can sense him inside, then why couldn't he sense Asta, who is, you know,
Yo, I don't think you're following, Eon. There's no hyperspaces or subspaces in this conversation.
No, because like you said, the argument that Luck can sense like at a multiversal level scale or whatever is because of the Glamour World stuff, right? So it's whether it's hyperspace or subspace, you should still be able to...
No, not really.
Okay.
I mean, you want me to explain right now why it's multiversal plus in size?
No. It's fine. I understand why it's multiversal plus in size, but what Jeff's argument is if Luck can sense hypothetically at a multiversal level, right? Shouldn't he be capable of sensing where Asta is just by existing? You know, since they're still on the same planet. Because Jeff is saying, let me guess, plot stopped Luck from multiversal sensing, but not across the globe, though. Yeah.
I mean, there's no proof he couldn't sense him, so, like, I don't know.
I mean, wouldn't the proof be that he doesn't know Asta is actually alive?
I mean, he literally says Asta's still alive. Like, there's
yeah,
you can assume,
but within the context
that he doesn't know, but there's no actual like definitive proof that he doesn't know.
Well, the context here is that I still can't believe that guy is dead, and not when we haven't had a corpse, and then everyone's just sort of agreeing like, yeah, there isn't any way that he could die. More so a matter of belief rather than, you know, actual knowing. Reread for me again, Eon. Okay. I knew you would come. My divination told me so. The anti-magic boy Asta, he's alive in a foreign land. What? For real? Yeah, I knew it. Oh, I'm so glad. Traveling overseas. Who does that idiot think he is? I'll kill him when he gets back. However, that boy is too far away to be summoned. Okay. I don't know, man. Yo, Jeff is a funny-ass dude. Yeah, that's a matter of belief, not that they know he's alive. Noel added, unless Asta was dead, hence no life force, hence can't be sensed. It was fun, boys. Work is calling. See you next stream. See you later, Marcos. Have a good one, man. One's existence or life force. Yeah. Damn. All right. Unless anybody has anything else to add, I think
Also the fact that Asta was like near dead, and
dead? Okay.
also like contradictions don't prove like something is automatically false. It just shows that there's an inconsistency.
So that Jeff said, they said, "Oh, what? For real?" They were shocked. LOL. They didn't know either Luck is an asshole still, or Luck is a dickhead. You don't have to call Luck an asshole or a dickhead. I mean, although you get where he's coming from. Like, why wouldn't Luck let him? Why wouldn't Luck let him know?
I live with my dad. I'm trying to help her out.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna leave it there. I think these were very good conversations through and through. I like the fact that some of our community members were able to show up and have a conversation with you guys. I appreciate the both of you for coming in here, not only having a chat with me, but having a chat with everybody else. I really do appreciate you guys for that. Whether or not we all agree or disagree, whether or not Black Clover is multiversal, outerversal, or whatever the hell people think it's at, we can all agree that Toriko solos, right?
Yeah, we can all agree on that.
Yeah, we can.
What?
Oh wait, do we have somebody else in chat? Oh, Freezy Pop.
Yeah. He's still chat. Yeah.
My bad for staking your point. Luck is a dickhead, apparently. I wish I got a bit of time to like work on Naruto or something, but it's fine. I'll probably just hard grind that on Thursday. So you guys can expect me to do some hard grinding. In conclusion, Sabo Nags, yeah, sure. I'm gonna head out from chat now. You guys can stay whoever you guys want, but
Wait, when's the next stream? You on Thursday?
Thursday, yeah. I have to do some stuff at the doctor's tomorrow.
Yo, you should play Night Rain with me, low key.
Night Rain. I did promise my girlfriend today, since I haven't spoken to her since her birthday.
Fuck.
Yeah, she hit me up yesterday saying, when are we gonna finish One Piece live action? I'm like, all right, maybe tomorrow. And tomorrow I have some personal stuff I do need to take care of. I might actually be seeing her physically though. I don't know yet. Okay. I don't know about that one, but I'll definitely hit you up soon about Night Rain though. I will hit you up soon. What were you saying?
All right. As what I was gonna say is, oh yeah, chat. It's like I said back at I think it was 2.5 hours ago. My argument is Junko and Oshima is uni in durability. Prove me wrong. Let this stick in your mind until next stream.
Season 3.
Wait, but before you end stream, if any of y'all didn't get to debate me on stream and you want to debate me, add up my Discord and we can voice chat debate anytime.
Yeah, you guys can also do that as well.
Season 3 for Black Clover, Eon.
Oh,
it already got announced.
Oh, it got announced? Well, yeah, that's lovely.
Yeah, it did.
That's lovely.
It did.
Good. One Piece live action? Oh. I guess they were referencing something else. Well, anyway, I'm happy to hear Black Clover's coming back. We'll get some more confirmation about a lot of the scaling, especially from the enemy's perspective. Hopefully the animation isn't trash, because there's been quite a few animes that have had that issue lately. And yeah, no, hopefully they also do a better job with that ending, because holy fuck.
Yeah, peace out everyone. Eon eats beans.
All right, that's enough of that. That's I'm tired.
Remember to eat your invisible food.
Unpopular opinion, but I think Beanzo's Eon negative.
You said what?
Prove me wrong.
Freezy Pop, what'd you say?
Bean solo Eon negative.
Oh, that's crazy. That's gonna be definitely a how do I put you on timeout? How do I do timeout here? No, I can't time out. Fuck. All right, whatever. I've muted them. They cannot hear me now. I can't hear them, or should I say? You guys can't hear them either. That's completely fine. You all eat beans. How about that? And then now I leave. All right, guys. I will. Guys, thank you so much for coming to stream. If you guys would like another one of these, let me know. We'll probably try to set something up that's a bit more consistent. I'll try not to set it up at the start of the week. I'll probably try to set it up at the end of the week, so that way everyone can get proper time to be able to develop any kind of any debunks or any kind of scaling that they personally try to push. If you want to include chat, we can. If we don't have to. But yeah, appreciate you guys so much for coming. It's been an interesting day for the most part. I do appreciate everybody who showed up. So thank you again to Freezy Pop, Jake, Six, Lapis. I'm not sure. Oh, Drew one. I did got a chance to only show up for like a little bit, and I don't remember who it was, but somebody also showed up to just hear out. I think it was like Whitebeard. But anyway, yeah, I think that it was all in well good fun. I'm happy to know that nothing ever got toxic with anybody, so that's absolutely lovely. Everybody that says I eat beans does in fact eat beans themselves, and I don't eat beans. That doesn't apply to me. I'm unaffected. But yeah, have a wonderful rest of your nights. Please drink some water. Please take care of yourselves. Please treat others with respect, and I will catch you guys all later. Peace out.